Therefore, it's interesting what kind of camera angles, which I will always find it too difficult to control. So I'm more of a first-person cockpit view myself in Gran Turismo, but it's interesting to see the different camera angles teams use. Some go for that front bumper cam, some go for that cockpit camera, which obviously Inferno have gone for this year.
For a while, Total Octane Racing or Team Octane, it was them who disconnected, so
So when we get a red flag incident, does that actually then stop the timer, or then do we just continue as normal?
no, 3 o'clock is the end no matter what.
No matter what, so even though the timer says 7 hours and 30 minutes or so, the race is still due to end in 6 hours 55 minutes at dead on 3 o'clock.
Yep.
Yep, there we go. So regardless of that timer there, it says 7 hours 15. That isn't. Octane hasn't actually joined back the lobby there, so we'll to the race.
Yeah, we will be, but it carries on until the everyone's crossed the line for the end of this lap. So effectively, Team Octane Racing lose a lap as a punishment for the DC.
Well, their race can't be worse off, it seems, for Team Octane. They've had a pretty poor race of things lately. They were stone. They managed to put together some good laps, good pace. However, now that disconnection has played them one racing machine. So in the pit lane, he will be currently at the wheel of the BMW. So it'll be interesting to see whether we do see a driver change there. Perhaps one is due for Helium Fire. They seem to be going with some short, snappy runs to the Green Hell Heavens team. They don't go for long runs like we've seen with Platinum 24. They much prefer doing sort of 6 or 7 lap stints. Meanwhile, Concrete Climax still out front by about 6 minutes, and they're pretty much dominating this race so far. Reefer Racing currently lying in second position. We've still got R. Clark, I believe, at the wheel of the Reefer Racing machine. Glenhouse took over for us. Oh, it is Glenhouse. He is at the wheel of that machine. He had a poor run yesterday, actually, in the Super GT race during the morning. He just had mistake after mistake after mistake in the wet conditions around the Grand Prix circuit. However, he's come into his own during the Nurburgring 24 hours. Hasn't had too many mistakes so far, so he's shown us he certainly has got some good pace in him and some good form. We're still 7 hours and well, we're still around about 7 hours to go, Adam.
Yeah, and I think R. Clark is still behind the wheel according to the spreadsheet, but Glenhouse is actually awake now, which he hasn't been for about 2 hours, so at least R. Clark is company. I imagine they'll have a driver change during this red flag.
Yep, so that flag was giving the teams a chance to recoup, to regroup, and try and find out their strategy for the last part of the race, in which now you have to sort of do something to get yourself into a position. You've done the waiting game. Now with 7 hours to go, make for the final 2 or 3 hours to make your race winning moves. Now Team Green Hell Heavens, how far are they behind? That was about 16 or 17 seconds. Could they perhaps find themselves?
They could indeed, and both myself and you now, for the sake of knowledge, that the is back up under a new guise, under a new link, so that will be posted. So welcome back to the Core N24, second time Core have run this race, and with 7 hours and change left to go, we are waiting on the red flag, the rest of the field, and let the car back on track. The car that truanted, let's say, was the Team Octane Racing Corvette. Second time that's happened to them during this race.
Yep, there is Team Green Hell Heavens working their way around the Armberg circuit. With still 7 hours to go, you can still get in touch with us throughout the course of the morning. You can also get in touch with us via the hashtag core N24. So we'd love to hear your verdict so far on this race. With still 6 hours 50 minutes or so to go in the running. The race, of course, due to finish at 3 o'clock this afternoon. We've got a packed out show for you until that, though. Not only have we got the action on circuit, but I'm just checking the for the course of the rest of the race. So myself, Luke Chillingsworth, I'm here until around 9:30 this morning with Mr. In fact, you were meant to have ended at 7:30 and then come back at around about, according to this screen. So distance, I presume, until 3 o'clock this afternoon. We've got Mr. Tom Hughes coming on at 12 o'clock to do a nippy 3 hours later, again at 1 o'clock as well. So we've got that one. Cameron Jarmain was scheduled to take part today, however he doesn't seem to have done anything, which is as a Team Greenhouse Heavens car works his way around the back markers on the Nurburgring Nordschleife circuit. Morphine car. Nissan there as he got past him on the Nordschleife circuit. The Greenhouse Heavens. Oh no, that was a Reaper car. The Reaper car slow down that straight.
Greenhill Heathens then into second, so this is going to be a change.
Going very slowly. We just saw the Nissan.
This actually happened before during the kind of dusk time yesterday evening. Reaper Racing were in the lead. Greenhill Heathens took the lead, or no, I think Inferno took the lead down the Dottinger on the way to stopping for a red flag. So, not good.
Not good indeed. So yeah, not the best action there for Reaper Racing. They're limping back to the pit lane. They're currently sort of at the top end of the circuit, going very slowly indeed. Should be able to get past them by the time they get to the pit lane, but they might be actually to make that
out of fuel is the verdict on the Nissan GTR, so that's a twist, and that has lost them second position as it turns out. Poland 24 might be able to capture.
Yep, so Poland capitalised an output there. For Reaper Racing, they looked if they were in a fantastic position to really challenge for a strong podium finish during the for the last 7 hours or so of this race. This, however, has really set them back in terms of that. They're going to lose so much time to Greenhill Heathens. They're going to lose so much time car back to the pit lane. The long nature of the Nordschleife circuit means they could just conk out during the middle of the circuit.
Indeed, that is actually commonplace. Indeed, I think it's interesting that we have this stop-off point. Oh, so no, it just lost the lap on the leader. So that means that there is going to be no one on the lead. Unfortunately, Concrete Climax are going to make it by Reaper Racing, and therefore they will be a lap clear of the whole field, which means there's no bunching up effect. Much sealed. 15 core M24.
Yeah, can we call that lap and the second never now go? That's quite a big jet. Even when the Rex might put pay to their progress. There is Team Greenhill Heathens in second position, but even if they can hold on to that second position, our second place in this one is still an absolutely fantastic to hold on to.
Indeed it is. Just posting up the live stream.
Oh no, we're
Everyone,
actually
you may have
hearing
missed.
Adam how Healands and Reef Racing will stay on that lead lap. But with the gap that Concrete Climax have, that 6 minute gap, they still uh, pretty much wrapped up the race, because that's got to be quite a considerable effort by these drivers to close up on that 6 minute advantage. There is Reaper Racing now, still trundling back to the pit lanes. Actually, will they stay on that lead lap? Because it
That's
with
going to
the
be very exciting.
pace they're going, Concrete Climax, where are they positioned on the circuit? Are they going to be able to pass Reaper Racing before they get to the pit lane? Because especially Dan Dossinger.
Apparently, I think it's irrelevant. I think it pretty much freezes. I'm not sure though. Let's just leave it because we haven't actually got confirmation from Core HQ themselves. So until we get some official confirmation, let's just
Confirmation
witness
there.
this cruising Nissan GTR, the excitement of the Core Nurburgring 24 hours at all 50 of those miles per hour.
79 actually, Adam.
That's kilometers an hour, Luke.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen the bottom of the screen because my screen's frozen. Cutting edge technology here at the Nurburgring Nordschleife circuit.
Peterborough, Luke. You just said you're 20 minutes away from Peterborough Radio. Let's not try and pretend we're in Germany.
Well, I'm actually a 2 minute drive from Peterborough Radio, but if you fancy a walk in the mornings,
That's a
get back
drive
to
then,
me.
buddy.
In fact, Adam, I've just seen the fantastic mural of yourself on my Facebook feed. A fantastic picture of you there, Adam. Really bringing out
Still
your true
looking more
colours.
overweight than you. And I actually look more awake than I did last year as well. Last year, for those of you who don't know, I stayed up all night for the N24, only
Did you
on
fall
the
asleep
live
halfway
stream
through?
chat. Yes, there was no commentary, so I didn't have anyone to talk to. I didn't have anything to talk with. I had no interaction, only through the keyboard. Um, and sure enough, I think it was about 11:30, 12 o'clock, my brain just shouted out no more, and that was that. Although I hadn't really slept that well the night before. I think I probably had about 3 hours, maybe two and a half the night before N24. Um, Last night, or sorry, Friday night, however, I think I probably got 7, 8 hours. So full night's sleep, and the energy and excitement of the core Nurburgring 24 hours to keep me at least alive. Yes, and here we are.
We're hearing actually there's a change in the lobbies at the moment because Poland 24 has said that they actually lost one lap to Reaper Racing on the restart gap. So we are actually changing the lobby. Reaper Racing will be classified on the lead
Yeah.
lap.
Oh, that was
And
already confirmed. Probably should have confirmed that actually, because Team Octane Racing were hosting the room, so we do have to restart.
yeah. So in terms of this new
Terms
lobby
of
that will be open. The
yes,
starting order will be Concrete Climax first, Gothic Racing Empire second. I'm going to form that into their right positions because
well, we go by the order in which they cross the line. So what you're seeing on your screen, Luke, is correct. It will be rest from a team Green Hell Heathens in Reaper Racing and Total Team Octane Racing. However, this is just the order in which they cross the line, not the order of the race. So the order of the race is still Concrete Climax. I think Green Hell Racing will be third.
How do they maintain
Apparently
the
they
gaps
will
though? Because
be.
if they've opened a new lobby, how do concrete climbers stay 6 minutes in front?
They don't. That's what happens when the restart occurs. Essentially, if you're on the same lap, you're back there. It's a bit like a
You're
safety
back
car.
there.
Yeah, back
So it's
in
really
for it.
brought Greenhound Heavens back into contention then. This Nurburgring 24 hours repricing. I'm guessing that their fuel will be effectively retopped for them. So it's a three-way fight for race lead with 7 hours to go, Adam.
Yes, indeed, and just the confirmation from Climax that they are classifying Reaper Racing as on the lead lap. So 5 minutes maximum until we get the race back underway for what is the fourth time. The third restart, unfortunately, disconnections plaguing our efforts today. And just on a lighter note, I just found a photograph of myself from last year's M24.
I'll let you should post that on
I
Facebook as well, Adam.
It's already on there, Luke, if you want to see it. Dig deep enough. But,
I'm going to have a look. Hang on.
oh gosh. But anyway, I can explain it to the viewers at home. I'm going to look at my Facebook, hopefully.
Let's all stalk
Essentially,
Adam.
yeah, I still do that. Essentially, I've got the longest hair I've probably ever had at the time. I had a can of Relentless Energy drink up against my head, and the caption is, "It's not working," in block caps. So, I think that was a more difficult M24 for me, but
Oh, there we
on
are.
this occasion, he found it great. So,
Mortified.
I know, I wasn't enjoying it. I was pretty much dead on my feet. But this year, the M24 has been brilliant. Teams have improved. Teams have learnt their racecraft even better than they were last year, and that's made an incredible M24. We still have over a quarter of the race still to go here, and it's going to be absolutely brilliant to share it with you, share it with all of our co-commentators who are yet to hit the bunker for the morning, the Sunday morning of the M24, the petrol fumes, the burnt out barbecues, and the drunk Portuguese drivers defining the atmosphere of the morning of M24. And if you're not on the inside joke, there's a running joke that Rest and Team Morphine drink a lot during the race. Whether that's true or not is unconfirmed.
Well, Inferno could also be joining them on that. They seem to be having beer for breakfast this morning. So they've been whacking out the
Yeah, but
Stellas,
their
whacking out
average
the Tom
age,
Smiths.
their average team age is 14, Luke. So I somehow doubt that's actually true.
Hang on, it can't be.
It is. The average age is 14. They
How do
confirmed
they
it
all get to
themselves.
their race if they're 14 years old? Oh, I don't know. Right.
Don't think about it too hard, Luke. Just accept it and move on.
Yeah, I haven't got the sunny Nürburgring Nordschleife circuit. The fans are packing out here to watch the core Nürburgring 24 hours. The BMW bridge there looking in fine condition. There is Team Octane Racing at the front of the field. They are the lobby hosts, so that's why on the top of the leaderboard. This is going to take quite a while now actually who is in position and get them all running in the same position. We've got 3 cars then on the lead lap. Climax Racing take the lead lap, one followed by Green Hill, and then Reaper Racing. So 3 cars on that lead lap. In fact, we're still waiting, it appears, for Reaper to join the lobby, Adam.
Yeah. No, they're still there. You're just only seeing the top 8 people in the room on the timing screen currently, but they are in the room already. As well, it's just a matter of getting everyone in the right order and getting things underway, which should take less than 3 minutes at
in terms of the tyres as well, the tyres would have gone to their full. So in terms of teams like Green Hill and Reaper Racing, they actually come in, change their fuel, got a pit stop and got out right behind the concrete climax.
Indeed. So the lobby will be set to 8:30 a.m. for the well, the lobby has been set at 8:30 a.m. on terms of games time. So as you say, crowds littering the virtual stands, and Bavarian breakfast is on the menu for but me. I do hope 2 other people show up at some point and have my breakfast. I'm sure.
Well, I think that I might be leaving you for that in just a second. I'm being called for breakfast in about 5 minutes time, so
Nice little show off.
in terms of information, they've come out on the team chat and say, why are we waiting? So, the pressure getting to Inferno Racing, they want to get on with it. Polo 24 said they lost a lap for Reaper Racing and Green Hill Heathens.
Yeah, have
So
lost a lap.
they're obviously feeling with how it's all worked out for them as well.
Yes. But that is the way of it before, and one of the rules, unfortunately, this is online racing. Disconnections do happen. We've got to try and come up with the best solution. There is no perfect solution as long as servers aren't invincible. And this is the best we can come up with, unfortunately. So, there is no auto rejoin. Um, so it is what it is, but um, here we are. We're still very much alive, up, well, up and kicking, and well, I will be, even if you're about to go and enjoy some lovely food. Um, but if you are, that's okay. It's been great having you here with me throughout some various points of the night and morning in the N24, and yeah, on to the next one, whoever that may be.
Yeah, we're just waiting now then for the teams to all get sorted. We will have a pace car, I believe, heading up towards the voyage on the turn up 12, which will be the start line earlier on to the end. Gothic Racing Empire on the green in second position, but they have yet to drop down into their uh, position, so to say. With that one, there is Team Octane at the front of the field because they are the lobby host. That's all got to be out as well during that until the race is all ready to
Oh, so I'm sure all the teams at this kind of time they feel this, especially when they're not driving. When there's this pause, it really does make you consider how long you've been awake, how long you're doing this, how far you still have to go, and it is a really fatiguing effect. And I believe you're on your way out now, Luke. Silence is yes in most situations. So we assume Luke is no longer with us. breakfast at some point soon. Desperation in the team chat. Restolo team asking whoever is in charge, I believe, or probably, to start and go, 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 to quote Murray Walker, says Restolo team. I think that's quite impressive. They are Portuguese and drunk, not British and sober, and yet they still can deliver Murray Walker quotes pretty much effortlessly. So, good job on their part. The stream's still up and running. That's good. Heathen Pride saying this is going to be intense. Indeed, it is going to be. Get your friends, get your neighbours, get that weird person you haven't spoke to in 6 years on your Facebook. Send the link to whoever. This is going to be an epic confrontation, particularly with the top three, Green Hell Heathens, Reaper Racing, and Concrete Climax. With this situation we have that's now developed, and I believe Poland 24 Racing and Inferno Racing will also be very close out on track in the opening stages of this restarted race, as it were. And just to reconfirm for people who weren't there for the other two restarts, the clock is stopping at 3 o'clock no matter what. And this doesn't add to the time of the M24. The minutes we're losing here will not be counted back at the end of the race. It's 3 o'clock, snap dead, 3 o'clock, and then the end of the lap for the leader. Everyone gets their chance to finish their lap, have their moment of glory in front of the virtual stands here at the Nurburgring. And I do believe Luke has gone, as Restolo team are mocking the starters at this point, claiming that they are going to sleep. That's their little hearts. So if you have any questions, waking up in the morning to find this race, if you don't even know what the heck's going on, it doesn't matter. I will try to explain it to you as best I can, to the best of my knowledge. If I don't know something, I'm sure I can get input from someone who knows better. But either way, I'm here for you. Welcome to the 2015 edition of the Core Nurburgring 24-hour race. As soon as this race is over, preparation for 2016 begins. There is no hangover. It's straight on. Really started in September with the CSS series, but to be fair, we're lying. There were some teams testing their cars again before the week mark was over. Not even a week had passed since the M24, and they were already geeing themselves up, as it were, and the race is about to get underway, so your patience has been rewarded. The race is about to be on soon. I am posting the link pretty much everywhere. I believe I have done so already, just one more place left to do so, and that's on Midweek Motorsport. Thank you very much to Declan Brennan for allowing us to post the links on Midweek Motorsport for this race. It's greatly appreciated that we get to grab some of your audience, as it were, for this one, and I think they are getting what they're not their money's worth. It's a free stream, but they are getting good entertainment for their time. Racing there, lining up at the front of the grid. Obviously that's not going to be happening. There's a new live timing link as well, which I will try and attach as far as I can. If you're already watching the stream, just get open another tab with Core TV and you will find it. I will post it in a lull. Obviously we're about to get racing, but I will post it and share it in various places relevant to Core. Good to have live timing and scoring around for you. But the M24 very much alive and kicking, and we are about to get underway. The formation lap has begun. That majestic looking, almost majestic, maybe not quite majestic, but the M4 pace car, as you might have seen on the Core Online Racing page, experienced midfield raceway for the first time during the week. Did a bit of sightseeing and then started drifting. And now here, back out for I think the third time. We didn't have it out for the start. For the third time, leading the field away for the early going. The driver will pull off at the outside of turn 9, and at that point we will be racing once again. Concrete climax dictating the moment we blast back into action after this extended lull, and hopefully it will be good, and hopefully you can be here with me and my various co-commentators coming in and out of the revolving door, as it were, for the remainder of the N24. Any questions, do submit them on the core live stream chat. There's no real point using Twitter. We have the live stream chat there. It's not limited to 140 characters, so do go wild there. I believe you can still hashtag N24 as we are about to go double file here at the Nurburgring Core 24 Hours 2015 Take 4. Just over 6 hours are very close to racing. They will just go around this long S-bend, turn 9 and turn 10, and then it is up to the concrete climax lads when they will start. Hopefully we can get the camera focusing on concrete climax for the start of the race, as we are now green, I believe. Not yet, apologies, we are now green. Onto the throttle. Gothic Racing Empire doing a good start there, up to second. Of course, this is obviously the end of the last patch of racing. So at the moment, try and bear with me here, we have Concrete Climax in the lead. Second place in the race is Green Hell Heathens. They have been greatly rewarded by this restart situation. They're clawing their way back up through the traffic. P24 already in the wars. Not sure what's happened to P24, but they have engine damage, so not a great start for them. They will be fuming. This also means that they've now fallen behind Inferno Racing. We'll be losing time to these guys. Gothic Racing Empire, Concrete Climax shooting off into the distance. Green Hell Heathens, as I was saying, in second, making their way through the traffic, currently stuck behind Morphine in the other Audi. And Reaper Racing in third position. They're just behind Inferno Racing. Inferno Racing being a lap behind, now sitting in fourth, with Poland 24 Racing in fifth. I saw there just briefly before the camera cut, we had Nissan GTR Glenhouse 81 right on the grass, two wheels on the grass, trying to make his way past the two cars ahead of him. Of course, that Nissan GTR with superior pace, an incredibly quick car down the straight, so whenever we're on these high speed sections, we have Glenhouse 81, I believe it is, for that team currently, pushing to very hardest, and yes, Glenhouse 81 is behind the wheel there, so apparently P24 on the wrong tyres. I'm going to assume that they've kept themselves on the wets from the last restart, which is an almighty and unforgivable mistake. They're going to have to limp around the remainder of this lap. Arguably, in my opinion, wet tyres on dry surface isn't quite as bad as dry tyres on a wet surface. As we saw there, that was Inferno Racing just going off there. Well, not going off, but having a bit of a oversteer moment on the exit to that corner. Didn't cost them too much time. They're still in fourth place, and obviously that fourth place is building all the time because Poland 24 are still on wet tyres, so fatal error for them. Not sure how they'll bounce back from that one. Restolo team, for the second time in a row, are on the restart, finding themselves third on the road. Believe they're still 8th in the overall standings. I will have that verified for you in due time. I'm sure someone can send me the full order as it currently stands. Green Hell Heathens, we can still see them second on track. Sorry, second overall. However, Concrete Climax are already sprinting about 10 seconds clear of this. So while they're stuck behind drivers who I think about 6th and 8th in the race. He's trying to chase down, is sprinting away, and I believe that it might well be Mento89 behind the wheel of that car now. No, it's Jammy Aussie, I stand corrected. Jammy Aussie back behind the wheel of the defending champions. That Audi R8. Team GHH all over the back of the big Portuguese GTR. Will be able to make this move stick anywhere? I think he might be playing it safe, which is wise. I mean, I guess I'd rather lose 50 seconds limping home, so good move by Team Green Hell Heathens. I'm not sure who they're currently represented by. I wouldn't be surprised if they're hot shoot, and indeed they did. So Mint GTR back out on track. Dave only had a brief stint of literally 2 laps. So TDZ Dave getting a very brief stint, and they know that Mint GTR is their lethal weapon. So back in the driving seat he is. And of course this also opens the floodgates to Reaper Racing. They haven't really made much of an impact so far. I think they might have damage. Try and find out what's going on, because I've missed out on a whole lot of information about various incidents, so I'm just going to try and find out what's happened off camera. I'm so busy focusing on the action on camera that I have missed a couple of things. If I've missed anything in the last 30 seconds, I do apologise. They've dispatched Team Restola. I think Restola must have made a mistake, because they're no longer anywhere to be found. So whether or not that was forced, whether or not that was pressure, no idea, but we will find out. Just trying to figure out whether something happened to Glenhouse, because there just doesn't seem to be a logical reason for why they're so far back. Nothing has been mentioned in the chat, of course. Most of the drivers probably saw it, so they don't need to know why, but hopefully if someone is listening within the paddock to Glenhouse, because he doesn't seem to be anywhere near. No, he is. He's just appeared in the background of that shot, so sorry if I put the fear of God into anyone. He is there. Reaper Racing still 3rd place overall, oddly enough, between 2nd, and that's Inferno Racing, who looks so promising in the early going of this race. So unfortunately they've had a tough time so far. Speculation from Team Inferno on Green Hell Heathens having damage. I'm not sure how that would have happened, but currently watching the stream as avidly as you, and I don't see a reason Racing going side by side with someone that are lapped out. It's unique, it's different, I mean it's exciting too. We'll roll with it. Yeah, so that's happened. Inferno Racing are, well, they're meant to be a lap behind. They really should be. Octane Racing have fallen behind Poland 24, so they must have huge damage of some form, because, oh, and look at that, Team Green Hell Heathens diving up the inside on turn 1. I think that might be the first time we've caught one of those outbreaking moves on camera, at least in my presence, and I've only missed half an hour, so first time we've seen that happen, and brilliant move from Mint GTR. Obviously that BMW Z4 GT3. Oh, getting a bit loose there, Inferno Racing. They don't need to be battling. They're a lap down on the other BMW Z4 GT3. I just heard some ruffling of the mic.
Hello, Adam, I'm back.
Hello, I've been going frantic. We currently have a Concrete Climax in the lead, but there we go, Green Hell Heathens just had a slip up. And that doesn't mean that they've... Concrete Climax have also slowed down. I'm not sure what's going on here.
Inferno's in the lead.
that does indeed mean that Green Hill Heathens have taken the lead after the last restart was so kind to Concrete Climax. It's bit them in the backside here. They're down to third place behind
Reaper
Reaper
into
Racing and
second.
Team Green Hill Heathens. I think they went off at the Schumacher S's. Team Green Hill Heathens, yet somehow after that mistake, Mint GTR kicking himself, and then he realised that he went past Concrete Climax, who's gone from
Yep,
kicking
so
himself
Concrete
to
Climax
leading.
has gone, Adam, from first to third in the space of 2 racing laps by the sounds of it, or 1 racing lap even.
He's gone from first to third between corner 8 on the Grand Prix loop to corner 10. So that's about 10 seconds, and as he's rejoined, keep leaving, having cereal and coming back because it keeps making.
It was quite a nice bowl of Frosties actually, Adam, so if you now want to go and have breakfast yourself, then you're more than welcome, don't.
I'm too excited now. I don't care about my stomach. This is absolutely brilliant racing here, and I'm sure everyone watching at home is equally enthralled by this. This is now we have this twist in the tail, the latest in dozens of twists in the order for various teams throughout this N24. The seemingly unbeatable Concrete Climax, who I think pretty much every team had lost hope, and then suddenly we have this situation where they're third place and their 2 main rivals are sitting in front of them. They're all covered within 5 seconds. This is going to be an incredible, or all otherwise. I think we're building to a magnificent battle. I'd keep your eyes glued.
Says Inferno's in first. That is actually a misplaced car. The current race leader is Team Green Hill Heathens, who's being set in second place.
Yeah, Inferno is ahead on track because of the way we do the restarts. He is 4th position overall. He's not a lap down anymore. He has unlapped himself, so in theory, if there was a disconnection now, he would be back on the lead lap. Next up in that order is Poland 24 Racing, who unfortunately missed this, Luke. They started on wet tyres. The last restart was in the rain, and their default setting decided that they were still on wets. So they started the race with these wet tyres on, and I'm not even sure they've got back to pit lane yet, actually. I think they might have done. I think they might already be just coming off the GP loop, actually.
Well, it's been a bit of a story
yes,
to forget, really, isn't it, for Poland 24. They look competitive. This morning they were in a good podium position, but it just shows what one small mistake, such as a disconnection leading to a dry setup, can cause here.
They're still in the top 5. And the deal is they're still within about 2 minutes of Inferno Racing. Inferno Racing who have proved on a few occasions quite invincible throughout the race. I think they're still within a shout of a top 4 finish. Either way, they pretty much have a top 5 finish in the bag. Curse of the commentator, touch wood, I touch my guitar. But second place, Reaper Racing. Going from 50 miles per hour, cruising on idle, no fuel, probably thinking they were a lap down and out of contention. Suddenly second place, and what? I thought about 2.5 seconds, 3.1 seconds, nope, sorry, I'm wrong, 2.042 seconds off who are leading the race suddenly, somehow.
Yep, so Green Hill Heathens out front, Reaper Racing behind them, and then Concrete Climax behind them. In fact, Concrete Climax has dropped back a bit behind Reaper Racing now. The top 3 do seem to have sort of spread out slightly. Reaper Racing getting a bit wide there, kicking up a bit of dust, but nothing really too much to worry about. Green Hill Heathens just up the road. The gap is probably about half a second between the top 2, and then about a second between Reaper and Concrete. Yeah, go on, Adam.
I think Concrete Climax may have just made a mistake, because I saw it looked as if they were offline and going quite slowly. No, they haven't. They haven't. Oh, Jammy did run off the circuit on the GP loop. They're just confirming that to someone else, so that's okay. That's not relevant. I thought they were going quite slowly around the corner before Carousel, but apparently not. All is still... It's cruel to call him this, because he is a good driver in his own right, but he is the slowest driver in CCR behind the wheel at the moment, so you've got to when they'll unleash Johnny B 1990 and or Memto 89. But for now, I think it's a two-way for Reaper Racing.
Yeah, it's probably
Only
easier
2
really to
seconds
keep
between.
probably easier to keep Jamie out there for the time being. He's not sort of losing too much ground
No,
because when they hand the car over to Johnny B 1990, regardless if Concrete Climax are like 30 seconds behind or so, then that's a gap that they should be able to claw back with still 6.5 hours or so to go in the race. So perhaps by keeping Jamie Ozzy with the car now, keep his stint going longer, and then you can use the potential race, but it
yeah.
depends whether they want track position now or to try and push later on during the race to try and grab a last minute victory.
Well, we've already proved that track position now is absolutely irrelevant. They were 6.5, 7 minutes clear, and suddenly they're third place because of this disconnection. One thing I will note about Jamie Ozzy, this is really his chance to prove that he can, hang with the big boys, because I think 2 out of 3 times that he's been in the car, he has actually had relatively major damage. So there's any time to prove that you can keep it out of the barriers consistently. Now is the time, and I do think that getting his stint out of the way now and then having Johnny and Mento unleashing on the race for the last 6. Interesting viewing, let's just say that. And of course, interesting viewing. Throughout the morning we had Green, which of course, epic two-way battle. About an hour and a half of Green Hell Heathens with Mint GTR at the wheel, sniffing the back end of that Nissan, making it until opportunity arose. He had the lead for about half a lap, and then the GTR jetted past once again. And it's interesting to see the roles reversed here. The GTR can't actually catch up with the BMW Z4 in this situation. Just getting some news in my ear that the audio is cutting off every few seconds. That's a recurring issue throughout the race, and we apologize if that's affecting your viewing experience, but regardless, hopefully the sounds of these GT3 cars and the sights of these battles that are developing is more than enough for you. Concrete Climax
In the pits.
pit lane.
Yep, so I'm
Yes,
just double checking our driver tracker because Jamie Ozzy has been in the car for quite a while. Will they decide to bring in Johnny B 1990 now? Jamie Ozzy's done about 5 laps in that car, but that kind of mirrors the same amount of time he's been doing throughout the course of the race. So perhaps he might decide to do a driver swap in search for someone a bit faster, such as Johnny B 1990 or Memto, because they've had more experience, of course, in core and with these cars, done lots of practice through not only the official test sessions, but also speccing these cars for the series as well.
I'll tell you what, if you keep an eye on the track, I'll keep an eye on this driver tracker as it is about to let us know. Jamie Ozzy is still in the car, apparently.
Yep. I think he just been confirmed as staying in that car. So Concrete Climax there, still in third position in the overall standings. Even though it says 5th on the timer screen, that is wrong because those 3 cars, Green Hell Heathens, Reaper, and lead lap. Now coming in for that pit stop a tad earlier, will they perhaps be going for a different strategy compared to their front running rivals?
It is quite possible, and perhaps that could be a wise decision. Perhaps the clean air and very interesting to see how this pays off for them. Maybe they've done some calculations, and the number of laps they're set to complete would be better for them to have a lap fresh.
Yep, still got, coming up to the 6 hours to go mark now, 10 to 9 here in the UK. Meanwhile, there is Team Green Hell Heathens, current race leader actually of the core N24 in this race. It was Concrete Climax leading by about 7 minutes until a disconnection issue by Team Octane Racing. Then Concrete Climax, all bunched back up together again. In fact, Green Hell even very sideways there through that section. So obviously something perhaps slightly wrong with that car. There is no damage shown, but they're obviously just letting the gas out there. Reaper Racing just a slight way behind. In fact, Green Hill Climax just making an early
Another
pit
bit
stop.
of loose driving there from Green Hell Heathens. I think that might actually be the one you said earlier. Don't worry about that.
Yep, and then Concrete Climax just about 30 seconds or so behind there because they made a pit stop a bit earlier on. But could that perhaps play to their advantage, try and get away from the dirty air, so to say, of the Reaper Racing Nissan and try and push on and make up the time from an outside perspective?
You'd have thought there's enough dirty air with a wing that big. I'm sure that's one of the things that draws many people to the outward appearance of the Nissan GTR. Not only is it so big, bulky and muscular, but the sheer size of that rear wing, it's almost wacky races. It's certainly reminiscent of some Pikes Peak specials to an extent. It's saying a bit like me at the moment because I'm the last 45 minutes or so, and Inferno Racing are being reeled in by Green Hell Heathens. This isn't for the lead. Green Hell Heathens are in the lead. Inferno with this restart scenario, Inferno Racing are a lap down. So just to confirm, it's Green Hell Heathens Climax on the lead lap, Inferno Racing and Poland 24 Racing a lap down, 4th and 5th. And then Gothic Racing Empire, I believe, is 2 laps down. From there we have Team Morphine, Restolo and Octane Racing, a variety of laps down. I'm fairly sure the 3 of them are all quite far apart and certainly far away from the kind of main top 6. The Green Hell Heathens, I think if you asked them an hour and a half ago, would they be leading, they'd probably laugh at you and offer you a beer. But that's happened, and they are now leading this race and seemingly doing quite a good job of staying in that leading position.
Well, we're only just coming up then to 6 hours to go. Failing Green Hell Heathens stick to their guns here and try and go for outright victory today, Adam.
I do believe they could. 10 minutes until we only pending disaster. Disasters happen to a few people. I don't think it'd really matter if someone disconnected now. There wouldn't really be a whole lot of bunching up to do. But Mint GTR does seem to be on a roll. They've poked him with a stick to awaken him from his slumber. And, well, I think they made him a bit mad because he seems to be driving on the absolute limit. And, well, I like it personally. I think it adds a lot to the already competitive N24 for this year. There is an element of the Daytona 24-hour race about it that the top 3 have suddenly been conveniently bunched up when things were getting spread up. That has happened a lot over the course of Grand Am racing, particularly in the Daytona 24-hour race. But of course, as I have mentioned, virtual racing disconnections do happen. And well, we have to kind of come up with a makeshift solution in order to compensate for that. Obviously, if a team has travelled, in some cases, literally thousands of miles in order to come together for this race, if they disconnect 3 hours in, you can't then say, well, tough luck. So they do have to be allowed back in some fashion, and keeping all the timings and everything together would make it complicated for the organisers. It would make it complicated for us and the journalism crew, because we'd say, and it's a move to 3rd place, or is it, let me get my calculator out for 3 minutes and then I'll be able to tell you. And of course that then makes things incredibly complicated for you, the viewer, and we don't want that. We want to keep things as simple as humanly possible. So it's a combination of making things more interesting for the drivers. They won't admit it right now, but they're very happy that this has happened. It spiced things up. It makes things more interesting for us. Look how I've woken up. I was sounding like I was going to die.
Now,
2
I'll
hours
come back
ago.
to my normal commentary voice. This morning sounded a bit hoarse, but there we go. In terms of the food, it's Gothic Racing Empire is under substantial pressure by Concrete Climax. onto the dotting concrete climax and move to the right hand side. They are actually on the lead lap, whereas Gore is not, despite what the timing screen says there for you. So concrete climax should be able just to shoot past with no considerable issues.
And Green
Down.
Hell Heathens Reaper Racing are in the pit lane, which should mean Concrete Climax are going to leap for a whoa. Did you see what happened there? Gothic Racing. No, they didn't move across. What happened is they lifted off and Concrete Climax through, but what they didn't realise was Concrete Climax was coming back into the draft, so almost caught out the third position team. That was the moment there, as Adam Johnson once infamously said on a core broadcast, you wouldn't want to see the colour of his underwear after that one.
That's a comment, but meanwhile, Team Green Hill Heathens and Reaper Racing have actually come out the pits before Concrete Climax have got there. It seems.
Indeed, so he hasn't actually come out and done a fast enough outlap to leapfrog Reaper Racing and Team Green Hill Heathens. Let's see when they approach the next split, and once the stream has caught up, so in about 30 to 40 seconds, we will be able to tell you what the gap is between Concrete Climax and the second place team. Of course, Reaper Racing. I'll keep an eye on that, while Luke keeps an eye on the monitors.
Yes, well, also West have come out and said that they want a bloke to go to church, so it'll be interesting to see what happens regarding that one. Can't see them stopping a race for that, but there we go. In terms of the current driver changes as well, Team Octane Racing, Cobra's just come out of the car, and Play has jumped in it. That was on the restart, but it's only just seemed to have updated for us. In terms of Inferno are concerned, RCB has stayed in the car for Gore. It's Attrap, the female driver, who's staying in their car, and it seems that is the driver changes for you. Jamie Ozzy is doing a fantastic job in that concrete climax Audi to be able to try and close up on the two leaders. Unfortunately, he didn't quite do it on that round of pit stops, but the fact that he hasn't lost time to the two leaders really shows that he's not really being a burden to the concrete climax team.
Indeed, and he's seconds behind the Reaper Racing Nissan of Glenhouse 81, so all hope is far from lost, obviously. It's 7.996, so it's just about right when I said 8 seconds between him and the Reaper Racing driver, so plenty of time for something to go wrong. And of course, once Jamie Ozzy is gelled with the car again over the course of the race, but he will, once he's gelled with the car again, might yet be able to reel in the top two, who also have about a 7-second split going on. Sorry, no, 2.8 at this point in time.
Yep. Meanwhile, Morphine in the pits. Now, Sabichi Mao is taking on the Team Morphine machine for his stints. In terms of Batista, he did a long run there actually. Came in around lap 45 of the old setup. He's done roughly about sort of 9 or 10 laps of that Team Morphine car. So a solid stint there by J.M. Batista. Bichi Mao now is in that machine. Mao, last time he was in, was during the night time and did a long stint there. So kind of about 15 laps there. So it seems now that Team length to Vila hasn't actually been in the car for quite a while either. Sort of the start of the night.
That was a good run.
Yeah.
Just a quick note for anyone who hasn't noticed yet, the live stream for the live timing has gone down. I'm just posting it up on the Core Online Racing page now. Live streaming earlier and you missed it. I know that Green Hell Heathens actually just asked for it, and if the teams don't know where it is, I guess that means you don't either, but it has been up for us for a little while, so it's going to be posted on Core Online Racing on Facebook. It will also be up on the Core Nurburgring 24 Hours page on Facebook, so do keep your ears tuned on that one, and we hope that will be up for you soon.
Well, we've just hit 9 AM UK time, 6 hours to go in the 2015 edition of the Core Nurburgring 24 Hours. We're watching the Audi being driven by Concrete Climax Racing here today. We're not actually Concrete Climax Racing. They're currently lying third overall on the timing, even though it says fourth on the timing screen. Ignore that because Inferno Racing are in fact in fourth position. The current race leader, Team Green Hill Heavens. These three were actually separated just 20 minutes ago by about 6 or 7 minutes, with Concrete Climax Racing dominating out front until a red flag by Team Octane Racing for the three back on the lead lap. Concrete Climax took the or so before a few mistakes around turns 10 and 12 on the Grand Prix circuit, but then opened the floodgate, so to say, for Green Hill Heavens and Reef Racing to grab the advantage. Race. Concrete Climax tried to do a bit of an earlier pit stop to try and jump those two cars in the pit stop phase. It didn't quite work out for them. However, Jamie is still keeping on the toes of the leaders in front. And is that rain we see on the screen there, Adam?
Let me just cut. I've just been posting the live timing. I'm just waiting.
It has been looking overcast for quite a while, and it seems that rain has finally stopped.
It is raining. You're right. It is officially raining once again for the third time here. There was one full rain session. We had 100% weather. Horrid conditions. Some shined, others failed, and there was also a secondary burst of rain that wasn't quite as ferocious as the first one. We didn't really go beyond intermediate weather. I don't think we really went past, I want to say 30%. So intermediates for most. I don't think anyone stayed on the dry tyres except for perhaps Inferno Racing. The slick tyres throughout that stint, and it'll be interesting to see whether this rain just goes away of its own accord, even on 0%. If it was to stay on 0% for about 15 or 20 minutes, as it did at about 3 AM UK time last night, after about 50 treacherous, and I got that information from Mento89, is of course a very safe pair of boots. So if he's struggling out there, well, who isn't?
Yep, definitely. Concrete Climax Racing there. We do expect him at some point in the next sort of half an hour or so to come into the pit lane and return the car to Mento89 or Johnny B1990 with 6 hours to go. We would expect all the drivers to have at least one, if not two, perhaps stints left in them before the end of the race. What's the gap, out of curiosity, between Inferno and Concrete Climax on the timing?
I'll just check. Inferno and Concrete Climax you want?
Yeah.
13, about 23 seconds between Inferno Racing and Concrete Climax, and Team Green Hill Heavens and Concrete Climax have about 14 seconds between them, and 4.4 for Reaper and Concrete Climax.
So Inferno are definitely still in, and the chance here, of course, with the rain coming down, who do we normally expect to see do well in the rain?
Is a handful in the rain. In the hands of both Green Hill are pretty much out of contention, or a lap minus about 20 seconds behind. They both seem to manage the rain quite well in the BMW, and for the most part Concrete Climax seem to be managing things just fine behind the wheel of their Audi R8 LMS Ultra. So I'd say no real strongest link. However, I do think that the Nissan seems to have a distinct disadvantage in these conditions. I think it might be a bit front heavy. The weight distribution, I think on their setup does kind of make it struggle.
Yeah, so even though Reef Racing is currently there in second position, you could expect them to drop down considerably as the rain starts to hit the Nurburgring Nordschleife circuit. It'll be interesting to see how far that car can go before it runs into troubles in the rain. We've currently got Glenn Alves behind the wheel of that machine. Beachy Mao currently still at the wheel of the Team Morphine car. We've got the Restolo team in the pit lanes. They're probably now going for a driver change perhaps with Ramasaka that's been behind the wheel now for a good 10 or so, 10 to 12 laps or so. So that's a pretty considerable stint for him. The weather
Indeed.
ratio is still on 0%, so we still haven't got any surface water. That there is still that considerable dry line on circuit. The slick tyres doing a good job to burn up the water really before it causes too much there. Nico Demus has just swapped over from Aptrap in that machine, so Nico going on his run. It seems to be currently between Nico and Aptrap in terms of the drivers are concerned for that machine for quite a while. So that three-car team is still going strong. They're currently in 5th position, but I might be wrong, Adam.
Gore are currently 6th overall. Just to recap, for those of you who don't know, there might be new viewers tuning in. Green Hell Heathens in the lead from Reaper Racing and Concrete Climax, only people on the lead lap. We then have Inferno Racing in 4th. Despite the fact they're on top of your timing screens, that's due to various resets we've had to initiate during the race due to network issues. 5th place, Poland 24 Racing in their lovely red Mercedes SLS. 6th place is where Gore falls in line, and then it is Team Morphine and Restolo, the 2 Portuguese teams, in their Audi and their Nissan respectively. Team Octane Racing currently rounding a nice looking silver metallic Corvette. That car actually caught the eye of GTP Found.
Yep. So a fantastic, stunning car there for the Team Octane machine, but not having the best of runs so far. In fact, they were the one that caused the last restart after a disconnection issue from their side. So that's definitely they won't be very popular with Concrete Climax Racing later, who threw away
Definitely
that 6.5 minute or so
not.
lead and now dropped themselves back down to 3rd position. I'm sure that the team manager Mento will be phoning up the on this afternoon for an explanation, but meanwhile there is Reaper Racing in 2nd position. As Adam, look at the weather gauge, it's going up, it's now on 2%,
Yes,
and we know that once that goes up then it
Yes, it does. So more of this trademark weather that we keep seeing from the Eiffel Mountains this weekend. 3rd time we've seen rainfall, and the 3rd time that it's actually started to get serious. So one thing I did notice actually, it was 8 hours into the race as I predicted early on initially, and on both restarts the weather has started within about 45 minutes of the race kicking off. On both, there's 2 restarts where the rain started falling about 45 minutes after the restart. So the rain does seem to be triggered either 8 hours in or just after the start. So it'll be one of the 2. I hope some of the other teams have. If not, I hope I'm not giving away some other team's secret. Either way, it's safe in my hands. Not.
Reaper Racing currently there in 2nd position. We know that Nissan might come into trouble in the rain, so this is bad news for them. Who it does mean good news for is Concrete Climax, who last night was quite happy that the rain was falling. They would seem to be doing some rain dance in their garage, so they must be happy now that it's finally fallen for them. Could this be Concrete Climax's chance to push themselves back up into race winning contention here? They still currently lie in 3rd position, just a few seconds behind the road, so they are still there in theory, but this rain will definitely perhaps their hands. Reaper Racing again, that Nissan getting a bit crossed up as they head up into the carousel. So again, it just shows that the rain's starting perhaps to affect that Nissan at this early stage.
Indeed, and apparently it was Gore once again who summoned this rain. I find that quite interesting because when it rained earlier from the Gothic Racing Empire squad, we did hear a cheer, and then Nico Demus drove it into a barrier. So I'm quite surprised that they want to see the rain again after that first instance. But we are up to 10% rain. I would expect to see the front runners coming in for intermediate tyres. I think Octane Racing are in the pits now. You can just see them on the track.
Plus Nico's in the car as well, isn't he, for Gore as well, so you've got that issue as well. But being with the Nordschleifer, being such a long circuit, because it's a 7.5 to 8 minute lap, by the time you get your way round the circuit, then that gorge might have gone up from 0% to something like 30%, so you might get caught out trying to get back to the pits to change your tyres. Plus, you've also got the issue with, what happens if half the track, the other half of the circuit, in which you put on your wet tyres, yes, you might be good on one section, but perhaps not on the other section.
I'm not actually convinced the technology in the game currently lets that happen. If it does, it's very minimal. But the point I was going to make is that since Octane Racing has just pitted for inters, that means you can expect everyone else to pit for inters at is. Will the inters be enough, or will we need to go full wets?
Well, I'd love to stick around for you, but unfortunately, so I have to make my way over now to the Radio Peterborough studios. So my show beginning at 10 AM. We've got a local author, Helen Gould, coming on the show today as well. So we've got that taking place, www.radiopb.uk. But please, first of all, stick with this fantastic core Nurburgring 24 hours. We've got Reaper Racing currently there lying in second position. Will be impacted by this rain showers. Team Green Hell Heathens leading the way with Mint GTR, but how long is that going to last? Still got 6 hours, or just under 6 hours to go in this Nurburgring 24-hour race. So myself, Luke Chillingsworth, will be back at around 1 o'clock this afternoon for the final 2 hours of the Nurburgring 20. Adam Johnson and Tom Hughes for the final run, plus yourself, mate, if you decide to a bit longer. But until then, I'll leave you with Mr. Core himself, Mr. Adam Weller, for the final 6 hours of the Core N24. Thank you very much.
And that is what the Core N24 has done to me personally. I've gone to someone who's kind of drifted away in the last few months to suddenly not self-proclaimed, but proclaimed by others, Mr. Core, been up the entirety. I can't help but tell you that it's been worth every second. As we can see in the pit lane at the moment, teams heading for the intermediate tyres. We have Green Hell Heathens 2 hours ago. They're the leaders. They're
Concrete Climax has got to jump on Reaper in the pit lane. He's almost got to jump on Green Hell Heathens as well. Reaper had to wait. He got stalled because Concrete Climax was going into his box. Still getting carried away here. So yeah, it's the same order.
And I'll keep enjoying some of the best online racing.
Concrete Climax delayed Reaper coming out the pits.
Yes, but it's like 0.2 of a second, and it's the computers, so I doubt there'll be any punishments handed out. But I also don't think it's going to have any effect on this race. That being said, I guarantee you it will now be a photo finish.
Yeah, it'll come down to 1/10 of a second between the two.
Exactly.
Alright, so I'll see you again at 1:30ish or 1 o'clock-ish, whenever I finish lunch, basically. So I'll hop over on here to continue the last hour and a half to 2 hours on the Core Nurburgring in 24 hours. Hope you enjoy it. The rain now is up to 30%. Number 7.
Indeed, and if anything, this will benefit those people towards the back of the field at the moment, because they will have the chance to transfer onto the full wets, because I think they're going to need them. Frankly, Gothic Racing Empire now into the pits as Luke Chillingsworth has left. I'm sorry I didn't give him a chance to sign off. He has his local radio show at 10 AM. You don't really want to listen to it, you want to watch. Core Nurburgring 24 hours, powered by Aquila racing cars, and well, they've powered it well, clearly. They've got one of the Chevrolet LS7 engines from their Aquila CR1, and they've given it to this race because it's been high intensity, it's been high power throughout. Just when we think we're all going to get a chance to just relax, breeze home to the end of this race, all hell breaks loose. A disconnection, a second disconnection, as it turns out, for Team Octane Racing, leading to a 7-minute lead for Concrete Climax, being flattened, essentially, instantly flattened by the disconnection. Of course, that means they all group back together, meaning that Team Green Hell Heathens and Reaper Racing had the chance to capitalise on Concrete Climax, who had suddenly come that much closer to them, and they only went and did it. So now we have Green Hell Heathens leading this race by some 9.8 seconds over Reaper Racing, who in turn are 5.7 seconds ahead of 24-hour race, though it may be. There's less than 20 seconds between the top three drivers here. And the battle for 4th and 5th is a slightly different story due to some mishaps for Poland 24 Racing earlier on. I believe that's down to around 2 minutes between Inferno Racing, who are officially 4th position, and Poland 24 Racing in 5th. But it's all to play for here. The weather, as you can probably see, is going up 41%. No, not 41%, sorry, I'm misreading. 48% with Reaper Racing. Go incredibly drifty there on the exit of that corner. What you're seeing here is the weather increasing. Certain people are on intermediates. I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of the drivers further, and that might play advantage to them, but certainly the top three are all on intermediate tyres, which means they're going to start finding it very difficult very quickly. Here's the 4th place driver. I believe it's still, I don't actually know who's behind the wheel. It's RCB929, that makes sense. They've drafted their fastest driver back into the car for the first time in about 10 hours. RCB929 back behind the wheel of that Inferno Racing BMW. He is by far their quickest driver. He is the man who set this car up. So, the car is driving on full wets. No, sorry, he's driving on intermediates, I believe. Although, yeah, I think he is on he is on intermediates because he is looking to struggle. Although I have got confirmation. It concrete climax, but it's good that I have the information. So by no my way, they are on full wet tyres, so they anticipated this one to be a full rainstorm, and of course that could have backfired massively. But it's paid dividends. They've made the gamble Las Vegas style, and they have indeed capitalized from it. It's just a matter whether Green Hell Heathens concrete climax have caught up to still behind the wheel. So in the wet, he's proving that he's still a very viable force. There's no questioning that he's performance on the levels of Johnny B 1990 or Mento. In these conditions, he does seem to be blossoming, and Reaper Racing, I believe, have less than 2 seconds. A very interesting moment in time, although that GTR is straight line advance. Swig of drink just to keep myself revitalized. Please make sure you do the same. Reaper Racing have just gone off track. I think they might have made contact with the wall. Either way, Reaper Racing have given seconds. Look away for 2 seconds. Of course, I look away for the 2 seconds in the first time in about an hour, and suddenly Reaper Racing have dropped down 1 position to 3rd place. Not sure if they have damage or not. I don't think they do. I'm thinking perhaps they're on intermediate tyres, because 70 intermediates really give no more, and he did look to be understeering wildly on the carousel, around the outside of the carousel, and we already have confirmation that concrete climax are on vision coming to play once again. You think you've got rid after so long out front earlier on today, and anyone listening, do take that with jest. Obviously I'm unbiased as a commentator. The concrete climax back up to 2nd position after we thought that perhaps that was it. Maybe their luck had run out, because a 7-minute lead doesn't usually evaporate if things aren't about to turn for you. But they are back up to 2nd place. They're on full wet tyres. They've looked up in the skies and they've predicted it correctly. So concrete climax racing up to 2nd. Remains to be seen whether Green Hell Heathens are on intermediate tyres, be on inters, and if that's the case, and Concrete Climax are about to retake the lead. And that would be an incredible turn of events. Of course, in these conditions, tyre wear is not a factor if you weren't watching earlier on. It's a matter of fuel consumption. And that also benefits pretty much everyone who's not Reaper racing. I believe the statistic was all the other teams can do 5 laps on their fuel, whereas Reaper racing can only do 4. I stand to be corrected on that one. It might have been 6 and 5. I was told at about 1:30 a.m. this morning, I think, so it has slipped to the back of my mind somewhat. The Gentleman's Motor Racing team commented that when they are back, they'll be watching this until the end. Very happy to have you here, Gentleman's Motor Racing team. Perhaps welcome to all takers. The Gentleman's Motor Racing team liking what they're seeing here today. So, Concrete Climax, 3rd place on the timing screen, 2nd place overall. I think the gap between themselves and 1st place Green Hell Heathens is about the same. It's actually 17.5. Apparently Reaper Racing are on full wets. I'm going to say that Green Hell Heathens are also on full wets because they've just gone past the pit lane. So Green Hell Heathens clearly on full wets as well. So the top 3 all predicted that correctly. Seems Inferno did as well because they haven't pitted either. So it seems everyone knew this was not going to be a brief rainstorm. This is a full-blown 100% weather rainstorm. And, well, I wish someone had told me, frankly, because I was kind of hoping this would be a brief one, but this is a very soggy racetrack now, and put a foot wrong and you're going to aquaplane off onto the wet grass, and there won't be any brakes to stop you. You can hit the brake pedal all you want, but they won't have a terribly massive effect upon the speed of your car. Green Hell Heathens do seem to be doing a good job of keeping this Z4 GT3 composed on this wet track. That being said, Concrete Climax have regained a second. They've taken a second out of their cushion within the last 90 seconds or so. So I think they might have had some superior pace down the Dottinger, which would make sense since I believe the Z4 is about 10 on most of the field on that particular section of track. They can only match the GTR's pace. GTR's rear spoiler. I think there's just been a spin for Concrete Climax though. I think they just spun again at the Schumacher S. I did take my eyes off the prize there for a second. I do hope someone can confirm that to me, but I do think there was another spin for Concrete Climax. So I'm sure the timing screens won't lie. I'll check them momentarily. Reaper completely missed that. Reaper Racing are back through. So obviously Concrete Climax did spin. Has given Reaper Racing the second place they lost last lap back in the space of about 5 minutes. So in these wet conditions, it's a very, very topsy-turvy affair. And I think that's a very interesting dynamic that we currently have. Green Hell Heathens asking for the link to the... They will provide it. Someone else has already provided it. But they now have their stream. If you don't have it, it's on the Core Online Racing Facebook 24-hour Facebook page. So just type, say, Core Online Racing into Facebook on the you will find your link. But having a great morning here. This is the Nurburgring 24 hours N24, the second time Core have run the N24. Second time lucky. It's usually the third, but this race has been even better last year. Been absolutely incredible stuff throughout, and well, if this is anything to go by, it's just going to get better and better every year. And if I were you, I'd keep your eyes on that. Concrete Climax have gone through into second place yet again. So Reaper Racing had another slip up somewhere. It's all happening oh so quickly. I think they went wide on the exit Floodplatz by the looks of it, because I did see Concrete Climax take some invasive action to something. I don't think I caught the Reaper Racing car in the spray, but I do see Concrete Climax. Reaper Racing not close enough to capitalise, but this track is definitely, I think it might be the slipperiest it's been since the race has started, and well, if these GT3 cars for about 30 seconds. Okay, I hope that they blitzed your ears, especially with the noise of that V10 in the back of the Audi R8 LMS GT3. It does look as though a slight advantage has been built. Perhaps Reaper Racing went off again. Couldn't quite make that out in the spray. Concrete Climax yet again, getting loose, getting onto the grass. They do have to, as Johnny B 1990 quoted, balance the car on the throttle. And well, in these conditions, that can't be easy. For four-wheel drift, as he said, around the lap. So we've got to hope that CCR keep it all in one piece, and I'm pretty sure it's on more of a knife edge than usual. The way Johnny B 1990 explained it earlier, I don't know if he was trying to make himself sound more masculine than he intended. I don't know if I just took that the wrong way. But he pretty much made the car sound like he was dancing on a knife edge, and Jammy Aussie, at this point in time, with this weather and this car, yeah, if that's on a knife edge, I can't even begin to wonder what going through. Perhaps the top of a fencing sword he is dancing on. Those are pretty difficult to dance on, I'm pretty sure of it. Not sure if he's made up time to the leader, which is of course Green Hell Heathens. The current gap is 29.3 seconds, so definitely not. Of course, they had that spin earlier in the lap. Easy to forget that. It was 5 minutes ago, but it has, you know, felt like a long one so far, and it is always dancing on a knife edge. I believe that's the word from Mento89. But, you know, he's Core's dictator, so I think he enjoys a bit of action, a bit of a life on the wild side in that Audi R8 V. It does have many advantages, but of course, stability, particularly in this wet condition that we currently have. If you watch the throttle inputs, but I think in the wet it's often more luck and perhaps closed eyes and hoping for the best, and Jammy Aussie is hoping for the best, and he is receiving a fair return, let's be honest. Second place overall, I think, going more rapidly than the BMW ahead of him. I think they might be going at even at the moment. Just check the last split. I can't yet see the last split, but 53.4 for Green Hell Heathens and Concrete Climax area. So the next split time, I will let you know what their sorry, 53.4 for Green Hell Heathens, and the timer gladly resets itself just before I get the answer. But I can only assume, I can actually tell you that Concrete Climax took another 1.7 seconds out of Green Hell Heathens in that sector alone, which is incredible driving, let's be honest. And Dommy Lub posting a interesting little emoji. It looks like it's lost all the blood to its head. Not sure what that's meant to signify. I haven't really been keeping up with my texting lately, but if anyone wants to provide me with an answer, I'd be more than happy to receive it. Concrete Climax, definitely in relation to most of the field. Car in full wet in the dark earlier on. And did you see that drifting there, that sideways moment on the approach to the Dottinger? Because I did. And bated breath, but somehow he got away with that, Jamie Aussie. So you've got to be on the edge to get the maximum from this car. And it seems as though he is getting the maximum. Current split time is down to, oh, it's actually 27.2, so it's stayed about the same in that last sector. Will go down in this sector because it does include the Dottinger straight, and the Dottinger is where the BMW suffers because of its lack of straight line speed. The Audi is fairly average on its straight line speed. I think it's about middle of the ballpark between behind the GTR and I think probably the SLS as well. Might have a slight edge. I think it might be ahead of or even with the Corvette, although I think it could. Thinking back to conversations I had in the VLN, the SLS and the Vet I think are about even, while the Audi is behind those, not by much. And then we had the BMW, which is mighty around the corners and mighty stable. However, it's just a matter of they need to nerf it somewhere, so it needs to be on the straights. So the BMWs do struggle on the straights. You won't see them making many slipstream passes. Update on the commentary situation. I'm here myself for now. I don't know of anyone else coming in until Adam Johnson and Luke and Tom all coming in at midday. Until then, I'm here for you to provide any information you need. I'm checking the live stream chat whenever possible, and if you do have anything you want to ask about Core, about the N24 in general, any of the teams, and just anything in general you want to know, progress of a team you're supporting, as Concrete Climax goes slightly wide around the, I think that's turn 9, so nothing too alarming. And, Tom Chorley, experienced N24 veteran, to quote a famous female popular music star, this expletive is bananas. So Concrete Climax, former refugee of Concrete Climax, a reigning champion from last year, on the sideline, taking a break from the action for reasons I don't know, as Concrete Climax there, particularly in that car, because you have to balance the throttle, negative camber, and you can often get it wrong there in most of the cars. So mid-engine car in this condition, it is more difficult than any other. So Concrete Climax in second. I think they've pretty much who are posting pretty consistent times at this point. In fact, the advantage has gone up a little bit. I think second has gone up between Team Green Hell Heathens and Concrete Climax, so that is seconds. Meanwhile, Inferno Racing are 12 seconds clear of Green Hell Heathens because they are a lap down, essentially, for all intents and purposes, on the top 3. However, they are 4th place, and they have a commanding 4th place over Poland 24 Racing. However, P24 are extremely competent in the wet, and I'm not sure who they have behind the wheel at the moment. They have the least pit stops of anyone, so have to do a lot of scrolling to find their list. GTPL Lübeck behind the wheel, somewhat of an he is very good behind the wheel. Who else is on track? We still have Mint GTR controlling the leading car of N24 at this moment in time. we still have Jammy Aussie in second place. I believe Glenhouse 81 is still behind the wheel of the third place Nissan GTR GT3. Indeed he is, just verified that one. On the live stream chat, I believe we just had a new comment. Eamon Macaulay, I've been away, how did Inferno get to the front? Okay, Core TV handled that one. I believe that's Memento89 doing the good work there for Eamon Macaulay. Essentially, Eamon, throughout the night there was various issues for Inferno Racing, including heavy damage after a second restart, which also took out P24 and Gore, so both Mercedes as well as the American BMW. And then there was another incident where they gained a 90-second penalty for avoidable contact with these boys now leading the race, Green Hell Heathens. They were sent into the barrier by the Inferno Racing team. Around this section of the track, actually. We're about to approach the crash site from earlier on in the night. Just getting word that Eamon Macaulay is actually Ayrton Schumacher from BHE. If that's the case, Ayrton Schumacher, one of the quicker drivers in WEC last season, so it's interesting to see that. And then they also got engine damage. Attempt to try and make up for lost time, and since then their race has kind of been on a decline, and they lost a lap to a charging Concrete Climax at the time, which is sort of, to all intents and purposes, put them out of contention for the win now. However, if there was a red flag at this moment in time, they would get their lap back, in a similar fashion to the wave around at Daytona in the 24-hour race. That would be interesting to see, but personally, I think this race is fine as it is. We don't need it to be shaken up anymore. It's already like a vigorously shaken bottle of Coke. Don't need to open the lid. It will pop and it will blow everyone up, so there's no point in shaking it up anymore at this point. It's about as flat as it's going to get. And for once, flat is a good thing. Flat sounds like a in this situation and in this analogy, an Adam Johnson style analogy coming from the other Adam here. Seen from Core in a long time, and certainly the best I think we've seen from N24 so far this year, with these three drivers very close to each other. I believe the top three are still, they're within about 45 to 50 seconds at this point in time, so it's not quite as close as it was. It's starting to split. The Nissan GTR in particular suffering in these conditions. So Glenhouse one doing well. Another large yacht on track at this moment in time. However, Concrete Climax are still second, some 30 seconds back from Green Hell Heathens, who now have a commanding lead over proceedings at this moment in time. I believe they're still about 12 seconds behind fourth place Inferno Racing. 13.027 seconds between leaders who are second on the standings board. Checking the comments stream. Steve Rogers, so Inferno Racing are indeed in. Yes, they are. And just to tell 232, 252, about 3 minutes and 50 seconds between Inferno Racing and Poland 24 at this moment in time. Substantially since the restart, because unfortunately, when they didn't need them, wet tyres. The weather wasn't like what you're seeing in front of you now. It was bone dry, and in these conditions, the game basically defaulted, as Octane Racing have Concrete Climax go around the outside, which must have been an experience. But because the game had decided that it was wet before, that it's going to be wet now, so it put them on the wet tyres. and of course that basically spat them off instantly upon restart. So bad times for P24, but they still could get a top 4 result out of this, pending issues, pending pace from them as well. Let's check the team chat. Again, not sure what's happened to them. Engine damage, I believe. Yet again, they haven't been so far. Trying to find confirmation that the engine damage was actually about 40 minutes ago. I don't think they do actually have engine damage. I think they might just be calming things down at this point in time. So maybe that is the strategy they're going for after a tough race. Concrete climax into the pit lanes. I don't think Green Hell Heathens did pit. Correct me if I am wrong. No, they did not. So as Octane Racing, they go very wide, outbraking themselves into the first corner, which has caught out so many drivers, so many fields of drivers throughout the years. Let's face it, from a standing start in particular, you're rushing down to that first corner, you miss your braking point, and before you know it, you've collected half dozen Formula 1 cars or half dozen touring cars, whatever you may be driving, you've collected 6 of them. And we've seen many of those incidents over the years within the real world racing. We've also seen many of them on various online racing platforms, including Core, and Octane Racing doing that all on their own. I believe it might be Play 117 behind the wheel. No, it's Cobra 75. My apologies for that. Cobra 75 behind the wheel. He has been behind the wheel far less during the race. He's just had another off there at the Schumacher S's, so perhaps Cobra 75 struggling in these wet conditions. However, I don't think they really have any real chance of making up any positions in this race now, so I guess in a way it's all about practice now. So if Cobra 75 is not a very capable wet driver at this moment in time, it's more than worth chucking him out onto a wet circuit to help him improve, because you only learn by doing it practically. You can have someone who's one of the best drivers in the game sit there and tell you what you need to be doing for hours, but you can find equal results, if not better results, from finding out what you're meant to be doing on your own, quite by accident, in 10 minutes. And it's amazing what you can do. Some of the younger drivers, some of the more raggedy drivers within Core, I've been told it before as well, just get some practice, and it can, pay off. It can work miracles if you're patient enough. And patience is key in this form of racing, no more so than in the Core Nurburgring 24 hours. Pull the trigger at the right times, got to hold back at others. And as for reloading, playing around with your equipment, and yeah, you get shot. You get shot in the back, and before you know it, you'll have lost 2 way against the barriers. So you've really got to keep on the ball, and you've really got to keep grinding up against the barrier there. Sparks ahoy there, and Concrete Climax drifting their way back into the race following a pit stop. No, Memto 89. So Memto 89 is now behind the wheel. Drifted the car almost majestically there. That was one of the best drifts I've seen from any car in the N24 so far. And he said that you always need to drive it on a knife edge, so I imagine that will be his intention for the next. I reckon he'll probably be in the car for another 2 hours at the very least, and I think just watch, learn, or watch a bit of a crash. Eamon Macaulay, who apparently may or may not be Heathen Pride. Sorry, not Heathen Pride. Ayrton Schumacher. He didn't seem so sure. Memto did. However, he's just saying that he thinks it would be good to cast a section of the game, something for guys doing what we're doing here today, and have more camera options and so on and so forth. And Heathen Pride agrees with him. And actually, Jordan, the founder of GT Planet, suggested similar things earlier on. He did state that a broadcast feature would be handy. Of course, he would know. He has, connections within the community, and of course, he is the founder of GT Planet. Therefore, he sits there and sees the complaints of I was about to say of a generation, but I guess of an audience, of a customer base. It's about 500,000 people strong, on what they do and do not want in the game. And from what he said, it seems as if the broadcasting option was up there. It seems more and more common now that the casual online racing is found in equal amounts in comparison with the competitive online racing. Of course, here at Core, we're competitive online. It means we take things one step further. That is the reason we're here. We have been here for 18 hours and about 40 minutes. We are going to be here for another 5 hours and change. Oh, look at that! That was Octane Racing, laying across the track, essentially. Obviously, more dramas for the Silver Corvette team. That must have been a scary moment for Reaper Racing, because that car was just right across the track. They managed to avoid him. Well played to them. I think they just went off, though. It looks as if they might have had a bit of a moment, or maybe they just took a wide line. I think on further thought, that was just a wide line from them. Damage from Octane Racing. It's not surprising. I don't think you can find one of the most high-speed sections of the track without finding some damage on the way. One nice and well. Concrete Climax should probably be aware that they're about to home in on a slow-moving Corvette. If they didn't know it before, then they know it now, because I just said it over the live stream, and I'd hope they're watching. I've just received a private message on the Core 24-hour Facebook page. I'm going to assume it's from someone watching the live stream. Haven't really got time to read the entire message, but it's asking why the Concrete Climax team have full racing soft tyres on their car. That's a glitch. It's been here since day one on Gran Turismo 6. Essentially, for the most part, unless you're lucky, the tyres you start the race with will then be the tyres that are displayed. It doesn't matter what conditions are happening, it doesn't matter what tyres you've actually got on your car, it will display essentially what the game feels like. So we've seen it already twice today. It says people are on racing softs. We promise you they're not. They've confirmed to us they're all on full wets. Everyone on this track is currently on full wets. It's just another of a long line of glitches in Polyphony Digital's game. We can drive on the moon. Can't yet find out what's going on in terms of the tyres and which type of tyre is on a certain rim. But I'm sure eventually we will sort out these problems. Still 100% weather here at the Nurburgring. That hasn't relented. I don't think it will relent for another 25-30 minutes at least, as Octane Racing decide to make a corner straight by going grass cutting there. Doubt that was intentional, but it happened anyway. Aquaplaned in a straight line. Unfortunately, I did mean to say fortunately, there were no barriers in their way. Therefore, up Corvette, their car is still very shiny, very chromed, continues onward, albeit with damage, will be making a pit stop at the end of this lap. Let's just check the gaps for you at this time, and Green Hell Heathens still have a lead. Almost 1 minute and 20 seconds over Reaper Racing, who we really need to be seeing, because just 3/10 behind Reaper Racing we have Concrete Climax. That's a battle on track, and if you wouldn't mind showing me that battle, Mr. Direct. Third place, mere tenths of a second between Reaper Racing and Concrete Climax. I am begging you to allow me to see that on my screen, and I want everyone else to be able to see it on their screens as soon as humanly possible. At the moment, Concrete Climax have not made it through. Apparently they are just 3/10 of a second apart, according to my screen. 2.8 tenths of a second, so that's 0.28 of a second. It's very close, essentially. I believe they're currently on the way from Carousel through that towards the top of the circuit, and I really do need to get this on my screen. I have no way of doing so, though. I will just type a message frantically to the director. Sorry for the typing noises, but not something to miss. Let's just check the stream. Still focusing on Octane Racing, fair enough. 8th place, just coming into the pits. However, we have now got Reaper Racing on our screen. They are third. I got their positioning on the track completely wrong. I apologise for that. But Reaper Racing should have the Concrete Climax car right up their trumpet, and indeed they do. Concrete Climax eerily staring down the back of that with those yellow eyes, as it were, that being the LED bright yellow headlamps. That's CCR Audi R8 LMS Ultra GT3. I think the gap has grown slightly since there was a battle. I think perhaps Max in second, so maybe Concrete Climax got crossed up. However, none of that matters. It's still the most important battle on track by miles. This is the battle for second place. Live for Nurburgring 24 hours of 2015. 5.5 hours remaining here at the Nurburgring. Just taking a pause to look at the live stream, and everyone's talking in Polish, but you all seem to be understanding each other. Translate it, because I can't speak Polish. Concrete Climax, they're going off track. They just went off on the Flugplatz. Wet grass. I don't think they got damage. I'm not convinced they made contact with the barrier. If they did, they've reenacted something they did several times early on, which was bounce off the barrier without obtaining any damage, which set the conspiracy theory. Other team members, as well as I believe Luke, who's now departed us. Has now lost time. Memto89 has now lost time to Reaper Racing Squad, and my screen has actually updated with the latest timings from the split after this incident happened, and we will see. Next, Concrete Climax, though, have lost, I've said, about 5 or 6 seconds. That issue. Dakota Crafton was the guy who asked me the question about the tyres earlier on. Hope you're listening to the live stream. Racing have had a slip up, which has left concrete climax. 81's made a mistake somewhere, clearly. I don't think that ground was made up in the 10 seconds I was reading a comment. I don't think that happened that quickly, but concrete climax, more specifically Mentor 89, determined to take back what I guess they feel was robbed from them, the lead of the N24. And looking up there, that would have been extremely brave and slightly terrifying, so I'm very glad they did not do that. And unfortunately, this is another section where the Nissan can pay dividends, but not enough, clearly, because concrete climax. Mentor 89 must have had a great run out of that corner, and well, have damage, do they? They do not. The screen says they do not. I haven't heard any confirmation. They're losing straight. I know their car is not good in the wet. Because there's one thing we've learned about the Nissan GTR over the half or so hours. It's that the Nissan GTR is incredible in all the high-speed sections, so I'm not convinced everything is okay with that car. Eamon Macaulay, would it be racist if I typed in random letters? Slightly. Let them have their fun. Keep it in. We'll get the English going again at some point soon. Back to the coverage, and Wool Reaper Racing going off there, aquaplaning wildly onto the grass. I wouldn't be surprised if the wing mirror clipped the barrier ever so slightly there, but not enough to cause any issues. Meanwhile, reports from the leaders, apparently Green Hell Heathens are listening to ABBA. Mamma mia. Not sure why they do such a thing, but that's what they're doing, so that's their motivation. Maybe the Swedish Shining Light will provide the Australians with the guidance they need to take this N24 victory here. Things I thought I'd never say, cross that one off the list. 5 hours and 10 minutes and change left to go here, 5 hours and 11 minutes if you really want to be precise. And looks as if Reaper Racing, as long as the rain keeps falling, are pretty much out of contention at this point. Green Hell Heathens and Concrete Climax Racing, however, now between Green Hell Heathens and Concrete Climax, it will be quite high. Indeed, it is 1 minute 22 seconds. So definitely not a great time there. Concrete Climax, oddly enough, in Sector 15 of the circuit, set a 22.7, which is their personal best sector in that sector during the race. Do remember that there has been dry spells in that race, so I'm not convinced. Although I'm not sure how they've managed to do that in the wet, even if it is, and I believe it is the section between the Dottinger, or along the Dottinger. The section is essentially a drag strip. But even in the wet, that's quite impressive. So fair dues to Jammy Aussie, who's doing absolutely awesome stuff behind. Mentor 89 some time ago. Mentor 89 doing very, very well. I was just about to answer Eamon Macaulay's question from the live stream. Tom Chorley has helpfully jumped in. Thank you, Tom. Indeed, they're all in the same destination. Some have travelled literally thousands of miles to get to the rest of their teammates for this race, and real dedication shown throughout the field just to get here and be here for the N24. But this is how much it means to these people, and if you're liking what you're seeing, want to be a part of the Core N24 in 2016, like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, keep up to date with the news, as Inferno Racing, they're getting squirrely, and I'm not entirely sure whether that car is in good nick or not, because that doesn't look normal. I'm going to check, as it were, and well, Green Hell Heathens don't seem to be too alarmed by anything. They haven't posted anything about damage, so I can only assume that was a moment of low grip. There's actually Inferno Racing I'm looking at, so I'm getting my BMWs confused, I think, although I'm convinced I saw an Australian flag over that. Steve Rogers summing up the N24 brilliantly. The whole meeting up to race situation is what makes the event. It is a real social interaction. That is very true. All of these little bunkers across the world for people to compete in N24, and I think that's part of what makes the event very special. If you can hear my dog, I'm sorry. He's been trying to join the commentary team all day. I've explained to him that it's not really an audience for his language. As Steve Rogers is saying at the moment, you really need 3 or 4 people to do an N24 or any 24-hour race online or otherwise. Although, as he points out rightly, Reaper Racing are doing an incredible job with just 2 people this year, and indeed they are. I don't think there's anyone argue that point. They've recently fallen away, but that's more to do with the strengths and weaknesses of their equipment rather than the drivers behind the wheel. Both GT Academy finalists, both very good drivers. It's definitely not their equipment. Sorry, it's definitely not their driving skill. It is their equipment letting them down slightly in these conditions. They've also been passed actually by Gothic Racing Empire. That's not a past position. Gothic Racing Empire are running 6th place, 2 laps down on the leaders. Unfortunately, the way we have to do the restarts, that's the way it displays on screen. So I'm sorry for that, but Inferno Racing 4th place on my screen at the moment, leading the race on the timing screens. 4th place, not actually a lap down anymore. Been on the cusp of being a lap down for a mighty long time. They are technically on the lead lap at this point, so that means 4 people, or 4 teams just about on the lead lap. AS15PL has a nice good morning message to welcome himself back to the M24. Action throughout the morning, throughout the afternoon and evening last night. It's good to have him back. I know he's rooting for P24 tonight, today, sorry. And just an update for P24 on you, for you at the moment. They're 5th place overall. They're running 1 lap down. Their closest competition is on screen for you now. That's Inferno Racing. Between the 2 of them, I think, if I have, is about 3 minutes. I'm just going to do the calculations now to be certain of that statistic. It's actually approaching 4 minutes, so quite the gap for them to try and make up. Definitely not easy stuff. I think there's probably about half a lap between the 2, really, so there's also half a lap between Gothic Racing Empire and Poland 24 Racing, maybe 2/3 of a lap in favour of Poland 24, but I could be wrong on that one. But it's definitely the top 3 where your focus should be, with Green Hell Heathens leading the way. Almost 19 hours into this race. leading the race after yet another disconnection, the second disconnection from the Corvette team, Octane Racing, leading to a bunching up of the field, which diminished a lead of almost 7 minutes for this left the door open for Green Hell Heathens and Reaper Racing to capitalise. Took first and second, and Green Hell Heathens have kept hold of that lead for a long time now, while Reaper Racing have plummeted down the timesheets somewhat. But Concrete Climax, with their one of their stronger drivers, is the one between John and Matt behind the wheel, doing all they can to gain on Green Hell Heathens, but the gap is practically 90 seconds at this moment in time. And the last lap from Green Hell Heathens was a 9:16, while on Memto 89's end it was a 21.877. So the numbers speak for themselves. Green Hell Heathens looking to be in control at the moment. Mint GTR, their fastest driver, behind the wheel at this point in time. Just looking for any other driver changes that have happened lately among the front runners. RCB92 of the Inferno Racing BMW, that's been the case since the restart. Nico Demas is back behind the wheel of the Mercedes SLS of Gore. And the most recent change I can see is Play 117 hopping back into the Octane Racing Corvette. So a few driver changes in the last 10 or so laps. So that tends to happen with a reset. Things kind of reset, and most of the drivers take the opportunity to hop out of their cabin for just a short while. Sometimes that can be down to frustration, sometimes down to fatigue, and sometimes down to strategy calls from a higher power. So Inferno Racing coming into the pit lane, so low on fuel, and rightfully making their pit stop. I imagine the top three who will be following shortly will be making similar moves. And indeed, the leader of the race, Green Hell Heathens, Mint GTR, is in the pit lane, and we have news from a key team at that. Concrete Climax, damage on the rear right, and Memto 89 is pushing hard. Speculative, perhaps too. But either way, his price that he's had to pay after this latest moment is rear right damage, although in theory, no, he wouldn't have pitted this lap at all. Half a tank of fuel. They have already pitted once, so of course for the driver change. So it's rear left damage. Apologies for that, I was actually misinformed, but it's good that we're getting this information anyway. I'm not sure whether he'll have it fixed in pit road. We're about to find out as he is grounding the final chicane. Still seems to be pretty on it, pretty confident. Getting very slidey there though, so I didn't think he was going to. Nope, he's carried on. Still 100% weather. Doesn't look to be going down anytime soon, so these guys are going to continue in the monsoon no matter what. Don't believe we'll ever see a red flag for weather conditions in this one. Let's check the live stream from some of your comments. General conversation there. Don't really need to get involved discussing the form of the SLSs. So If you want to get involved in that conversation, just open up the chat, which should already be there for you in all honesty. Connect with the rest of the core fans. Is P24 on screen? Convenient enough, they're just talking about P24. Apparently they do use traction control, which is an interesting little tidbit. Didn't know that. Doesn't appear to be showing traction control on the acceleration. Can't see it, but perhaps that is the case. I'm not going to say that the people who claimed it, that's Inferno Racing Team actually, are wrong. Of course, they're in direct battle, but they are in competition with P24 at this moment in time, since it is Inferno in 4th place, P24 in 5th, and you've got to wonder how far back P24 would be, or how far in front possibly P24 would be without that I'll call it a first lap blunder. It was the first lap of the restart. After getting the show on the road. The wet tyres were still on the wagon from an earlier rainstorm, and at the time it was bone dry, so I'm sure any mildly next they found themselves facing the wrong way and had to try and rattle the car home on a set of wets that were crying no. As they make their pit stop, should be fairly scheduled. Octane Racing in the 8th, blasting by the pit lane, seem to be on relatively decent form at this moment in time. Octane Racing, they're going off at the first corner again. Took my eye off the screen there just a second, and that has happened to them again. Last time I saw them on screen, the same thing occurred. So, first corner braking zone in these wet conditions. A lot of aquaplaning. It does seem to be getting the better of Cobra 75. Or was it Play 117 now? I can't actually remember. I'll check that now. I want to place blame on the wrong driver. It's Play 117. Cobra got out on lap 8, so I apologise to Cobra 75 for misplacing his name and placing the blame on him when the blame was not meant to go his way. Green Hell Heathens still leading the way here. I believe they've still got a nice cushion over the Concrete Climax lads. 48 seconds. Of course, there was a pit stop factored in there, which does take about 40 seconds, so no real cause for alarm at this point. I'd imagine the only real cause for alarm is himself after that damage, and maybe Angry Mento is ultra effective Mento. I'm sure we'll find out sooner rather than later. And an exchange of words from Tor and Gore. Gore, I don't think it's been mentioned on the broadcast, are actually running the stream kindly for us today, and they apologised blunder on the broadcast, but I'm not at liberty to say that at this time of the morning. In fact, I'm not at liberty to say that on Core Television or on Core TV YouTube programming at all. So I'm going to leave that as it is. I'll leave it to your imaginations. It could be anything you like. I think the longest stint, COD Demon apparently did 4 hours 30 minutes in the car for that long. But I know that Clark has done a 4 hour stint. I'm fairly sure he did a very long stint in the morning as well, but I didn't time it as such. But it's definitely R. Clark or COD Demon, according to his team, who have set the longest stint so far. Overnight, it's quite regular for teams to send out a driver for a long haul. Johnny B 1990 was that man for Concrete Climax, and various other drivers had very long stints. So that is a common practice in the N24, and I'm sure we can expect maybe one more big Poland 24 there. Got a bit stuck on the inside curb, it almost spat them out onto the outside grass, but composed themselves well there. Still in fifth position at this point, haven't really made any real gains on Inferno Racing. They have many gains to make if they want to get into the top four. Either way, fifth place would be a good result, would not be a great result. I think they'd want better than that. I think they'd want to improve on their form and capitalise on their form that they showed on both years of N24. They've always been there or thereabouts. They never steal the show. They're always kind of quietly sitting there in the back with consistency, and unfortunately when it has gone wrong, it's gone wrong badly for them, and it's left them somewhat further down the order than anyone had anticipated. Not sure who's talking for Inferno Racing on the live stream chat, but apparently he literally fell out of the seat and slept for a couple of hours. So sleeping buddy next to you as you drive on the N24, I do hope he didn't snore. Distracting for everyone. Just about to go towards areas. I know what would have happened if I was controlling the car, but that is why I'm talking right now rather than driving. Total Octane Racing, sorry, Team Octane Racing, starting to sound a little bit like a self-help video, if I'm honest. Commenting on their latest damage spree, as I'm going to call it. Lol, we are having a wonderful time. Think happy, happy, happy. And it just sounds like the last words before someone bursts into tears in the lunatic asylum, to be honest. But I do hope the Swedish team the best in the next 4 hours and 51 minutes. This Green Hell Heathens are pulling off an impressive drift. I don't know if anyone's told them this isn't a drift season. 24 hours. The idea is to keep the car straight and true and relatively quick in order to win the race. You've been doing quite well so far. Don't start doing Ken Block stuff now. Come on. The sound of that BMW V8. It divides opinions, seemingly, throughout core. However, I quite like it. It's not quite what it is in real life. In real life, it's a thunderous V8 noise. Absolutely incredible. But I don't think it sounds too bad. I mean, there are worse sounding vacuum cleaners on this game than the Z4 for sure. Following up from their Lunatic Asylum tweet. No, it was not a tweet. It was a message on Skype. Regardless, after their asylum outburst, rear right damage for Tor. So just play the Pharrell Williams song, do some yoga, everything's going to be okay, guys. It's my mouse mouse there decides to glitch and not let me actually see the screen for a few seconds as it tries to make me click other things. That was somewhat interesting. Back with you with Green Hell Heathens leading the way here. Concrete Climax not close, but not exactly a distant second position. They are currently all of 60 seconds back, but they are. I do think they were losing time before they hit pit lane, so be interesting to see where that goes for them. Concrete Climax now back out of the pit. Johnny B 1990 is now back behind the wheel, getting on with the car in the wet conditions. The knife edge he was talking about earlier did seem to stab him in the throat in a little bit, and he didn't manage to fight back, and rightfully so if you've got metaphorical blood streaming out of your throat. Nice comment from Ian Macaulay on the share. If you're listening to me though, your eyes can look at it. Clark, R. Clark of Inferno Racing? Reaper Racing did 31 laps earlier on, so that's a lot of laps. Say a lap is, for the sake of adding the pit stops, about 8 minutes times 8, 830 by 10, and we get 83 times 80 by another 3 to get 30. We have 240 times 3 by 3, shockingly enough you get 9. So it's safe to say they did a lot of laps and a lot of time behind the wheel. Unfortunately, in my mind, which has been up since sometime yesterday morning. I've no longer kept track of when I actually woke up yesterday. However, I have been up for the entirety of the M24 at the very least. Has lost track of exactly where we are in terms of that calculation that I was doing out loud. If anyone can pick up the pieces and go from there, feel free. But Clarky did a lot of laps, is essentially the impression I'm getting from that. Team Green Hell Heathens, second position on the screen, first position in the race. Currently leading Concrete Climax, Johnny B 1990, by 1 minute and 31 seconds. Johnny B 1990 pulled out a masterful 2:30 AM in the morning, perhaps 3 AM. Setting a 9:11 water reference in the damp. It's not dampen his achievement. 9 minutes quicker than the rest. The fact that he's back out in that car in the wet conditions again makes for a tasty prospect with just 5 hours remaining, or sorry, 4 hours and 45 minutes remaining. So we're just approaching the mark of an actual VLN race in real life. Obviously the VLN races are 4 hours for the most part in real life. We haven't got that far to go, and I'm fairly sure at one point there was a 4 hour 45 ALMS race, although most of them were 2 hours 45. Well, I could be making up motorsport history. I'm not really that sure. All I know is that Green Hell Heathens are still leading, and I'm not sure whether they are being reeled in by Concrete Climax or not. It's not displaying on the timesheets yet. Things looking positive for now for the BMW driver. getting a bit twitchy there on the curbs. I personally wouldn't try and touch those curbs in these conditions, but obviously these drivers do know every millimetre, every inch of this circuit. So, like the back of their hand. So they know where they can push and where they can't. I know that if I try and push, I'll end up in a barrier. Once again, I think just touching the grass there. So that Johnny B 1990 is back behind the wheel, and yeah, that is why they are suddenly pushing. High Revs Racing have asked about restarts. Heathen Pride has answered them with a grand total of 3 restarts. So this is down to disconnections then, and later, Plutz the Duck asking what the situation is. GH Max, Concrete Climax are about 1.5 minutes back at the moment. They are followed by Reaper Racing, who is a further 1 minute 40-ish seconds behind the team Concrete Climax Audi R8. Fourth place is Inferno Racing. They're a lap down, well, not quite a lap down, they're technically just about on the lead lap. They're ahead of Poland 24 Racing, also a lap down, and Green Hell Heathens there just getting a little bit twitchy. Next up we have the Gothic Racing Empire, 2 laps down, then Octane Racing. And that is your field as it stands currently, and thank you to Heathen Pride for posting some of the split times for the top 4 drivers. Always good to have a little extra help throughout this N24. And a message in from my core co-commentator Luke Shinsworth, who was here with me about an hour and 10 minutes ago, and saying that he's watching the race from his radio show. So this local author that he was telling us about can't be as interesting as the race, and if she's there, I do apologise, but we're both petrol heads, so he's probably going to agree. And so watching from the studio, hope he is enjoying it as much as everyone else, and definitely as much as me. If I wasn't enjoying this race, I wouldn't have been up for the entirety of it. I know, Special K, yeah, shush. But it is, it's given me the energy to go through the night from about 9 o'clock onwards. And I'm very excited to have watched pretty much all of the twists and turns of this brilliant 24-hour race that we've been blessed with on this weekend. Green Hell Heathens still leading the way. I think it's pretty much stagnant at the moment between let's have a look. Okay, yeah, still about 1 minute and 32 seconds. Oh no, it's just been cut by another 2 seconds, so it's down 1 minute and 30 between Concrete Climax and Team Green Hell Heathens. Rain Maestro, Johnny B 1990 behind the wheel. And big change from when Plutz the Duck went to bed. Well, there were restarts. Most restarts were almost 7 minutes clear. Bunched up the field. Green Hell Heathens and Reaper Racing immediately taking initiative and taking the 1-2 as such from Concrete Climax and dropped down to third. Led Reaper Racing to fall down the pack, so GTR is not particularly suited to these wet conditions, and Since then, the story has essentially been Green Hell Heathens taking the lead and Concrete Climax falling further back. High Res Racing asking if we're going to combine all the times from each restart. Every restart is not like a new race. It is the combined times of every event so far, as such, if you want to call them separate events. Hence the reason second place on screen is actually second. Gets more and more confusing as with every restart that passes us by, but here at the core HQ in the core journalism arm, we are doing our very best to try and keep you informed, and of course we have helpful participants, helpful fans keeping an eye on things for us in the live stream comments section as well, and their help is invaluable, can't give them enough credit. So we hope that you are enjoying, and we hope that you can understand what is happening to the best of your abilities. If you're enjoying this race, if you're a petrol head, share it on your Facebook page. Get that YouTube link up there and share it on your Facebook page, because this is brilliant action, and I'm sure that if your friends are into drinking petroleum, then they will be well into this digital race. Something very, very exciting indeed for anyone who is into things with four wheels, or even things with two wheels, as Tom proved earlier, trying to spark up a bit of a conversation about motorbikes in the early hours. Turned into a bit of a Billy No-Mate situation, really. We tried to humour him for long enough, didn't we? Tom will be back with us, I think about at the turn of the afternoon, so actually only an hour and a half away. That's gone quite quickly. I'm very surprised at how quickly the morning has swept away from me. I was intending to have breakfast, but I think I could only classify it as brunch at this point if I were to leave you. However, I'm not going to, as my dog, for the third time, tries to become a part of this broadcast for reasons that I do not understand. Seems to have only been a brief issue though, so not to worry. Give me just a few minutes. There has been a small issue at home, however, I will be but mere seconds, and if something does happen, I'll just go. Okay, apologies for that unexpected arrival. My dogs are very good guard dogs. They'll inform me of any situation. Unfortunately, they do it very loudly, and sometimes it is incredibly frustrating. And that was one of those situations. So not a lot that can be done about that one. I'll just shut my door to try and minimize the impact of my creatures, and then we can get back to covering the race properly. Shut goes the door, quiet goes the dog. Back to the N24. We're currently looking at Inferno Racing. One lap, well, not one lap down, about 9 minutes down. Hell Heathens, fourth position, some 5 to 6 minutes ahead of Poland 24 at this point, and race was going oh so well for them. If you're watching earlier in the day, or earlier in the 24 hours, they were pretty much consistently leading the first 9 or 10 hours, and then, to be honest, they had a few slip-ups, and gradually they also had a 90-second penalty for avoidable contact with the current leaders. And also some heavy engine damage. So they gradually fell down the order and ended up a lap behind. Steve Rogers saying Green Hell Heathens in the lead from Reaper Racing, on the same lap as Reaper Racing, CCR, and then Inferno Racing, which he's quite right about. Then a lap down on the leaders is P24, seconds, 1 lap behind, you're quite right there. 2 laps behind, still, I believe, I don't think they've been lapped a third time yet. Correct me if I'm wrong, people within Core HQ. 2 laps down, Gothic Racing Empire. Many laps down, I can't really. Team Morphine. They are followed by Restolo Team and Team Octane Racing. A couple of questions. Darren Freeman, are these scheduled restarts, i.e. every 8 hours? No. They occur when someone disconnects from the room. Since the team, and how many drivers are there per team? 2 to 4, although one team I believe has used 5 at this point. That question from High Revs Racing. Darren Freeman quite right answering the question, 2 to 4. Scheduled restarts, they are not. It's based on when someone disconnects, and obviously have travelled to meet up to take part in this race, because they will have to be in the same same location in order to take part. If someone, for example, he's travelled a couple of thousand miles across Australia in order to be with his team for this weekend, if they were to disconnect, you can't say to someone who's done 2,000 miles to get here after, say, 4 hours of the race that you can't take part anymore. You've got to let them back in. So there is a rule in place, and it's definitely shaken up the race. Unfortunately, it's not the best system that it's not the best system in the world. It does affect the way the race is flowing at times. However, it's provided us excitement, and it is the best solution we have. Inferno Racing go off there. Extremely lucky there, to be honest. But a bit of a moment there, got a bit loose on the and explained it all. It's the best solution we have for the situation we've been placed in, and that's the way the cookie crumbles, as some cartoon character or puppet once said. 2 drivers only, that is hard. That's from High Revs Racing. It is very difficult indeed. There is only so much time to form a team. R. Clark 83 and Glenhouse 81 have not found a third driver. They're both GT Academy finalists, however, so they are. Drivers are going to do it. It will be them. Octane Racing compensate with 2 drivers, currently last in the standings after an array of misfortunes. GT Academy finalist team is Reaper Racing, who are currently 3rd in the standings. Sorry for calling the spin at the last chicane late at the time, so was therefore looking at the stream, which is delayed compared to the feed I have on my Skype, and since they look pretty much the same, it does get a little bit confusing sometimes, especially when trying to read all of your comments, but it's good for a nice little bridge between the broadcast team, whether it's just me, as it often seems to have been in the last, whoever else is in there, and of course also a bridge between me and the drivers, and you, and we can all be one core N24 unit, looking out for each other throughout the race. So doing my best to juggle the Skype I have before me now and the YouTube comments. I do get a little mixed up sometimes, but not to worry, we will persevere. Don't think that not a fatal blow in the battle-ish with Poland 24 Racing. Still haven't got a lap down, although they're a lot closer to being a lap down now. It's a matter of about 6 seconds between themselves and Green Hell Heathens. Talking of gaps, let's have a look at the gaps between Green Hell Heathens and Concrete Climax. 1 minute 31, so it's not really changing, even with the Rain Maestro. Johnny B9. Yeah, it's very difficult. just reading Heathen Pride discussing that you can lose a lap or you do lose. It does depend on where the leader is on the track when you disconnect, because essentially we keep going. Leader next crosses the line, and at that point all the other drivers complete their lap and then they all stop with the leader, so you could lose 2 laps in a mathematic conundrum, let's say, which caused that to happen to you. Very unfortunate soul if that is the case. So, calming down a little bit at the moment, calming down as much as you can in the rain at the Nurburgring. There's not a lot of room. We've taken Strepsil or had a drink. Definitely wouldn't recommend any chewing gum in case something happens. Somewhat calm here out on track. It's good to have this little breather, because I do think of the N24 we are going to see. I do think we're going to have probably a battle for the win, if I'm honest. Kind of hoping that spray-ridden screen for the rest of this race. I would like to see a little bit of sunlight again. I'd like to see some sunlight over the green hell. Shining Hell does sound like an awesome rock song. And again, before the end of the race, it'd be nice for the sake of presentation to have the leaders cross the line in the beautiful sunlight, but and if the circumstance gives us grit, then grit we will take, and we will have the spray-ridden finish of the N24. And the only team I can think of that would look forward to that more than anyone is Gothic Racing Empire, who seem to have been consistently doing rain dances throughout, so I'm sure they're reveling in the current conditions. Not sure how they're doing in relative to Concrete Climax, who are ahead of them on the road, actually, in terms of pace. Concrete Climax, of course, they are 2 laps down in 6th place, Gothic Racing Empire, so not particularly relevant to Concrete Climax's race, regardless of whether they are closing in or falling away. What is relevant, though, is the gap between Concrete Climax and Reaper Racing, which is well over 2 minutes. I think about 2 minutes and 15 seconds now between Reaper Racing and Concrete Climax. I do think that, barring any further calamities, there have been enough already, we have pretty much seen the best of Reaper Racing now. The rain has been going on too long and too strong for their Nissan GTR and its setup. So I think we can possibly write off as my dark horse for today's race, saying all the wrong things. Interesting happens, perhaps. Obviously, as a commentator, you do have these weird powers that no one can truly explain, but I believe it's called Sod's Law. Apparently, P24 had to do a full wheel change in a pit stop, which is somewhat amazing. And apparently, GTPL Old Boy from P24 uses DS3 in this race. I didn't know that. But I'd probably have to ask the same if I was in this kind of event. Will Core also be hosting another big GT3 only event like the Spa 24? Definitely, it's definitely in our intentions for the future. We want to cover as many of the major endurance races: Bathurst 12, Daytona 24. So you would love to do something like Sebring, but can't happen. Spa is a big one. It's one we definitely want to do at some point. Whether it will happen this year, we don't know or not. It comes down to time. But as Core TV has said, we would like to, but it is very difficult to get the manpower. It's difficult for the teams to have to meet up. A lot of effort goes into this event behind the scenes since a day or two after the actual N24 finish last year. It's been a year in the making, and doing it twice a year would put a lot of strain on everyone involved, and though we do want to do it, we'll do it. Cannot confirm whether 2015 will be that year or not. I think the main thing, like us on Facebook at Core Online Racing, follow us on Twitter at Core Online Race, and keep tuned because we will announce it as soon as we know if there is anything that may interest you. So Green Hell Heathens and Inferno Racing still fairly close to each other. You can just see the Inferno Racing in the foreground of the shot there. A bit out of focus, cameraman, come on. But obviously focusing on the lead. BMW's line astern at this point in time, so good little publicity photo for the BMW wall, no doubt, Bavarian Motor Works. Cycles in the past as well, of course, so a diverse array of vehicles and projects to have come out of that factory. I think arguably one of the most ambitious has to be one of their most recent, and that is the BMW. Many fans gone to Photoshop to show us what it like motorsport involvement from them, with appearances at Goodwood Festival of Speed, also the official safety car at the FIA Formula E, which I believe is at Miami this weekend. But definitely electric racing and projects such as the i8 and BMW, and it will pay dividends for them in the long run. Or the BMW. Interruption. I think the people who unexpectedly arrived at my house not so long ago, just thank God, and that set my dog off once more. And the rarity of the event does indeed add to the special feeling that we will have on this one weekend a year. The last 2 weeks, solid build-up has been so exciting and so for everyone involved. Steve Rogers saying that the engine sounded a bit rough there. Well done, be proud of yourself. Very funny. Yeah, not much I can do about that. I can't really lock them away anyway. Use that noise, so that is an occasional pitfall. I have company with me by about 12 o'clock. So that's I'm very happy to just do this solo on my own for now. N24's felt a bit like my baby this year. Stayed up all night with it as it rained, such drawing my attention. No matter what. Definitely, I think the N24 really does reinvigorate your for not just online racing, but racing in general, especially when you're closely involved with. There's a sense of dread. I'm not gonna lie. There's a sense of dread in the week building up to it. The oh my god, it's finally here. I haven't sorted this. I haven't done that. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? I have to work the night before. Someone help me. This is all my personal experience. Don't really know what the others was thinking, let alone the competitors. And season in real life is starting to wind back up, and I think this is a really good warm-up, as well as the core 2015 season. It all kind of, much like the Daytona 24 Hours is for the endurance racing community in real life. This is a great start off the core, and it's also, for me, on a personal note, a great start to my 2015 season. 2015, due to commentary, I've done a lot of commentary. College work, it's kind of left me in the sideline. This is definitely a kind of event that makes you realise that you should put some more time into this when you can, but hopefully I can ride that wave and be with you more throughout the rest of 2015 once the core calendar has kind of formed itself, because things are still not all confirmed at this moment in time. And Eamon comment that I was making earlier, 25 plus cars on the grid. I was discussing such things earlier on, I think with Tom, that we only went from 6 to 16 in 2010, but as greedy as it beat PlayStation 4 when it does arrive, with the to be with him 12 or so hours ago, I think it might be 4, since he talked to us. He gave the impression that the PS4 was coming in soon. It's been in development for a long time, Gran Turismo 7 on the PS4. There's not an if there's not an E3 announcement this year, there will be one before Christmas, I reckon. Not at E3, obviously. E3 only comes around once a year, but on Gran Turismo 7 by the end of this year. They really need to increase the grid size. New cars in. They could also do with, but they could do with deleting some of the duplicates in particular from the car list. We don't care if the number is only 1,300 cars, let's say, by the time we get to GT7, but if Japanese duplicates or other duplicates have disappeared, and we've got to replace them with modern day GT3, modern day LMP, all of the new hypercars that have gone onto the scene, the 918, the FXX, the LaFerrari, the McLaren P1, and so on. If we can get all of them on the game, then, and many more, although not many more really, even that would be a good trade-off for 7 dozen. The thing is, a more diverse array of cars and a slightly larger section of tracks, some of the tracks coming back, some of the real-world circuits that have been neglected so far, such as Sebring making their debut to Gran Turismo. No end, it would be that spark that everyone's looking for, and with competition like Project Cars and even Assetto Corsa, Project Cars on the PlayStation as well, so the first time there's really been direct simulation on PlayStation. I do think that the Polyphony Digital are going to have their hand forced. They don't have an option. If Project Cars come with a project that we've been seeing on YouTube and gameplay videos, and even if you own PC capable of gaming, the builds that we've been able to get on the PC, if that comes to PS4, then if Polyphony Digital don't want their franchise blown out of the water, they're going to have to work. So hopefully friendly, or maybe even not friendly competition, and bring the best out of Polyphony Digital, refocusing back on the race. Team Green Hell Heathens from 1 minute and 42 seconds at this very moment, as and still very much drowning somewhat in the dust, as we see there, or drowning in the drizzle of Inferno Racing, going off slightly there onto the grass. A bit of a moment there. Let's have a look at the team chat to see if anything has happened. It's Racing had said earlier in the day, I can hear racing cars and smell food, who needs sleep? And there's another one from Heathen Pride. TV broadcast. I'll leave it to your imagination, and well, Heathen Pride can say it on the comments if he wants to. That's not my problem. But some more comments, interesting comments that have been brought up following my thoughts on the Gran Turismo 7 situation. HSV is here for the banter, Felix Rigby. Fair enough. Hello, Felix. Recognise you, buddy. I won't buy PS4, but will just use my PS or something. I can't spend money on PS4 just for GT7 with things missing that should be in a racing game. And that's Eamon Macaulay there, making his feelings well known. That's the thing, you say that now, but sometimes desire before mind, desire before be the case in life. Certainly for me, maybe I'm too impulsive. Maybe you're a very sensible man. I won't automatically classify you down into the. If that's your decision, that's fair enough, and hopefully you can enjoy it darn good from the footage I have seen. Yeah. 4 hours and about 10 minutes left to run here at the Core N24 of 2015. About a real-life VLN race left to go. Very authentic Nurburgring weather currently blessing us here. Very Nurburgring Nordschleife, omnipresent on the racing scene for over 90. Hopefully with us for many years to come. The V making sure that the old North Loop does not get put to good use, other than people crashing their Vauxhall Astras into barriers. Just look up. Exactly what I mean. making sure we with a class international field. Nurburgring layout, the full layout, and I'm sure it has its detractors. Jackie Stewart is among them, but it's great to see this track is still in great use to this day, and we try our best to replicate N24, and we hope you enjoy the fruits of our work, the fruits of the drivers' work. And I think the drivers that have worked hardest so far, because they must be, they're in the lead, so they must have worked the hardest, is Green Hell Heathens, still leading this race despite having Inferno Racing showing their way around. Yeah, so that was I don't know if that's a help or a hindrance really with that much spray, so but 1 minute and 46 between and Concrete Climax. So Johnny B9 Master, as I've chosen to nickname him, being outmastered, frankly, by I believe it's still Mint GTR behind the wheel. It is. Or in the comment section. 24 currently GTPL Old Boy behind the wheel, currently in their closest rival is actually Inferno due to various restarts and issues. Green Hell Heathens lead from Concrete Climax and Reaper Racing all on the lead lap, followed by Inferno Racing 1 lap down and also 1 lap down. Yes, they are actually. I can confirm that myself. I think they're still 2 laps down. Can't actually be sure of that. Many laps further behind, we have Team Morphine, and then Restolo Team and Octane Racing rounding out your field. What Polyphony Digital have written on their boards, and you can't help the fact that disconnections have scurried the order around, so I can do my best to deliver them to you. Hopefully someday we find a graphics whiz who can give us graphics, but we are yet to do that yet. Well, we have found people like that, but not me. So hopefully we can find someone who has a hobby like we do, petrol, and strangely virtual petrol, pixel petrol if you will, online racing. So yes. They're still live here at the Nurburgring 24-hour layout. Team Octane Racing there, slightly in the way as Green Hell Heathens coming for a pit stop just seconds after Inferno Racing do the same. Of course, they're at the mercy of fuel here rather than tyres. It's only the Le Mans circuit where you tend to run out of fuel for tyres, a possible exception of Monza, although I do think it has a strain on the tyres beyond the fuel as well. But in the wet here at the Nurburgring, the tyres aren't fading so much, and the fuel is. So since 100% weather doth continue, and we keep aquaplaning our way around this legendary race circuit, we do have full fuel reloads rather than stopping for tyres and throwing in just about half a tank to get around for 3 laps. Got longer stints, slower laps, and fuel consumption being the mercy rather than tyres. Okay, so I think it was High Tech Racing asking whether you're related to the Core Autosports team in America who run the factory Porsche effort in the US, and as Core TV just confirmed, we are not. There are many different core brands out there. Seemingly a core yoga out there somewhere. We used to just use hashtag core for several things and stuff. So we had to amend that issue, and yeah, but we are Core Online Racing. We're a completely independent, unique entity from Core Autosport. The only real racing we have any link with this year is, of course, Aquila Racing Cars, who produce the high-powered CR1 prototype, and also the new Synergy, which has a small Toyota engine that you can find in the Igo, 172 brake horsepower per ton. So, new club racing sports car coming to us for 2015. But they are our only link with any sports program or motor racing. Eamon Macaulay there saying, "Director, show more on board. It's nice to see people's lines." I concur, nothing like a good onboard lap, so if the director wants a problem with that. As Felix Rigby rightly says, Corso also at the core program, so definitely very active in the world of American autosport. Very much done well for themselves. They're not related to the Autosport magazine either, by the way. That's just a coincidence as well. Shared a racing team with Autosport magazine, though, wouldn't it? Mauro 954RR, not really 100% sure what you mean. It's definitely an official race, but let's face it, the people competing are fans of the sport we are emulating here on Gran Turismo today. Core Nurburgring 24 hours, but it is primarily for fans and people who love motorsport. It's our official race, but it's obviously not the official race. I think the official race takes place in. It took place in June last year, so I assume they've moved it to June permanently. It used to be in May, but all I know is it's actually in Germany, and it should be very exciting. And as Steve Rogers has rightly said, Green Hell Heathens Racing have just made it past Inferno Racing, no bearing on actual positions. That's essentially just being relapped, actually, Inferno Racing. So they've been unlapped just for about an hour and a half, and they finally speed of Green Hell Heathens and Mint GTR. BMW Z4 GT3 for just a couple of minutes there. Took a quick break to obviously bed, and after about 20 hours that does take its toll on your bones and muscles, so I just thought I had to have a little bit of a skip around. Unfortunately, I am quite a loud person, so I think I just woke up or disturbed everyone downstairs, but I've been talking all through the night, so if they're annoyed with me, they would have probably said something by now. Gothic Racing Empire at this moment in time. Still running a strong sixth after a disastrous first 6 or so hours, I think. They never really got their stride until about a quarter of the way into the race, and but they've recovered well. Too little too late, but they have recovered well, and they should be proud of their performance. It's not left them with a top result. They should be proud of their performance at today's race. And Felix Rigby there, otherwise known as HSV, knowing that, or stating that the commentary is intermittent, it cuts off occasionally. This is a problem we've been experiencing throughout the race. We've reset everything, multiple different stream links up to try and fix this issue. Haven't been able to do so, so I'm afraid that it can't be fixed. We've tried our very best, but this is the best we can do for you. But do remember, last year we had no commentary at all. In fact, what we had was me in the commentary stream talking to everyone, and I then fell asleep. Something don't ever let me forget. I fell asleep, I think around this time last year. Woke up about 15 minutes after the finish, and yeah, probably going to define my time at core no matter what I do from this point onwards. We're now within the 4 hours mark, and Felix Rigby noting is not complaining, but I've reeled that speech off about 8 times throughout the race. I deserve to know. So just over, or just under, Green Hell Heathens, mind glitch, still having a track as they're proving with a continuing lead over Concrete Climax, although that's down actually to just over a minute, although there is pit stops taken into account on that as well. From Concrete Climax have made a pit stop since that. Who's currently in for them? Mento 89 is back in. Johnny B 1990 relinquishing the seat to Mento 89. Be interesting to see whether Mento can salvage some time, find some extra time in that Audi R8 in order to try and chase down Mint GTR. And some people saying on the stream, Mint GTR could go all the way if he wants to, and to be honest, I'm not sure that the likes of Dave, Heathen Pride, Widfo, and It's Racing would mind just sitting there watching him, to be honest. Crack a few beers, laugh at him as when he win and if he crashes, and enjoy a good day in. Concrete Climax into the pits once more. I think that note that I just read out on the Johnny B 1990 Mentor 89 switch was actually written in advance for this pit stop. Indeed it was. So Johnny B 1990 just handing over the car to Mentor 89 now. And CCR, well, they did actually lose in the last stint. They lost a bit of time, so they were as close as 1 minute and 28 before. And meanwhile, they've gone down to like 1 minute and 48. So they have lost about 20 seconds in the last hour and a half, 2 hours to Green Hell Heathens. Mint GTR doing an absolutely brilliant performance behind the wheel of that BMW Z4. Yeah, Steve just confirming the 5th stop for CCR. So the big gap that Mint GTR has built up, Heathen Pride saying Mint won't be going all the way, though he is in the groove. So from what I've read of the not the live stream comments, the team chat comments. So great performance from Mint GTR, all joking aside. Every time he's been in the car in N24, Team Green Hell Heathens has suddenly been right back up there again. He seems to have some type of magic, and hopefully his teammates can carry that through for him, because I think on his performance alone, he deserves a victory today here at the Nurburgring 24 Hours. Okay, so yeah, I do hope that a good result comes from Green Hell Heathens on Mint GTR's performance and the rest of the team as well. So Inferno Racing splitting Concrete Climax and Green Hell Heathens at the moment are currently 4th. That's just a timing screen issue we have with the various resets and restarts we've had to perform during this core 24-hour race. Concrete Climax are currently post-pit stop. They are some 1 minute and 48 seconds behind, so my prediction is correct to the second. It's not very often that happens, but I'll take it. Still 100% weather, so I don't know. I do hope that the weather fades away. If it does fade away, I reckon it'll be in the next 45 minutes or hour, because frankly, because it feels like the weather's been going on far too long. We can afford ourselves some sunshine, or at least just a dry circuit before we're through here today. And time since the start, and Ninchin, you missed one hell of a race. Where have you been, man? Reigning LMP champion along with Zobomir Van Basten, and it is Green Hell Heathens in the lead. However, it's Concrete Climax in second, followed by Reaper Racing, and then it's Inferno Racing in 4th position, followed by Inferno and Poland 24 are 1 lap behind. Then some way back we have Team Morphine Yellow Team, and they're all quite far out and very far away from the rest of continuing on with this race, and all the power to them for doing so. So they continue on, and currently about 1 minute and 50 seconds between Mint GTR in that Green Hell Heathens BMW and Concrete Climax driver Memto 89, who's working hard. So clearly had about 4 or 5 a.m. this morning, when they had a 6-minute lead that was evaporated by yet another disconnection. And of course, the disconnection procedure bunches up those who are on the same lap by consequence. So, yeah, the race has definitely been a dramatic one, and good to see new viewers popping in as the last hours of this race unfold. Good news. I imagine Adam Johnson is going to be with us in about 10 minutes' time. Adam Johnson, not only one of the voices of Core, undeniably, also the voice of Team Bomber Sports and offshoot channels, including Bomber Sports Gaming. He has a way with words, particularly a way with analogies, and also refers to Team Restolo's bright orange Nissan GTR as the Jeffecate car, and also the Tango car. Desperately to think of a better. I do think I found a better name actually, but Eastern. I'll accept it. And just some news pointed out from Steve Rogers that P24 are close to lapping Gore. Indeed they are, just 2 seconds behind their fellow SLS drivers, although they have just lost in the previous sector. So for the Polish drivers, I'll try and keep tabs on that situation for you. And I look forward to desperately trying to remember when Adam Johnson was last in the commentary booth. And since he left, I think he might have left around last night. So see well everything since he left. So we'll have a tough time explaining that to him. And just confirmed on the team chat and just speculated by Steve Rogers as well, right rear damage for P24, so they were indeed making up time on Gore, but all for nothing seemingly, because they are limping back to pit lane with some more damage. And Adam Johnson asking me for a quick recap of where we're at since last night, and I'm not going to type it to you because it'll take too long, so I'll try and do it verbally here since you do appear to be listening. Just quickly answer the question from Pucks the Duck. I believe we are going to be posting videos of the remainder of VLM. There's been issues getting commentators for that. That's entirely our fault. Myself and the other commentators, I'm not going to speak for them, we have been slacking. It is real world commitment, it is real stuff. It's not just because we're idiots. That's a part of it, it's not all of it. But anyway, what's happened since 9:30? Many restarts. Not sure if you were here, Adam Johnson, for the first restart, but there has since been 3 restarts for disconnection. Tame Racing's first disconnection. Inferno Racing, nothing's gone their way practically since they were dominating the first half of the race. Concrete Climax, the overnight dominators. To all intents and purposes, we thought Concrete Climax had the race in the bag. Then leading by about 6.5 minutes, 6.5 whole minutes, when yet another red flag happened. This was the third red flag. There was a second red flag that gave them the lead. They capitalised on Inferno Racing, which is where Inferno's racing kind of slid down the pan a little bit. More on that later. But third red flag, third restart, and Concrete Climax lost the 6.5-minute lead, at which point Green Hell Heathens and Reaper Racing, under the guidance of Mint GTR and Glenhouse 81 respectively, took first and second away from Concrete Climax up in such a huge lead. Then it started to rain, and Reaper Racing then had their problem, which is of course wet weather. Nissan GTR is not as good as it could be in wet conditions, so they have dropped through the field gradually. They're third place at the moment, still on the lead lap, but struggling out there. Team Green Hell Heathens not given way, and now have a gap of about 1 minute 45, might be getting towards 2 minutes between themselves and Concrete Climax. They have those two in the top 3 positions. Then we have fourth place, which is Inferno Racing Team, 1 lap down. Another team 1 lap down, a Poland 24 Racing, who by all rights might have been on the lead lap by now if they hadn't had wet tyres on their car at the start of the third restart. Unfortunately, the computer decided to put them on wets. So hey Apollophony Digital, way hey. And am I missing anything else in particular? Yes, the rest of the order. Gothic Racing Empire, 6th place, 2 laps down. Team Morphine, 7th, multiple laps down. Team Restolo and Octane Racing are rounding out the field. Concrete Climax still a steady second on our screens at the moment. And well, you're here now, Adam Johnson. So, hello, welcome back to the Madhouse. As Concrete Climax, sorry, just quickly, Concrete Climax, have a spin there.
2 seconds and already the action's kicking off again. Goodness me. Well, I'll be honest with you, I saw a bit of the stream during the night and what sounded like a very tired you and Tom Hughes. And I saw Concrete Climax walking away with it, and I thought, well, this is... and then suddenly I come back today and out of the picture. It's been absolute chaos, this race. I think people could have been forgiven given the long nature of the track and the race and the 9-car field. You think, well, this is going to be settled pretty long before the end, but there's been so many twists and turns already, and there's way more to go. As we can see on the screen here, Concrete Climax, that Audi R8 with did you say it was Johnny B 1990 behind the wheel?
No, it's now Memto 89.
It's now Memto 89 behind the wheel. It's got right front damage, which is going to hurt them, and it's gone wide here. That car is definitely suffering with the damage, and they were looking to close in on the Green Hell Heathens.
They had that damage before that moment we caught, just as we joined the action, so I think we might have missed something. So,
my word, this is an extraordinary race. I'm glad to get back in. I was not supposed to be back in for about another hour and a half, but
I noticed that. I was like, oh, he must have come back early. Fair enough.
What was going on? And I was like, I've got to get me some of that. This is an extraordinary race. So,
just
go
on the subject of Concrete Climax, they're now 2 minutes and 6 seconds back on Green Hell Heathens. So, in time.
No, not at all. But on the other hand, I mean, stages of the race, talk about playing the long game. They had a troubled race throughout, and those boys deserve a pat on the back for sticking in there. First turning their BMW around so quickly in the first few hours and making it gradually back up the order. And when I left last night, I believe they were 4th or 5th. They were nowhere in the overall reckoning. And now they're
kind of midfield. They were kind of midfield at about 9:30, yeah.
Yes, they were midfield and really not looking. It didn't look like, to be honest, it looked like the race was between Concrete Climax, Reaper and Inferno, and now Inferno are a lap down. I mean, goodness me, that is how the mighty have fallen, surely.
It is indeed, and just after you left, me and Luke were speculating, you know, Green Hell Heathens, if things go well for them, they might get a podium. Luke left me. I think I came. He did a Take That reference for some bizarre reason. That got me up a little bit more.
Because
then Luke came back after a nice sleep that he rubbed in quite a lot. then he kind of didn't get a word in because I suddenly got really energetic, and since then I've just kind of not stopped talking. So it's
Thought you've been talking long enough. You're well done for doing the night shift. Congratulations on that. I don't think I'd have had the to us right now, and still, but I must admit, when I caught the stream a little bit last night, and it was just before I went to bed at about 2 in the morning.
that's
It was a sort of, and Concrete Climax have. And they're going to have to come back to it, which I don't blame you for at all. I mean, at least you were in there. I was going to bed, so so one of us was at least hanging in there. But wow, what a fascinating race! And of course, we now have the weather, which we predicted would come. This is the Nurburgring Nordschleife. As if the track itself wasn't hellish enough, they had to throw brutal weather at us. And as we saw in the very first race of the first round of the VLN, that can really turn things upside down here. And have we kind of seen a dramatic change in fortunes for some of the teams out here? Have teams that were invincible in the dry suddenly become a little bit more fallible in the wet? I'm guessing Concrete Climax have been slightly less than invincible since the rain came down.
Concrete Climax did actually provide some good lap times. They set the quickest, Johnny B 1990 set the quickest wet lap time by far, 9:11, sorry. Which was about 5-6 seconds quicker than anyone else had gotten. I think the next quickest time was actually from Memto. So in the first wet conditions section of the race, as it were, they were doing extremely well for themselves. There was a second wet conditions bit where it was only really getting onto intermediate tyres, so that didn't really count for much. But for some reason, this rain, whatever difference this rain is from the rain at 2 AM or whatever it was, isn't suiting them at all. Green Hell Heathens, their fortunes have obviously turned around, but Reaper Racing is known for its strength in wet conditions, and it's proving it here. I mean, they're so far behind the top two now, and plodding around for a podium by the looks of it.
Change in fortune, and what I would say, I mean, I still can't, but they're actually a lap down, am I right?
Yeah, they are. They're a lap down, fourth position overall. I think they're very close. Well, not very close, but within 2-3 minutes, which I would call striking distance, of Reaper Racing, because Reaper Racing are a good 5 or 6, 7 even minutes down on Green Hell Heathen. A few calculations looking at the timing screen just then. And, 3/4 of a lap back on the leader, which should put them somewhere around Inferno Racing's grasp by the end of this race if it stays wet.
Yeah, you almost hope Inferno Racing can still get something out of this race, because, my God, they were just... When I left last night, it was almost impervious. They had built up a lead, lost it again under a red flag, retaken it from Reaper Racing, and unbelievable moves at the start of the race. You just thought these guys are just the team to beat, and to come back and for them suddenly to be down the order is quite a shocker. But I believe...
Yes.
You mentioned there with the Reaper Racing GTR, I think that's a classic example of some of these cars just not suiting the different conditions and the kind of curveball that the weather can suddenly throw these teams. And it's impressing me how the BMWs, at least the Green Hell Heathens, are still hanging in there in the rainy conditions. I mean, these cars were barely stable in the dry in the VLN series, and now they've got them sorted for all conditions.
Yes, and that was actually a very weird trait that was being displayed in VLN, because to all intents and purposes, the reason the BMW's been nerfed on the straights is because they're so good, which is why they're doing well in the wet now. But there was something missing from Inferno Racing's setup, which apparently RCB 929 solved, and I assume that Mint GTR did the same thing for the Australian boys at Green Hell Heathens, and they've sorted out their cars and they have found the positives of their choice for the M24.
Absolutely. I'd just like to point out, by the way, the Concrete Climax Audi did not hit at the end of that lap. So whatever that damage is, it's either not that much or they're just hanging with it. My theory is it's either, you know, it's so wet, the conditions are so filthy out there anyway, that it's barely noticeable. The handling is already pretty all over the place in such miserable conditions that damage is not really having much of an effect.
It could also be one of the many graphic failures where it will tell you the car has heavy damage when clearly it's doing 230 more miles an hour down the Mulsanne. Like, no.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely. Yeah, that's also true. I mean, the timing screens are famous for telling us that they're on normal compound road tires for some reason, rather than any sort of tire that they're
yes,
actually on. So they
I
like to throw
keep getting
toys at the
asked why
time.
they're on racing softs. I said they're not stupid.
Yeah, trust me, that's a glitch. They're not that stupid. No one
We
would
should
be.
do that for next year. We should just ban all rain tires.
That would be a true battle for survival. We've got Octane Racing here in the pits. I wanted to talk with you, by the way, about what I figured to be the sort of second split. We've had this group of cars that have faded from contention early on, but we're still sort of fairly close together. How are
I
the
just want to quickly cut over you to just say what Steve Rogers has helpfully posted for us in the chat, and that is that Green Hell Heathens just set that almighty 9:11 lap time on their last lap in the wet conditions.
in the filthy wet conditions? Oh my goodness me! Well, it proves my theory absolutely correct that the rain can completely. It's basically like flipping the table over. It's like, okay, we start again from scratch. Doing is completely out the window now. Although I would like to point out the rain indicator has just dropped to 99 and 98%. So is the weather finally starting to subside? Are we about to see yet
I-
another twist on this insane roller coaster of a race?
Funny enough, I did say it around the 3 hours 40 mark, but I thought if it was going to go down at all, it would be within the next hour. I do seem to have a way with words with the Eiffel Mountains weather system. Down, it'll be interesting to see whether it will dry up gradually over about going to peter down to a lower level of rainfall.
Well, what happens here? The question we have to ask. All the drivers in the bunkers right now, all the strategists are going to have to pay very, very close attention, because if you're coming around near to the pits and it's getting to
Indeed.
around the area where it's just dry enough to maybe go onto inters or even slicks, I don't think we're anywhere near that yet, but it's such a long lap that if you miss the pits and the track starts to dry rapidly and you're still stuck on wet tyres, you are in for an absolute world of pain. So timing's completely everything.
Concrete climax there.
Off once again, wide at that corner. They've been wide there a few times. They were wide there at the last lap. They're really struggling. I think Concrete Climax, to be honest, they'll be seeing the rain indicator gradually going down and praying to the gods on high that the sun turns out in the next 30 minutes, because they were certainly, to me anyway, much quicker in the dry conditions. The rain has not suited them this time around.
No, it definitely has not. So, not sure why that's the case, but it just looks out of control. Of course, it's well established through me several times on the broadcast, through Johnny B 1990 early on in the broadcast, that the car is on a knife edge at all times, and therefore the way you have to drive, it'll drift like an old school 70s Formula One car with big old chubby wheels, but or chubby tyres at the back. But it seems like that art of sliding the car from corner to corner is suddenly lost on Memto 89 and the rest of CCR. And if anything, I think the only driver to have pulled off any serious wet driving within the last couple of hours is actually Jamie Ozzy. Memto 89 and Johnny B 1990 have been pretty off tack in the recent times. As Memto 89 there does go off a little bit onto the inside grass. Yet another example of the woes currently being faced by the CCR squad. So not sure what to think of their chances at this point. I'm sure Reaper Racing will be paying attention, because if the weather starts to dry up of their vehicle, and maybe they can mount the comeback charge with their pair of the GT Academy finalists. And so we still have quite a large gap between first and second. I don't think it's going to have gone down any amount due to the mistakes from Concrete Climax. I'm just going to check the scoreboard. I don't think it's updated itself from the most recent couple of mistakes. I think it's about 90 seconds between Team Green Hell Heathens and Concrete Climax. And in fairness, that has actually gone down a little bit. I'm not sure if there's a pit stop between the two at this moment in time. A slight decrease in terms of lap time, so 90 seconds at the moment, and drying all the time. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that on. And looking back to my Skype screen, got the proper stream on time with my words now. Concrete climax. Just approaching the carousel, getting very squirrely in the exit of the previous corner. I imagine they'll go around the outside of the carousel. Nope. Diving straight into the slippery concrete banked bowl, as it were. The Carriacola Carousel are named after the legendary racing driver Rudolph. And seems to be, it looks very ragged, but it does seem to be quite effective at the moment, because the gap has gone down a little over recent laps, but it does seem to be gain a little and then lose a lot. It remains to be seen whether my theories are accurate. Remains to be seen whether this is the race for Team Green Hell Heathens, or whether someone can pull a rabbit out of the hat, as it were. And around these Eiffel Mountains, many incredible stories, many incredible scenarios from down the years of motor races turned on their head. I seem to remember in particular the M24. I'll ignore my phone ringing. But the M24, there was, I think it was 2012, someone was driving along a Porsche 997 GT3R, the GT3 spec car, as a concrete climax get all kind of messed up there on the inside grass, not quite coming to the Footsgarden, but yeah, they're driving along in a Porsche 997 GT3R race car during the M24, and then there's a straight, at which point the 997 GT3R rear ends the Clio Cup car, and well, the exult was expensive and problematic, as we see the battle Steve mentioned about 10 minutes ago. Took my eye off the ball. Poland 24 Racing making it by, well, actually Gothic Racing Empire made it past Poland 24. Oh no, sorry, Poland 24 Racing were trying to make it past Gothic Empire Racing. I was right the first time. But following their damage earlier on, P24 have got by Gothic Racing Empire, I believe. Gothic Racing Empire, no, they didn't make a stop recently, so they've just fallen back into the clutches of P24. Currently behind the wheel of those two cars, we have Old Boy still behind the wheel of the Polish car, and Attrap has just recently got behind the wheel of the Gore Mercedes SLS.
It's good to see those two cars out together on track. They are the SLS is one of my favourite GT3 cars, and they certainly stepped the game up when they're going to replace it with the AMG GT, which is looking rather tasty, I must say.
Of course, not only a good shot for Mercedes, not only a good shot for M24, but of course with the blue and red, you could argue that it's a promo shot for Gran Turismo.
I hadn't thought of that, actually. It's a very good way of looking at it. The Swedish Racing Blue Gothic Racing Empire car, which I jinxed completely out of town. If you're just turning up,
yeah.
I put them down as a dark horse to win this race, so I completely ruined their chances before the race had even begun. So
Adam Johnson has absolutely nothing on Nostradamus.
No, not at all. If I'm very much mistaken, and I often am. So, as we're back to the Concrete Climax car that's currently competing in a round of the Formula Drift, which is unusual considering that's a mid-engine car, and it is slipping all over the place. It looks like this is stick with me on this one. This is going to be surreal. Do you ever remember those cars that were sort of like micro machines, but they weren't, and they had a sort of silver ball in the middle of the chassis, and they sort of rolled on that rather than wheels?
Vaguely.
Yes, you remember these. I have no idea what they were called, but they were like micro machines, but not. It sort of looks like the car is like that. It looks like it's running along on a sort of metal ball on the middle, like a rollable, like a mouse, computer mouse on the middle of it, because both the front and rear end of the car is moving around all over the place and twitching in the corners. You see what I mean? Look, there we go.
It's they're called ball twitchers.
Huh?
They're called ball twitchers then.
Yes, that's exactly what they're
Call them
called.
ball twitches.
Yes, that's exactly what they're called. Giggity. Yes, no, that's exactly what this car looks like. It looks like it's sort of pivoting on a sort of central point on the chassis. It's very strange, but credit to keeping that car under control.
I am actually wondering whether or not the effect of essentially the inputs of the car going through two internet connections. I do feel as if this might be of the internet causing some of it, but I also agree that the car is very ragged out there
Well,
on
the
the track.
Concrete Climax team themselves have just said from their bunker. It's like that car from iRobot with just one ball wheel in the centre rather than two. That's a very good point, actually, and it is an Audi, so that's very fitting. So clearly the iRobot car has turned up to town for.
I feel left out. I don't know what iRobot is.
No, I haven't seen it in a while either. But back to the rain shenanigans. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but is that meter for rain moisture on the track or the amount of rain that's falling?
It can be on 0% and it can still be
a wet
ungodly
track.
slippery.
I see.
Yeah,
So
there can still be no water falling from the sky visibly. It can still be a bugger for about 3 laps.
Well, that's very interesting. So you don't actually have a marker of how wet the track is, because if the rain's on, what to do? And this is
You
my
do.
point.
It's your right foot. That's your barometer. If you go onto the racing line,
Yeah, that's what you got to
stab
do.
the throttle down and you spin, then you know that it's not quite ready yet.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's seat of your pants driving, I believe, is the phrase there. But what will make this very interesting, as I say, because this lap is so long, you can't afford to mistime your pit stop and when you switch back. If you miss your stop, you end up having to go around for up to 10 minutes on the wrong tyre,
Yes.
and that can absolutely murder you. And, you know, I mean, we're all saying that these gaps are pretty big. I mean, the last I checked, Green Hill Heathens were up. They're up 1 minute 16 over Concrete Climax at the moment. That could be erased in one lap if Green Hill Heathens stay out on wet tyres and the track goes to bone dry. Literally, if they make it past the pits and about a minute into the lap, the track's bone dry and they're on wet tyres, they are beyond screwed. So everyone down in the bunkers calculations on exactly when they reckon it'll be time to switch over. My best guesstimate will be, as you said, Adam, it's out of the range of numbers men right now. Not even the great strategist Johnny V 1990 for Concrete Climax can. He's even out of his mathematical hands now. It's all down to the drivers to give as much feedback to the bunkers as possible and let them know when it's time.
It's just going up again. It stayed on 56 for a while. It's back up to 57.
Salam, false alarm. No, you might want to put the warmers back.
No seat of your pants driving. None of my stamp the throttle method, which I've decided to call rotisserie driving, because you spin 180 degrees when you do it. It's gonna keep raining.
Yes, no, the rain's not going anywhere. I think Mother Nature heard me and was like, no, I'm not done having fun with this race just yet. Clearly she's a Green Hill Heathens. But it'll be great to see. It has gone down already. It's not raining anywhere near as hard, but this is enough to deluge right now. So, as you say, put the warmers back on the slick tyres. They won't be needed. This race is not going to stay soaking wet through we've still got over 3 hours to go at this one, so for the rest of the time. As we see the Restolo team, the GTR, my favourite car in the field, because I keep making food analogies about it.
I've come up with
right into the back of the GTR there. That was I don't know how you could miss it, even in the rain. It's the bright orange car coming through. Just give me a quick update. How have the Restolo team gone?
I think that it's the analogy. I believe it's a toffee crisp.
Food metaphors we've come up for the Restolo team car. They are not gonna be short of sponsorship offers for the next one, are they? They're gonna have
No, they are not. And Arjun
Huh?
Patel just quickly noting that asking if it's GT6. It is indeed GT6. The good people at the Core TV YouTube channel also confirming his answer that this is Gran Turismo 6. Hopefully Gran Turismo 7 by this time next year. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
I'll probably finally get to it. Especially now we're seeing more and more trailers about Project Cars. I think I am very excited about both games. I'm excited about Project Cars and I'm excited about Gran Turismo 7. They'll be limbering up the muscles. which haven't really had to do for a while. Because obviously, even with Forza, they've been like, well, that's on Xbox.
No PlayStation competition.
Yeah, we're cool. We can still have cars that sound like Hoovers. And I know that's the oldest joke in the book, but it has been true that with any luck, sound design is really going to step up in the next generation.
You think we should actually start recording cars now?
Yeah, about that. Yeah, I'm kind of. Let's be honest.
Oh, concrete climax! 2 wheels on the grass.
2 wheels on the grass. Oh, my goodness, 2 wheels on my Audi. Just about, and it's this sort of racing right now in this filthy conditions. It's going back up to 60% by the way, so the rain is definitely here to stay for a bit longer. Full on side
tail.
Word.
Rear end first there, going into that corner.
Go on, mate. He'll be dropping Scandinavian flicks in a minute. Is this Johnny?
Memto 89.
I still Memto at the moment. Oh goodness. I believe it is acting more like a rally stage than an actual race circuit at the moment. The Greenhill Heathens will not be complaining at all. Let's consult the time screen again. It's still, the gap for concrete climax is 1 minute 18. Obviously, we have to ignore the Inferno racing car, which is displayed in second. They are actually a lap down.
That gap is, yeah, they're down in 4th at the moment, 1 lap behind. Gap's gone up 2 seconds over the course of this lap, but it's also gone down about 12 seconds over the course of the last 2. Just a quick note, Arjun Patel saying we're gaining a sub. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I believe we're well over the 30 subscribers mark, as in 30 new subscribers over the course of the Core M24, which is of course very handy to have. And
could I just point something out that I've just seen on the timing screen?
Okay.
You know, time was impressive.
Yes.
They've just done on their last lap an 8.
Yeah, but that's not 100% condition, so...
Yeah, but still, I'm going to say that is a very impressive lap.
No, Min GTR has been behind the wheel for a long time, and the fact that he's still pumping out the fastest laps on track is something. I
think it's fair to say that the guys in the Greenhill Heathens bunker are just sitting there going, you know what, you're in the flex, you're in the zone, we're leaving you out there. I mean, the Reaper Racing boys have managed to do the whole race on 2 drivers between them. They are currently, what would they be? They'd be 3rd or 11th, right?
Yeah, and sorry, who did you say would be 3rd? Reaper Racing would be 3rd at this moment in time. And just a note on Greenhill Heathens, they said earlier on in the race that he would not be going to the end, Min GTR, but he was in his groove. So judging by the content I've seen from them in the last 24 hours, I also.
It's a strategy that's working for them. That's all we can say.
It is, yes.
We cannot condemn nor condone. Well, I'm just having a cup of tea at the moment. It's like when I was on the comms as well, I must say. Guinness is not. It's nice sort of open, soothing, you know. So it's good. Not that I'm promoting, you know, Ben Edwards to rock up on the next BBC F1 commentary course. Go, hello, we're here from Abu Dhabi. David calls us. Yeah, I got the Jaeger bombs. That's the worst accent you'll ever hear. I apologise. If there's any Scottish listeners,
I've probably got more Lucasade in my system than I do blood at this point.
In the night, it's something to keep fueling here. We're just looking at the Greenhill Heathens car at the moment, the BMW. It is assume that would be Morphine Racing. I'd be very surprised if it was the Concrete Climax Audi. The Morphine Racing car. Yeah, I was just going to ask a little while ago, by the way, how have those, I wouldn't say the smaller teams, but the sort of plucky of Gothic Racing Empire and Morphine and Restolo and Optine, how's the race been going for those guys?
Laps down, so I'd say they're on the back of the leading pack. I believe Team Morphine are 4 if not 5 laps down now, and Restolo are around 9 or 10, with Restolo being ahead of Octane. Various issues for them. But still continuing on, and just like last year, Restolo, I think they got that up to about 21 laps behind by the end of the race. Plucky, carry on throughout the race, and this year they're 10 laps better than they were. So
they've improved. As Greenhill Heathens making a nice move to cut past the Morphine lapped car there. Very nicely done. Very tricky to do in such difficult conditions. But all I will say, I mean, the likes of the Restolo team and those guys, not very much. We love the underdog teams. What they remind me of is you remember a few years ago? I don't know if you still. Sorry, we just had a message come up from on the team chat from Heathen Pride. The word was clenched, which is how he described how he felt when he was. Goodness, but I think that's a very appropriate description. But yeah, the likes of the Ristolo team, they remind me of. There was that guy who did the race in like an ancient sort of copper scuba suit, and it was like weighed 5 tons or something stupid, and he finished the race like 4 days after everyone else. About being the fastest at all, he'd take 4 days to finish the London Marathon. He'd keep going. There he is. He'd be like slowly walking along in this massive old like kind of copper diving suit thingy. But he'd always finish, and those sort of teams back remind me of that. It's like, you know, winning is not even what's really counting here, because if it was, we'd have quit hours ago. We're here to finish, and we're here to have fun.
I'll tell you what I'm glad we don't have here. I think it was a Great South Run about 8 years ago, and they started it off. They had the kind of pro athletes in one lane, and the other guys in the other. So this one lad was obviously got right to the front of the kind of amateur lane of people at the start line, and he's decided, right, I'm having my moment. The entirety of the first few hundred meters, miles clear of the rest of the field, including the pros. And I'm just so glad we don't have someone like that in this race, that they streak out for half an hour and then just, I don't know,
well, I'll tell you
collapse
what,
the side of the road and need to be resuscitated.
Well, I tell you what, that sounds like my strategy in cross-country races in PE at school.
I'm down, but please do tell me about your asthma attacks.
Well, I'm going to ignore the weather counter until it gets down to 0, because I made a massive point about it last time, and then it just started going up again. It was like it was trolling us. But anyway, breaking news in the North Slope. Mother Nature is trolling us. Anyway, we're not going delirious, I promise you. Anyway, yes, cross-country racing in PE. It was utterly hideous. I hated it. It was terrible. And the teachers would often accuse me of not putting any effort into it, and I would be one of the last guys home. But I'd always say, well, sir, you can't say that. I was leading. Because I'd sprint to the first. I would just sprint to the first corner, and it was so funny because everyone was like, yes, I'm going to be very paced. They'd jog along, and then I was like, charge! Legged it to the first corner, and then immediately just bent over and nearly had a heart attack. I was like, and then what I'd sort of do, I'd let all the people who actually cared about doing well in the race go past, and you'd always find some of the other kids, like the other nerds, who were just like, yes. Yeah, I'm walking, and I was like, yeah, I'm hooking up with you guys. But yeah, if any of the teachers were like, oh, you didn't try in that race, I was like, yes, I did. I led the race.
Yeah, it's actually. I'll just do my cross country story quickly before we focus back on this brilliant race. I am a lot of swimming, so at one point my stamina was very high, and it was my first. So everyone was kind of pointing and laughing at me, and I think I was like second. Put some effort into it,
yeah.
And I just sat there at the finish line smiling at everyone, doing that Jeremy Clarkson smug smile to everyone who went past afterwards.
Winning face, oh my word. But I had a similar thing to that. We had it was the long, it wasn't cross country, but it was the long.
We need to stop.
I'll be quick with this one, I'll be quick. Literally we had a sort of long distance running down. I think we did the 1500 metres. And I was coming around to be third, and then the guy in second stacked it off the final corner, and so I sort of collapsed over the line, second out of everyone. And I remember the look my PE teacher gave me. He sort of clicked the stopwatch and then looked at me and was sort of like, "No, you've not done enough laps. You can't be second. What are you doing?" And then I remember me and this other kid who finished third in the end. I think we both made a pact to try in the race.
Carry on.
Yes, they are pitting in probably for some energy drinks. We both looked at the teacher and was like, "Can we please go and get some water from the fountain?" And he was like, "Yes." And then I went over to the fountain. He just went, "I think I was a little bit sick in my mouth." I was like, "Yes, that's the last time I'm actually trying in PE." It was a nightmare. But anyway, let's get back to the race, shall we? Because the weather is now down to 25%, 25% rainfall.
And there's been a driver change. TDZ Dave is now behind the wheel of this green. Yeah, the Green Hell Heathens car now. TDZ Dave now behind the wheel of Green Hell.
There very rapid driver. Now, the problem, of course, they do have, as I spoke earlier, is what happens now if the track starts to rapidly dry when they're on this stint with wet tyres, and these other guys have time to come round before their stop and make more of a decision. I think my eyes were deceiving me. I could have sworn I'd seen a few glimpses of sunlight. I think what was happening was the light from the Audi's lights.
I do think that GHH will be on.
What, you mean, what now?
The Green Hell Heathens team, I reckon, will have just got softs from their pit stop, yes.
Wow, you think they'll be off wet tyres now?
I think they might have gone for the gamble. I'm not sure if it's right or not, but I think
well, we can't trust the display telling, because that's just
been telling us. Apparently, Concrete Climax have been going around and racing soft for the last 3 hours. So
yeah, it's about yeah. I'll tell you what, I think it's a weird dilemma, isn't it? What do you go for now? Is it going to dry out enough in the next stint to justify going onto them, or are you going to have enough of a nightmare on what is still a very wet track? Don't let that 10% thing deceive you. That's just how much rain is falling. The track is still very wet, but then it comes down to the fact, how fast is it going to dry? And I don't think anyone really knows. Oh my goodness, that is not a place to put a wheel on the grass, Concrete Climax. My goodness. That was another clenching moment, I think. He decided to go 4 wheels on the grass down Dottinger Hoe at nearly 180 miles an hour. How he kept that from not ending up in the forest, I have no idea. That's a great bit of driving there. Well, a not good bit of driving to put it on the grass, and then a very good bit of driving to save it. So he's... Again, you're screwing with me here, lads. What's going on? Maybe they're taking a strategy call here. They are maybe sticking it out for another lap and think, you know what, if we can make it round another lap, but their fuel is... There's not much fuel on board that car. I'll tell you what, this is going to be marginal.
I wonder if Johnny B 1990's on the toilet and Matt started doing some maths and said one more lap.
No, they've got the abacuses out in the bunker. They're desperately sat there like calculating, like, oh god. But I mean, if this, I can only assume what is happening here. What they're trying to do here is stretch their fuel for another lap, pit in and wait to see if the track has dried, and if it has dried, they'll go straight to soft tyres, because the rain is now down at 0%. There are sprinkles still landing.
It is still pretty much fully wet out there.
It is still fully wet, but if we give it another 10 minutes, what are the conditions going to look like in another 10 minutes or so when they come back round? The red fuel light has just gone on for... I don't think they're going to make it round. Do you want to bet right now they're going to make it back to the... Oh, my word, they're not back to help.
I do actually recall, I think, earlier in the red light coming on around the horseshoe, which is the section for the Schumacher S, I call it the horseshoe. And I'm pretty sure I then got a message from Mento, like, no, it's perfect. So...
It is absolutely
maybe,
perfect.
and it was perfect. You didn't run out of fuel, so I don't know.
Well, if this is either crazy or brilliant. If this one comes off, I believe that must be their strategy. I almost want someone from the team down there to confirm what on earth.
Steve Rogers, sorry, just quickly. Steve Rogers asking what the leading teams are on at the moment. Unfortunately, they're not sharing on the team chat because, well, competitive stuff. So I can't really find out for you at this point in time. But.
Inferno Racing just jokingly asked in the team chat, the Green Hell Heathens, what tyres are you on? Heathen Pride replied, rubber. So those two BMWs are a lap apart and they're still not giving any secrets away. That is how fiercely clear. You can tell this race is still in the balance, ladies and gentlemen. No one is giving away a thing, and they're certainly not giving away any information to us that the other teams could overhear. So I can only assume that the Heathens are still on some form of wet tyre, at the very least intermediates. I doubt highly they've gone slicks this early. See if they can pull off some sort of undercut, because if it dries up enough, I mean, the rain still looks like it's falling on the track. I assume it won't. A form of cut slick at the end of this lap, an intermediate tyre. I don't think it will dry enough for slicks by the end.
That they might run out of fuel on the Dottinger on this occasion. Also, just to switch gears to the thread once again, Core, do you do other races in different types too? Examples, NASCAR or Formula 1? We haven't yet done single-seater racing. We've pretty much all been about endurance racing with Super GT, Core WEC and the M24 as well.
Car selection series.
Yeah, indeed. And NASCAR, unfortunately, although they're all on the same performance point level, Gran Turismo did decide to some reason make the cars ever so slightly different. In other cases, actually quite substantially different in terms of pace and handling, etc. Even though they're all the same.
Yeah,
So,
slightly bizarre.
yeah, so that does make it very difficult to run a NASCAR series.
Which is frustrating. I'd love to see a NASCAR series, but probably unbiased.
NASCAR.
Oh, how fun would that be? Oh my god. Well, they sort of do. The American Speed Fest happens.
Euro NASCAR, yeah. I
Yeah,
introduced a
that
friend.
Huh?
I
Yes.
introduced a friend to that during the week. Not during bed.
Yeah, I was going to say, you've spent your whole weekend here, you've not left. But they're actually on a slight diversion here while we're waiting to see if Concrete Plum actually run out of fuel. They're actually running a couple more ovals this year. They're running a great track in Holland called the Raceway Venray, which is essentially, if anyone knows NASCAR, if you know the Bristol Motor Speedway, it's like a slightly smaller version of that. It is a really fun track. I'm very excited to see those cars over there. And obviously, their champion, Anthony Kumpen, is an ex-GT star. He switched over to NASCAR, and he's now running in some of the touring series in the US as his prior to being a champion. European, hopefully some British stars making a name for themselves over in the US, but I perhaps digress.
I think it's a shame. I think that's down to safety reasons, but Brand
Yes.
Tack is very good. I actually saw them, I think it was 2012, they're on the DTM package.
Yeah,
It was before
yeah.
the first American Speed Fest. And yeah, it was some good racing.
Yes,
It was either get home early, back to the Isle of Wight, or watch the last NASCAR race, and we ended up getting the last boat home. Because there's Formula Fords on after that as well, so
yeah, good fun. But yeah, the Euro NASCAR is great fun. I have it on good authority that the reason, well, there's two reasons why they don't run at Rockingham. One is because there's actually a touring series rule in NASCAR that they don't run on ovals longer than a mile, simply because they're often quite in safety issue there. But I believe they're willing to circumvent that for the Euro series because they've got Rockingham there, and it seems a shame to waste the track. But I think the bigger issue is a lack of safer barriers up there. So that's what's. But I believe, don't take this as any confirmation, but I have heard mutterings that they're working on it. So
And just Felix Rigby asking, what are the Court N24 drinking game rules? Don't care, you're not supposed to know. I know that you are underage, so shush.
we do not.
Yes.
That's our only rule.
Core parenting on the internet.
Core, the family-friendly racing show.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, about that. Speaking of which, Concrete Climax still.
Apparently,
Go on.
I mean, their drinking game is drink when they run out of fuel. I'm not convinced.
Yeah, well,
I
they
think
don't sound like
Dottinger.
that.
Oh, no, just no. I thought they dropped off the throttle there. I thought that was it. Oh.
At this point in time, they've ruined the front tyres. Oh my word. Let's have a quick consultation of the timing screen. I don't think that gamble has paid off very much so far because the Green Hell Heathens are now back to a minute one ahead. They were 40 seconds ahead after their pit stop. So I don't think the gamble is really going to work for Concrete Climax unless I see with my own eyeballs that's really not happening. So I think Concrete Climax it was a worthy gamble, but I think now it's all about damage limitation and just making sure you don't have to take a drink on this lap.
Yeah, and also making sure you don't visit the dodgy Asian restaurant that's actually going to try and give you your own eyeballs. So I. Singer, they're very lucky if they get there without the throttle dying out on them. I think it might have done now. Actually, it has.
Uh-oh.
They've run out of fuel, guys.
Oh no!
We shouldn't be laughing. I'm laughing again at this. This is one of the most serious moments in the N24. This could be handing the lead to Green Hell Heathens. This could be the defining moment of this year's N24. The reigning champions slipping up on a calculation.
This is disaster, surely. Oh no! I'm just looking. I mean, I assume Reaper Racing are too far back to mount a chance for second now. You think?
Let me just check these. Um, Reaper Racing. Where are you, lads? Oh, they're over. They're pretty much 5 minutes behind CCR. So,
They've got some time
I don't think so.
say, but oh my word, this is both. Well, it's not really funny to be honest. It's more kind of tragic, really, just to see a racing car hobbling home at that's 80 kilometers an hour, so that's about 50 miles an hour. It is just limping home down the Dottinger. We've seen these cars blasting down this straightaway at almost up to 200 miles an hour, and now this is just hobbling home. And I can just imagine that. Well, probably they've introduced that drinking game just to have a drink, just to numb the pain of just being so annoyed that they've made a mistake on strategy. It was a worthy gamble. I think I could work in any way, but I wonder if sort of this gamble will prompt another gamble. It'll be kind of a gambler's fallacy, if you will. You've got yourself into deeper trouble. Why not gamble again to try and get out of it? So will they still try and put on a sort of audacious tyre choice here anyway? I assume maybe an intermediate might be an option. I mean, the track still looks very wet, but it's got to be worth a gamble.
Inter
I mean,
is the option of those who have pitted recently, but this is not a good situation for.
This is an utter killer. They've fallen to 1 minute 47 down now. They were a minute 1 down on Greenhill Heathens just about 30 seconds ago. Oh my! This is just—it's almost painful to watch. It is almost painful, and just imagine the guys in the concrete climax bunker with their heads in their hands, and this must feel like 5 hours for them. We've got 3 hours to go in the race. This now must feel like 3 hours for them. Just slow.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, if this has happened to me on the Dottinger Straight, I'd have got a brick, put it on the throttle pedal, and had a small meltdown in the corner of the room as it went down the Dottinger Straight.
Had a small rage quit, yes, I believe so. Oh, we're also hearing news of some troubles for Inferno Racing. So it doesn't. Reaper Racing won't be making a charge for second place anytime soon, but I don't.
So that could be a key component to the battle between Poland 24 and Inferno Racing. If they're not far around the track and they're going to lose a couple of minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to bring back to the thing with Concrete Climax there. That was nice. The Ristolo Team GTR came around the corner and it almost. Concrete, there you go. He's gone by now. It almost looked like he just let Climax limp into the pits out of respect and didn't pass
I think that might have been. I've been there about a dozen times today, mate.
Actually, Concrete Climax praised Ristolo there for a very polite. It was almost like a mark of respect. It was almost like, no, I will let you limp back to the pits. I will not overtake you. It's a bit like you don't overtake
It's like Cars, isn't it? The end of Cars. McQueen pushes him over.
Yes, and we've cut here.
And look at this. It's only at the very first quarter of the Nordschleife, just coming back from the
Inferno Racing BMW are in a world of pain right now. They have got left side damage along the whole side of the car. The engine damage is pretty brutal as well. This car is.
However, over Poland 24, so they're not going to lose their position in theory. However, they're going to lose.
Oh my! They're just scraping the wall down this section here. They can barely keep it on the circuit. They're going to need all of those. Oh my word! It is all that car is out of control. That car. Is
it will be with.
You think so? Oh my God! And now they've spun again. This is a world of pain for Inferno Racing. I don't think we've ever seen the house of cards has utterly collapsed for Inferno.
It's a one-carriage train of pain.
It is. This is not a pain train. This is an out of control carriage.
Runaway train.
Yes. They're on a highway to hell right now. They're in hell. They're in the green hell, and they're feeling every. Oh, I just. There's almost no words for it. It's just wobbling around. It's hit the wall again. This is just. I don't even know if the guys just. I don't even know if this is damage or the guys just behind the wheel like sod everything. Yeah. It's an emotional thing. You've got 21 hours into a 24-hour race, and it's all just fallen down. And now he's just like, sod it. I've had enough. But
I've just realised something.
Go on.
When Tom Hughes comes in later,
yes,
it's essentially going to be Top Gear Junior. He's Hammond, I'm May, and you're Clarkson.
Taking on the Nurburgring 24 hours. We'll have to answer here on Core Online Racing. But this is unbearable to watch. I can't watch any more of this. He's just sort of flailing around in agony, whacking it off the wall again. There's sparks everywhere. This is just catastrophically bad.
Just to let you know, the gap between Green Hell Heathens and Concrete Climax is now 3 minutes and 17 seconds. And they still have about 4 minutes over Reaper Racing by the looks of it. Although
Sorry,
I
shouldn't laugh.
I don't think the results have updated themselves. Reaper have got past the dotting yet, so it remains to be seen the actual case. Carry on.
Inferno Racing just posted in the chat. They've just summed it up. They just said everything is broken. Bless them. I think that just sums up how badly things have gone.
Wheel has broken. So
again, we shouldn't laugh. It's just calamity hour.
But this does mean that Inferno Racing might get away with it, as I said.
They might get away with it. Oh no! But then again, how far back?
Oh no!
What? Well, I'm trying not. This is not. It's both. It's the sort of fine line between comedy and tragic, but also a bit funny at the same time. It's like watching those You've Been Framed videos of a man falling over. You know, it's bad. He's hurt himself. This is just unbelievable for Inferno Racing. The question is now, we have to be serious about this. The Gothic Racing Empire just pitted. How far behind Poland 24 were they, and how far behind Inferno Racing were they? Essentially, do you remember on Gran Turismo 2 or 3 where you'd get the Suzuki Escudo and just take down the accelerator button and just let it wall ride and then win every race? Inferno Racing are essentially wall ride, except I don't think it's worked quite as well as you do it at the test track, the big oval. Blimey, I'm showing my age. We haven't had test track in a while, haven't we? We've had Route 7, haven't we? Yeah. And we've had that sort of the long sort of highway. And now another spin and a crash head on into the wall. I think the BMW is actually trying to escape the track and just go and hide in the woods in embarrassment. I think that's what's going on here. It's utterly all gone to pot. But yeah, I don't know if I can't remember. I think I got lost in my own kind of train of thought. Are Gothic Racing Empire in any sort of position to profit from the problems of those in front of them?
No. They're a lap behind P24. So.
Oh, okay, that answered my question fairly quickly. I was just speculating now. I just wondered because I remember you saying a little while ago that P24 were having a battle with Gothic Racing.
Yeah, that was actually it was a battle of sorts. So it was one Steve had pointed out earlier that P24 were going to re-lap.
Oh my word! Now the Inferno Racing car is actually stopped on the track and is now slowly recovering. This is. I can't stress it enough. This is agony to watch. This is painful to watch. This is like the opening beach scene on Saving Private Ryan. You just see him limp back to the pits, you know, limbs blown off, but desperately trying to hobble back to safety. And we're sort of willing for you now. We're like, come on, you can do this. You can do this. We've also just had a message saying something about Gothic Racing Empire. We are coming for you. It's a message from Heathen Pride about lapping the Green Hell Heathens car, the other BMW, which is in considerably better state.
Yes.
I'm still struggling just to get my head around the fact that when I left last night, Inferno Racing looked invincible, and now I can't comprehend how badly things have gone wrong for them. I just can't.
I'm going to point out the P24 Mercedes might have just rounded Flugplatz.
So not that far away.
Not a million miles away at full racing speed.
Uh-oh. Well, we've still got about... Racing, they've spun again. They've hit the wall again. This is a nightmare. An utter nightmare playing out in front of us. I mean, I just remember when we spoke to Future F1 last night and everything was rosy and they were so confident and it was all looking so good. This is the sort of... Racing is ultimately a show. There's the rest. They are multiple laps behind, so that's not a... Maybe the Inferno Racing BMW just pulled over to one side on the grass and just said, you know, just go. Just go. You don't want to be anywhere near me right now. We are in a world of pain. Just don't do it. And he's off on the grass now. He's doing rallycross. This is just unbelievable.
Gymkhana 77 Ken Block escapes from the nursing home.
Yeah, Gymkhana 81, Ken Block takes it too far.
So Concrete Climax, even though it's not of any real relevance, we're about to overtake Inferno Racing for what is second on the standings board on our screen.
Yeah.
However, in reality, that is just putting to Inferno Racing's day, putting them 2 laps down.
Moment though, to be fair, they're not. Although, should we say, at the moment, poor old Inferno Racing's reliant Robin is still desperately limping back to the pits. Oh my goodness! Oh my word! Oh. I think I just had a heart attack and I wasn't even driving the Audi. Oh my goodness, that was so close. Oh my word, yes. New change of underpants on the next pit stop leads to the Concrete Climax squad. They just rounded a blind right-hander to have the Inferno Racing BMW parked arse facing out on the apex. That was utterly terrifying and great driving there from... Who's behind the wheel of the Concrete Climax car now? Yes, if it's whoever it is behind the wheel of that car, I salute you. That was an unbelievable bit. Well, I don't even know if it was avoidance or if it was just sheer luck that he just missed it by a whisker. No damage is showing. We're not hearing any reports of damage from the team. Whew. Well, I tell you what, if they end up coming back to somehow win this race, that'll be a decisive moment because that would have been game over for them. I think right at that point. I mean, barring a disconnection, I think Green Hell Heathens are in a very good position right here anyway. But that would have been the Concrete Climax. But they just survived. Poor old Inferno Racing. They're nearly on the dot again now. Come on, you're nearly there. You're nearly there. You can make it home. They've got damage on all. The whole car is broke. I've never seen the damage screen, the little damage marker on the screen, show everything flashing red. Literally everything is broken on that car. I'm surprised it's not actually exploded or had wheels fall off. It is just unbelievably broken. And it's just spun on the dot to go home. It's just everything's gone horribly wrong. But you're nearly there. Come on. We're willing you home. We're also getting a message from the Concrete Climax bunker that it is Memto in the car. No damage. And before we said anything, they just said, we're not sure how either. Yeah, us too. We have no idea how you guys have put that. You guys dodged
I
the
do
silver bullet right there.
believe something that's happened while I don't know, I think something we've missed perhaps while we were doing anecdotes about falling over trying to do cross country. Since Concrete Climax have gone past Inferno, does that not mean that... No, ignore me. I'm calculating everything completely wrong. I pretend I never said anything.
Oh my god. In fact, they can't even drive that BMW in a straight line.
There's someone coming up as well, so they've got to be careful. It's Reaper Racing.
That's the Reaper GTR. Stay to the left. Stay to the left. Very well done. That's flying through at full speed, and the Inferno Racing car at one point there was facing the wrong way in the middle of Nottingham. That was very close, but wisely.
That also confirms about 2 minutes between Reaper Racing and Concrete Climax.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Yeah, no, you're absolutely there. So the top three are actually the top three now on the standings. So there's a lot less. This whole fiasco is that the
order is The order is actually about right, apart from maybe Octane and Restolo.
Yes, yeah, and finally, this is heartening. The Inferno Racing car has finally limped it back to the pits. If this was real life, it will probably have flames coming out. It will just probably be just a
And no, 1 minute and 8 seconds. Oh god, 1 minute and 8 seconds back. I think P24 are going to be pretty much next to them.
They must be. Yeah,
I think they're coming along the Dottinger. I think they are the little sprite we can see coming.
They're literally going to have to take hammers and spanners and duct tape to that car. That car is basically going to come out. The amount of damage that car has taken. So, yeah, no pressure, lads. But you've got to get that car fixed up and turned around, and you're going to get straight into a battle with the Poland 24 boys. So, madness. Anyway, there's the Team Green Hell Heathens BMW. That car is very much unscathed. It has all four wheels on it and not a bent body panel on it. Right now.
That's good, but I want to see what's going on with Inferno and P24 because I'm sure they're close to each other.
Yes, I think we all do, to be honest. And as I say, let's reset a little bit. The scoring monitor now is pretty accurate, so you don't have to do any reading between the lines. The Green Hell Heathens are leading outright, and then Concrete Climax in second, about 3 odd minutes. GTR now 2 minutes behind the Audi. That's the top three, and I believe all the cars on
the top 3 cars are all on the lead lap, yes.
Yes, so now down to 4th would be the Inferno Racing BMW, although that could be 5th before too long, because Poland 24, we hear, are very, very close by.
Although I think perhaps it might be more 40 seconds rather than 4. Quite difficult to tell at this point.
Oh my goodness! Also, we could have more drama here for the Concrete Climax.
Oh gosh, Concrete Climax, yes.
Right side damage, and now a spin down at the... I can never remember the name of that corner. Help me out here.
Is it Forced?
No,
Forced is what they're just...
Yes, it's down round there.
That's
it's the right hand under the bridge after that first long straight section. I'm terrible remembering the names around here. But they already had right side damage. They've got right side damage on the car and left front damage, and then they had a spin there. So surely not now Concrete Climax descending into a similar world of pain to Inferno on the last lap. They didn't get that damage avoiding Inferno Racing, so I don't know where that's come from. Meanwhile, I think we really need to check on the battle for 4th, because our timing screens are now showing us. That's something
okay,
of a nice...
so I was right.
Yes.
Got something right.
Yes. Well, it's only been, what, 21, 22 hours? Law of averages said you had to get to the right.
I think that's happened in the race.
Yeah, there is also that. That's my word. We're also actually being told by Plux that it's Arenberg, that corner. Thank you very much for that. I'm utterly useless remembering all the names. I have to keep consulting our very nice spotters guide up here. Available for £10 on Peachtree Download. And some more money if you want a lovely glossy print copy. But yeah, I have to keep consulting.
Another accident. Big front suspension damage from that one. No question. Hit the barriers at about 40 miles per hour. No chance.
Oh my. Well, they are about half... what are they? About a third of the way around the lap, would you say? A third to about halfway around.
Yeah, a third to a half, yeah.
And they have almost as much damage as Inferno Racing's BMW. This could be an utter nightmare for
when
these.
When they spun at Arenberg, GHH were already in the pit lane before the end of this lap. This
could be... Well, Concrete Climax have bounced back from adversity multiple times in this race. Could this be a bridge too far for these guys? Although they are actually joking to us on the team chat that they're just trying to get all 4, which is the only one missing. Absolutely. Well, I think this less becomes a battle now. For now, and I guess now we're looking at the battle for 2nd, because Reaper Racing have got to be rubbing their hands together here, sensing a chance to move up into 2nd overall. We did say a little while ago they were about 2 minutes behind. Poland 24 Racing were a lot further back than that, behind Inferno Racing, and they made up that time and more. So surely Reaper Racing are going to be licking their chops here.
Indeed, and I just want to point out Tour is actually red. Tour at this point, apparently Core TV got their calculator out, and while we were, I think it is still Mentor, yeah. That's happened solo at the back of the field, so I think the entire order is now correct on our screen.
Wow, that's only taken us about 21 hours to get there, but we're finally there. Yeah. Unbelievable. So here's the Green Hell Heathens BMW comfortably sailing out in front. They are just watching as their rivals gradually descend from view, or disappear from view into the catbird seat right here, as Darrell Walter would like to say. And if you followed us in the opening 8 hours during the first 8 hour stint, you would have been forgiven for saying that the Green Hell Heathens were probably the unlikely winners of the race based off of that early form guide. We did seem to be a straight battle between Concrete Climax, Reaper, Poland 24 and Inferno. Although in fact the Green Hell Heathens were probably 4th in there. So
and I just said we're actually saying...
Yeah, I'm trying to ignore the fact that I made them as a prediction for this race, because that has gone horrendously wrong, yes. But certainly the Green Hell Heathens were not actually were not actually the outright favourites there. It was an incredibly competitive field, but they have risen to the top. They have kept their head while and they now hold, I probably assume they hold a very significant advantage. Yes, 5 minutes and 44 seconds up the road. That's unbelievable. And the Reaper Racing GTR is now 47 seconds off of second place. I think that's going to change hands very quickly here. And
you know,
go on.
just quickly, you know how local newspapers always have declarations of love or marriage in them. People Inferno Racing have written their own. INF have found a new best friend. It's the left hand. So, with the team that is,
well,
and it's got barriers that have been there since the 1920s. So that's a 90-year-old and a 40.
Sugar daddy right there, that arm coat. Anyway, before the Racing taking it with a smile, it must be pretty painful to watch their suffer through their downfall in this race, but they're taking it with those guys. They are still in it to win it, and they are not giving. I assume that's for a scheduled stop. I was hearing some mutterings a little while ago, by the way, of some contact between the Heathens and the Gothic Racing Empire car. There doesn't seem to be any damage displaying on the Heathens car. Let's just consult the chat for you, see if there's anything there. Yes, a little bit of contact with the Gothic Racing Empire. Apparently, the Gothic Racing Empire Mercedes has a little bit of damage on the rear right. Heathen Pride claiming nothing malicious, did try to evade. So, see how that unfolds. Looks like it was just a racing incident with lap traffic, which is incredibly a very common occurrence. Even with such a small number of cars out on the track, it is. If you find two cars around here, you're going to have a devil's own job trying to overtake them, which is why I was so impressed with Inferno Racing early on.
That's with the thing. I mean, when people set through, it's like, because if we had 29 cars, I'm 17, I'd be going bald. And keep 30 cars under my wing for 24 hours.
Well, I don't know. I'd love to see you try and commentate on the real Nurburgring 24 hours, where they're they do it. How the hell? Unbelievably, I think the real races are not as close as this.
I think what would happen is I'd actually finally find something to help me lose weight, which is do that. Asking for food and drink at the end of it. Well,
pit lane right now. We've got Ristolo team announcing all aboard on the team chat. I'm not entirely sure what's going on there, but spirits are still certainly high over the camp. We love them for that. We love them in the, what was it, the Jaffa Cakes Toffee Crisp. They could have an arrow for next year. You know how NASCAR teams run, like, they'll have a certain length for 5 races. If you finally broke it after 21 hours.
Yes,
yes, he has.
He's no more.
Man. But yes, you know how in NASCAR they run like certain main sponsors for like 5 or 10 races. The Restolo team could end up running like different main sponsors for every round of the VLN. Tango for the second round, Toffee Crisp for the third round, and
oh no!
What?
I thought of another one.
Go on.
Reese's Pieces.
Yes, yes, yes. Oh god, that's the exact colour as well. Yes, Reese's. Oh my word.
Reaper Racing in the pit lane from third place. Poland 24 won't be troubling them.
Yes.
But that is, of course, has a part to play in the close battle between Concrete Climax and Reaper Racing. It was about 45 seconds.
Back. Now that's interesting. Have Concrete Climax been through to repair their damage? Because they were losing time hand over fist. They have been in.
They've got that.
So they did make it back and did fix the damage. So I was wondering if that was going to be game over for their second place, but they managed to hold on to it. But Reaper Racing certainly have been drawn back into that battle. I believe if you're anywhere within a minute and a half of anyone, you're in with a chance. So we've got,
and also the Inferno Racing boys are 10 seconds back on P24 in that battle for fourth.
But Poland 24 are a lap behind Reaper, am I right?
Yes, they are.
Yes,
but,
they are. Because I was going to say, on the timing screen, Poland 24 are displayed as 43 seconds behind the Reaper racing car. I was going to say we may well have a three-way battle, but I guess, yes, you're absolutely right. I think the battle on track will be, for now, for fourth place between P24, who profited from the Inferno Racing's spectacular drama. Although, we've just seen on the timing screen...
They have actually gained 10 seconds in the last lap as well, because where they exited, so maybe not.
Yes, maybe Inferno Racing are just trying to get their speed back, having had the worst lap of the Nordschleife that anyone has ever had in living memory ever. They just had... how long was that lap?
No. Luke Chillingsworth attempted to get around there about 10 times and didn't make it onto, like, the Arenberg corner.
Even a lap. Inferno Racing actually did a lap. It was just the worst lap mankind has ever seen. But it wasn't their fault.
Some notes. R. Clark 83 slipped in for a stint on lap 11 of this restart and is now handed over on lap 26 of the restarted event to Glenhouse 81 again. Also, TDC Dave is back behind the wheel of the Australian BMW. The American BMW was COD Demon 101, so it's COD Demon 101 who was suffering hellish.
Yes, it was. That was waking up with cold sweats in the next few weeks about that. Be waking up in the middle of the night like, oh no, were you having that dream again? Yeah. Yes, that was the one. So, yeah, he's gonna be traumatized by that. But, oh my God.
I'd be happy if my family could tell me it was the Nordschleife.
Weird dream about that forest again. Like, it's not a forest, Mom. Oh, never mind. Oh my goodness me. Friday, but it wasn't an utterly crippling event. It shows a lot about the spirit of this run that people in this race. I mean, some of these guys, this controversy with the Gothic Racing Empire, it is rumbling on here. We'll keep you informed of this. It could be some trouble ahead for the leaders, the outright leaders, but we'll see what comes of that. Gothic Racing Empire fallen 7th on our screens. I don't think that. For Green Hell Heathens, they've run wide at Arenberg there. Maybe a bit casual, lads. This race, pun entirely intended. You're not entirely out of the woods yet. You still got to finish this one and bring it home in one piece. We saw just how bad Racing destroyed their BMW. How to ruin a BMW in 10 minutes by Inferno Racing. That's they could get a book out of that. I think they could sell it. But yes, Green Hell Heathens looks like they avoided any trouble there. They are continuing. Oh, for my word! But they're not enjoying the wet conditions. I tell you what, all that time we spent speculating about what tyres to go on has been utterly irrelevant because the track is just not drying.
Just enough to replace the water that dries.
Yes, it's at 0% rain, but it's just sort of sprinkling enough rain on the track to keep it soaking wet. So I think all that discussion about tyres was a little bit premature, but we are coming up on, we've got about 2 hours and 21 minutes to go. Time, so we've got 2 hours 21 to go. This isn't over by a long way. I'm refusing to believe it is. You may say, well, they're about 6 minutes out in front now, they've got this. No,
yes, but the same thing happened to Concrete Climax at about 5, 6, 7 a.m. this morning.
Absolutely.
It was about 7:30 a.m. actually, because Luke Chillingsworth was back and sounding incredibly sleepy, smug and sleepy. He still sounded more tired than I did.
Bless him, he's young. He's Are you?
Yes.
I thought he was like the baby of the team.
He's 18 in October.
Wow. Oh God, I'm going to be 23 next month. I feel old. What am I doing
They've
playing
always
with
got
kids?
that.
What's going on? Gone. Oh, that's true. Yeah. Could be worse, but my word, this race is not over yet by any stretch of the imagination. Concrete Climax certainly won't be thinking so. They're still on the track, by the way. That damage has not been repaired, unless they've got it again. Which I find
it's the graphics, isn't it? It's clearly straight and true. It's just the game.
Yes, you'd imagine so. I mean, down there. Whether that's accurate or not, if it is just the graphic glitching out, then yeah, fair enough. That happens quite a bit in Gran Turismo. As I say,
They seem far too confident in that car if it has any form of suspension damage.
Yes, yeah, this is
Mento 89 has just given up on anything other than time trialing at this point. If that's
pretty much
damage.
that's the case. Well, either way, they are in the pits now, so I can only assume they didn't pit back out quite significantly to Reaper Racing. So let's consult the timing screen, shall we? We might be in for something here. I think Reaper Racing will probably be too far back to profit out of anything there. No, at the last checkpoint they were showing a minute 5. The average pit stop here is about what, 20-30 seconds from sort of pit in to pit out.
5 seconds behind once.
5 seconds behind. So all eyes. Let's focus the eyes on that bumper second. This could be about to heat up. Concrete Climax boys moving into the pit lane. Reaper Racing have. And that Audi's got to have to fix some damage. Does that add a significant amount of time to a stop if you have to fix damage?
No, not really. I think maybe 5 seconds if it bothers adding anything at all.
I love that. We saw how damaged the Inferno Racing BMW was. 5 seconds, yep, completely new car again. You're fine.
Everything's okay, lads.
Yeah, it's okay, it's okay. But they just used the NASCAR principle. Oh my goodness! Whoa, my word, that's a stylish pit exit I've ever seen. The Concrete Climax Audi just done a full, I think that was a 360 pirouette out of the pit lane exit. Might even have been a 540. That was unbelievable. And he saved it and kept back going. That was very stylish. Points out of 10
X
there.
Games?
Huh?
X Games?
Yes, definitely. Very Gymkhana style there. But either way, Concrete Climax, I'd advise against any more Gymkhana action because the Reaper Racing squad are not going to be that far behind. Let's consult the timing screens. It's 12 behind Team Green Hell Heathen, so my word, it's going to take a mighty effort there. But all it will take is another disconnection and another red flag, and we could be well back into the action here. So we saw that earlier with leads for Inferno Racing and Concrete Climax wiped out by those red flags. So anything can still happen here, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere for the final 2 hours and just over 15 minutes.
No, definitely do not go anywhere for this one. The culmination of months of build-up, and it looks to be worthy of the build-up we have given it.
Yes, absolutely true. We've got... Oh, my goodness, another instant Concrete Climax by the look of it. Is this,
Yeah,
yes,
that's a bit of a close-up.
Yes, that was a very nice close-up of the sponsor decals on the Audi. Maybe that's what they were trying to do, just get some TV coverage for their sponsors. But either way...
Well, they're still the reigning champions, they can get money.
24 Racing just hit the pit lane, literally, with their heads. No, I believe that was just probably a scheduled stop for those guys. And yes, you were almost exactly correct, Mr. Weller. Reaper Racing now showing it's 31.6 seconds behind Concrete Climax, which in the Nurburgring is nothing. That's absolutely nothing at all. That's about 2 seconds anywhere else. So,
and another moment for a massive moment for Concrete Climax. They just backed the car into the wall at about 70 miles per hour. Unquestionably, they have damage. Of course, being a mid-engine car, it's going to be that much. Imagine Reaper Racing will be able to capitalise on this, although it's speeding away, and I can't imagine that car didn't have damage from that.
damage. There was a few moments early on where we assumed they must have had damage somehow. Really, that Audi is made out of some sort of unobtainium that makes it more invincible to damage than most other things. Meanwhile, we have Reaper Racing. Well, obviously, Glenn Owls, I nicknamed him the Terminator for very good reason. He is going to be relentless in his pursuit now. He will find the Audi, like Liam Neeson. He will look for the Audi, he will find the Audi, and he will attempt to kill the Audi, metaphorically.
Does he have a specific set of skills for the Audi?
Skills that make him a nightmare for people like Concrete Climax. Yes, I believe he does. Meanwhile, we have some muttering in the team chat. I think Inferno Racing are just saying hello to P24, so I imagine that battle is starting to intensify once again. Last I checked, there were about 30 seconds between them. Now it is 0.4 seconds between them. So yes, Race Director, you might want to switch over to the battle.
Actually, I just rewatched the spin moment for. Unfortunately, this won't go out for another 60 or so seconds to the viewing public, but I think the Skype screen made it go much quicker. Pathetic, like 2 miles per hour scape of the barrier.
So it was like misleading TV images. Fair enough. But yes, if we could please, if someone wants to switch us over to looking at the battle for fourth place, that'd be much appreciated, because apparently that looks like that's where the battle is. Inferno Racing on the last screen showing us 0.3 of a second behind the Poland 24 car. So Inferno Racing trying to still salvage something from this race, and their characteristic gung-ho driving style is not going away at all. And I'll be fascinated to see what the battle is going on down there. Meanwhile, Concrete Climax, yes, fourth place. Rumbling on in second, will be looking to fend off the attention of Reaper Racing for third. We have battles springing up all over the track now. Green Hell Heathens, they're just they've got a bit of a cushion on the rest of them. They can afford to watch this with a nice bag of popcorn in their bunker, but obviously they cannot get too complacent at this point in time. As I say, one red flag will completely change everything once again, and that is inevitable at this point in time as the Gothic Racing Empire team hit the pit lane once again. I'm not sure if their controversy with Green Hell Heathens is still rumbling on or not. We'll see what develops there. Excuse me. So here we go. We're into the battle for fourth place, and well, the timing screens were not lying. This is an absolute thriller. This is deja vu to the first 8 hours of the race when Inferno Racing was hounding the likes of the Reaper GTR and the Poland 24 Mercedes when they led the race early on. And we all remember my highlight of the race so far when Inferno Racing pulled off that 3-wide pass down Dottinger on, I believe, it's Concrete Climax Audi and the Gothic Racing Empire Mercedes. That was an unbelievable move. And then they did it again down the main straight of the Grand Prix loop, which was unbelievable. So Inferno Racing certainly lacked the speed. Do we know who's in that car at the moment?
In which car?
In the Inferno Racing BMW.
Oh, I don't know, but he's just made contact with GTPL. I think I don't know who it is behind the wheel, but he essentially outbraked himself, whacked the Poland 24 Racing Mercedes into the barrier. Don't know
Inferno
if P24 got damage from that, but Inferno certainly have. So the battle for fourth place just imploded somewhere.
Battle for fourth just went sour there, and in a big way as well, because I saw the Inferno Racing car suddenly lose time, and then Poland 24 battle. Inferno Racing car had spun. Looks like both cars have damage there. Now we look to the stewards to see if they will take any action here. It's hard to know.
101 and GTPL Lubeck, the two drivers involved specifically.
Sorry, who was in the bit?
Cod Demon 101 still.
Cod Demon 101. So Cod Demon 101 in the Inferno Racing car, making, well, was it a slight error? We never know. Slight, but it looks like there's no damage showing on the BMW, right?
That's impossible.
It's incredibly lucky, that's what it is. No damage showing on the BMW, but there's definitely going to be damage now on the Mercedes, the Poland 24 car, because it has spun, and now the Octane Racing car coming through has nearly had a big accident trying to avoid the stricken Mercedes, and it wisely moves to the left, so that I'll come through. Now, I wonder if that was a hangover from the incident with Inferno Racing, in which case that'll be controversial, and we'll look towards the stewards room for that. It's left rear damage, which I assume the SLS just picked up from its spin there, which is entirely separate, and now it's gone on and hit the wall here, so things starting to unravel very quickly for the Poland 24 car. Just
of course, now he has to worry, I think. Green Hell Heathens going to come across their sister BMW at some of the worst parts of the track, so
yes, this is going to be very nerve-wracking, but luckily it looks like the Inferno Racing car doesn't have much damage from its little skirmish there from the Poland 24 car. I'd be very interested to see, nice bit of politeness there, Heathen Pride thanking the P24 crew for staying out of their way there. That could have been a very scary moment. LR, when Inferno Racing were facing the wrong way in the middle of the corner and nearly wiped out Concrete Climax. But, well, I'd be very interested to see that incident again, because it just seemed to happen in the blink of an eye to me. I don't even know if it was a race incident. Go on.
Essentially, it was just massive outbraking from Inferno, who then made contact then P20 into the barrier as a result of that, the outside barriers. However, it was the contact from the front of the Z4 to the back of the SLS that gave them the damage.
Well, that's why I wonder if this is going to rumble on. I don't think we've heard the last of this particular incident. I believe the stewards are going to take a very long look at this, because most certainly there have been warning penalties in this race for avoidable contact. And if you outbrake into the corner, it's a bit like the rule in road driving. If you hit a car in the rear end, then it's almost automatically the guy behind's fault, because you should have seen the car in front and not hit them. So I wonder if we're going to see penalties levied here. We hate to see this. As I say, I'm not a very big fan of doing that. We're also hearing a report now of more woes for Concrete Climax. So Reaper Racing, guys, this is probably your best chance yet of a second place. Get to it. They are currently logged as 29.8 seconds back. I'm just saying that Concrete Climax had
Sounded biased for a couple of hours.
You know, it's either that or we're all stalling and dry and being like, yes, a man has was a thing. Yeah, so I'd rather not do that, to be honest. BMW with miraculously no damage off of that, but I wonder if they are in fourth place. Oh my word! How much longer? They've just run wide on the fast corner onto the Dottingham straight. Again, no damage. How the hell? My word!
CCR decided to transfer the Lucky Charm.
Yes, I believe so.
The rabbit's foot has been thrown into the American car.
Yes, well, it would explain how the Concrete Climax car is now getting quite a bit of damage. Obviously, they swapped over in the last pit stop. Maybe it fell out of the car in the last pit stop, and the Inferno race charmed life right now. Meanwhile, speaking of the Concrete Climax car, they are all over the shop on the left-hander onto the Nordschleifer circuit. Who's in that car again? Is it Memto still in the car?
Yes, as far as I know.
He is really not loving life right now. He is not enjoying the conditions out there. This is very strange for a car that was so fast and so much on the ragged edge. Maybe that's the problem. The car has been so on the ragged edge.
There's confirmation that Memto's still in the car, so yes.
Yes, or maybe the car was set up so well to run on the ragged edge in the drive, which we saw was a risky strategy which mostly paid off but sometimes didn't. Maybe it's just not enjoying life in the rain. And as I say, who this is going to profit most is surely 30 seconds though, so Reaper Racing themselves just not enjoying the wet conditions. They just can't seem to make inroads.
I don't think suffering proper wet conditions. I think it's this kind of halfway house the most, because don't forget, in full wet 611 is yet to be beaten. There was a 611 from DHH, but the rain was actually decreasing for the last half of the lap for that one. But Johnny B1990
Wait,
still
a 611?
Sorry, 911. My head is...
I was going to say, that would be unheard of for GT3 car.
It's been a long day!
We'll let you off.
But yeah, that 911 was still unmatched in full lap of full wet conditions. So I think in full wet it's good, in dry it's good, but in this halfway house weather, no.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, looking at the timing screens just here, just looking at the last laps through, the Green Hell Heathens are just in the pit lane now, so that last lap will change. Their last lap was an 8:34 minutes dead, but I think that was with a pit stop. Reaper Racing are actually currently the fastest car on the track right now with an 8-minute 29.454. That's very interesting. So they are now closing up 27.5 second behind the Concrete Climax car. They are certainly, the Jaws music might start playing for Concrete Climax, because Reaper Racing can smell some blood here, and they'll be looking for second place overall after not too long.
That is an interesting development indeed. There's still so much that could, sometimes should, and might happen. And another spin, look at this! Donuts and Ken Block style stuff going on there for Concrete Climax. No damage from that, but a nice little for the camera moment that I'll probably watch back on the stream in a minute. It did look quite cool.
Yes. Speaking of Reaper Racing, we're now looking at their car right now. It is a model of consistency and pristineness. They are just plugging away. This is what they do, ladies and gentlemen. If you're only just locking in, if you're only just watching the VLN for the first time, this is what Reaper Racing do. They just keep going and going and going and going and going and going. And guess what? Still going. They just don't make mistakes. They don't make catastrophic errors. It doesn't fall apart for them. They just keep plugging away. And even if they don't have the raw car speed, which they haven't a lot of the time in this race, they're like the Audi Le Mans team. It doesn't matter if they're the fastest in terms of lap speed. They're just always there. They are utterly relentless, and that's why I call them the Terminators. It's true.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, Steve's saying that GHH did do a 911 in full wet. I thought it had gone down to about 78 or so by the time the lap was over, but maybe I'm wrong. Willing to accept that. And Yeah, so still anything could happen in this race yet.
There's still so much to do in this race. That's what's so incredible about it.
Scary.
Yes,
We've
it,
still
it
got
is scary in a way.
5, 6, well, no, about, well, let's say 2/3 and change of a VLN race. And a lot of things have happened in 2/3 of a VLN race before.
Yes,
so,
we still have 2 hours to go with 2 hours and 4 minutes to go. So this is just unbelievable now. We're hearing some climax. This battle for second is on, folks. It is on. Let's not make any mistake about it. This is going to be huge before too long. Concrete Climax not enjoying these mixed conditions. They just want this track to dry. And I think the only team out there that are enjoying these conditions is Green Hell Heathens. They're just plugging away and the in-between nature of this. At least if it's full wet, you know exactly how to deal with it. You kind of know how to set your car up to suit that. And in the dry, obviously, this sort of halfway house, no one quite knows what's going on, and it's just not drying. It's not properly stopped raining, even though the rain indicator has been on 0% for a long time, and it's just not drying. Are just struggling. I don't think it's making much of an impact on them, and I believe they'll be out for perhaps another lap before they come in. We're just getting an update on the standings. Green Hell Heathens have completed 146 laps in this race, which is very impressive. But
158 was the total. Oh, look at that Concrete Climax!
Oh my goodness!
Slamming into the wall. That's going to be heavy damage.
This is just proving my point completely. Reaper rate. Oh, and it is.
Whoa! Oh,
that car
just
is
quickly.
Gone.
158 laps was the record last year. So I think we are going to slay that giant.
Yes, we are well on to beat that. So this is.
I did go 157, so I still have my fingers crossed.
This is fascinating to watch. Concrete Climax running wide again in the section of corners, hitting a little bit of barrier there. They need to get it. This is, I would almost. I'm not a race driver. Listen to my advice if you will, but I'd almost advise getting another driver in the car. It looks to me like Memto and that car is badly struggling with the conditions.
I did say earlier that Jammy Aussie is actually the only one of the core team, the CCR team, to have really done anything good in the last 2 or 3 hours, really.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And we've also got damage everywhere for the Octane Racing guys. They're down in 8th place, many laps behind this whole battle. But will Concrete Climax, they've got enough fuel to do another lap, just about, although I don't think they'll want to risk it.
They will not do another lap, Johnson.
No, they by that wasp. So they will come in this time, and surely, let's consult the timing screens, and once again, at the last checkpoint, racing were 28.3 seconds back, and another spin. Surely that's going to have gone down now. Reaper Racing, second place is there on a plate for you. If you can take it, this is going to be utterly
I think they're literally just coming up the end of the Dottinger now, so they're literally about to go past. Although I think they might be coming all the hits as well this lap.
That'll be fascinating. That'll be a huge let off for Concrete Climax if that's the case. Huge let off. And we'll see.
Yes, they are in the pits.
Oh, that's a let off for Concrete Climax. That is very close. But even so, these guys are going to be fairly tight together. The Concrete Climax Audi has damage to repair. The car is not handling well, and Reaper Racing have closed the gap. They're now showing Reaper Racing at the last checkpoint 17.9 seconds back. This is just... That's absolutely nothing. So, everything to play for here. We have exactly 2 hours to go. It flips over to 1 p.m. UK time. We have...
Director, for Christ's sake, stay on this battle.
Yes.
They've literally come out about 2 seconds apart.
Oh my word. Any news of driver changes for both of those cars?
I will check the standings now. Core have been a little... sorry, keep calling them Core. CCR have been a little slow on... updating that recently. Yeah. But Glenn Al's 81 has stayed in the Nissan.
In GTR, I'd assume he'll probably finish the race out, knowing how those guys have been doing their stints.
You see the last hour.
Is Memto still in the Audi?
I'm not sure. I haven't got the update yet.
Okie doke. Well, yes.
I'll chase them up on Skype. I'm a bit of a hound at this time of the day.
Please do. There's the take your pick of sponsors, Ristolo Team GTR, being very attractive out on the track. There's a nice contrast there. You can the Nestle All-Star car, yes, it's a wide-ranging sponsorship deal with Nestle for that car. We did a very good job right and making sure the Concrete Climax Audi made it through easily enough. I believe the Reaper Racing GTR also made it through safely. Hard to tell, they're not quite in the same shot here. But most certainly Reaper Racing, those two are in shot of each other. The Reaper Racing car will be able to see the Concrete Climax Audi in front of them with their own eyeballs, so this is going to be incredibly close here. And all the Concrete Climax car running a little bit wide into the left hand onto the Nordschleifer, and this is there you go. Now the Reaper Racing GTR clears the sister GTR, the Jaffa Cakes Racing GTR. So this second place battle is all to play for here. This is as close as it gets on the Nordschleifer, pretty much. Let's have a look at the timing screens. At the last timing screen, it was 3.7 seconds, the gap between the two. You'd think that Concrete Climax probably have car speed on the GTR, but as we've known, the GTR is utterly relentless, and the Concrete Climax Audi has struggled badly in these conditions of late. So, however, I am reticent to say that because my commentary jinx has been in full effect during this race.
Let's see that change in the next 2.5 hours now that I've stated that.
You jinxed it now. Why did you have to say that?
I've jinxed my lack of jinxing. I think it's just the craving of power, to be honest.
Craving of power?
Yeah, power over the race. So, Ristolo team on for the race victory here today.
Yes. Ristolo team, things can't go any worse for them, can they? They've had an absolute nightmare of the race. Why are they still here?
They're still here because they are the Spirit of the Race Award winners from last year.
Yes, they are.
And that proves that they are dedicated to this virtual sport, and Concrete Climax have left Reaper Racing in the dust for now. But we've seen that they can go quickly. It's just a matter if they can keep it on the road for the next lap.
Yes, they've pulled out to a 4.3 second gap over the Reaper Racing GTR. As I said before, the GTR is racing. And in the last few stints, Concrete Climax have made mistake after mistake, so it has happened quite a few times. It's bubbling nicely, this battle. It's bubbling very nicely indeed. I'm just curious to see, by the way, Renault versus Poland 24 issue. I wonder if that's still rumbling on. I believe it is. So, but it would have been interesting. And as I say, I'm far because we've seen penalties for avoidable contact in this race. To me, I don't know about you, Mr. Weller, that looked like fairly avoidable contact. Although it is hard to tell in such filthy conditions. You say avoidable contact as if it was a deliberate punt. I'm not saying it was.
I would look at it several times before I make the decision, but
yes, I really want to see a replay of it.
I really do think a matter of outbraking in a close quarters battle, unless it's like ridiculously like 150 miles per hour on a 60 miles per hour apex.
Yeah.
And I think in that situation the speed differential is about 4 miles per hour, 5 maybe.
Yeah.
I would go stewards. I know what actually the only steward is actually a driver.
Can I just point out? Reaper Racing just made a mistake.
By all means, yes.
They just made a mistake. Remember this forevermore. This doesn't happen very often. About the same rate that we have solar eclipses. Reaper Racing and Glen Owls have just made a mistake. That's just happened, but it was a fairly minor one. Just a little bit wide. A little bit brush the arm cone, no damage, no harm, no foul. They keep going. So continue, by the way.
Indeed, it's okay. Actually at the moment because it's all decision-making process, so when something is reached I'll
yeah, we'll keep you updated on that one.
Yeah.
It's going to rumble on a little bit more, but I'll be interested to see how that one plays out. So let's reset a little bit after an entertaining hour of racing or so. We've got 2 hours to go in the 2015 Ford Nurburgring 24 Hours presented by Kia Race Cars. Everything is still to play for. After 22 hours, Team Green leads overall by 6 minutes 35 by now over the Concrete Climax Audi R8 in second place. Third place by not far back, just 12 points. Reaper Racing In fourth place, a lap behind the lead battle, a lap behind the top three, is the Inferno Racing BMW Z4 GT3 with Poland 24 Racing and their Mercedes SLS, the pole sitters and VLN champions. Fifth place, they're on the same lap as Inferno Racing. The timing screen might get a bit confusing here. It's showing Team Morphine in sixth place in their Audi R8, identical livery to the Concrete Climax car. I believe
no, Gothic and
Yes.
Team Morphine need to be switched around. Other than that,
yes, Gothic Racing
accurate.
Empire in their Swedish Racing Blue Mercedes SLS are sixth place overall. They are a few laps
Bounty
behind.
Bar, as you said in the early stages.
Bounty Bar, yes, they are. They're a few laps behind the lead now. I believe about 4 or 5 down, and then Team Morphine is seventh ahead of, and then Octane Racing and Ristolo team are both many laps down on the leaders by now. But we love them for still keeping on. We're hearing a little report of some damage to the Concrete Climax Audi. We don't know. There's so many reports of it coming out that almost don't seem to be true. I'm just wondering if the Concrete Climax team are just throwing red herrings out of their bunker liberally, just to try and put people off.
The rear wing just fell off.
Yes, the rear wing just fell off. My steering wheel just came off. Oh no, that was Poland 24. That actually happened. But yeah, so it'll be interesting to see if there is any out there. It certainly doesn't look like it. It certainly looks like the Concrete Climax car has been able to get car speed on the Reaper GTR. But as already explained, that Reaper GTR has been fairly bulletproof throughout this race. So it's just a matter of out-mistaking them, as in not making as many mistakes, which is 0. So you've got to be perfect, basically. So no pressure or anything. You've got to be
Still
absolutely
talking of
perfect.
steering wheel issues. I'm just going to quickly bring up something from my past that I probably should bring up once a year when we're at the Nurburgring. It's probably the worst thing to have happened to someone on the Nurburgring with Core. In VLN last year, I think it was another situation where my charger died on my PS3, and I scrabbled to reach the charger.
Mm-hmm.
And in my rush to bring it back up, I essentially punched out the wooden table that my PS4 sits on by accident. PS3 sits on by accident, and so I ended up with a fractured wrist with an hour of racing to go.
Ow.
Yeah. So that was clever. Decided.
As you do. I think everyone does that, don't they? Just randomly, goes to Falcon punch the table. Because
It was
that's a great thing to do
situation,
midway through an endurance race.
Yeah.
My word. But yeah, well, I told you yesterday about my brake failure at the end of a long straight at Monza, didn't I? One of my steering wheels.
Yeah.
That was well. The resulting crash wasn't pretty, and the resulting hit to my wallet wasn't pretty either. Replacing those pedals, it was not very good. I'm still by DFGT now. I wonder what these guys are running out there in terms of their rigs. I'm sure some of it will be fairly advanced stuff. I've just got DFGT bolted to my desk, which is about as frugal as you
I
can
seem
get.
to recall CCR using G27, but don't quote me on that.
Yes, they are the sort of Gran Turismo player's steering wheel of choice, that and the DFGT. I think I quite like the DFGT just because it's got a stick shift, which is quite nice when you're driving with cars that you know in real life have stick shifts. Like when I've been playing Grid Autosport lately, when I was doing the British stick shift on there, but then obviously you get something like F1 and you use the paddle shifts, or the flappy paddles as Jeremy Clarkson called them. All damage to their car.
Engine damage, that's
And
critical.
well, I can see it with my own eyeballs that gap has closed up massively.
Also pride.
Also damage to their pride. This is not a red herring, folks. This is getting real, shall we say. In fact, the passing position's been completed. Reaper Racing has moved in second, so Climax was off the track there. My word. So that change for second has happened. With under 2 hours of the race to go, Reaper Racing have moved into second at the corner. And what's worse is that Concrete Climax look like they don't have an answer for now. They've got a perfect, it's like a sort of Connect 3 of damage across their car, left front, engine damage, and right rear. Their car is in all sorts of trouble, Mr. Weller.
And there's a smiling little sister across the room from you with the fourth Connect. I wouldn't be surprised if there's soon going to be some more red dots appearing on that damage gauge.
Yeah, it looks like cross, and they're all flashing away. This is Oh, this could be painful for the Concrete Climax mob. I just told you about it. It was just
Oh.
car speed is on their side, but momentum, and that car is crabbing badly. It's crabbing years back. I remember in about 20 down the straights for some reason. It was just how.
It looked like they were drifting the whole way down the straight.
Yes, it was very, very surreal. And that Audi R8 is trying to be a NASCAR COT at the moment, which is not a good look for an Audi R8 GT3 car. Reaper Racing have profited, though. They are back up to second in this race, and not long ago they were fourth, staring down the barrel of fifth place. That is around for this, guys, and proof that you can't take your eyes off this race for a second.
No, you cannot. Reaper Racing suddenly back where they found themselves, really towards the start of the race, so second position. Full circle.
Yep. This
has actually. You're pretty much right. Apart from Green Hell Heathens and Inferno, if they were to switch positions, figure out how they do that. But apart from that, apart from the wrong BMW it's in place, it is pretty much the start of the race over again.
It is as you were almost. Oh,
look at that!
oh my goodness. Ristolo have gone past a Concrete Climax race and cleared them. Obviously, they're on completely different laps. The sister BMW in fourth place. We're now back to the Concrete Climax Audi, who is in a world of misery right now. This is very bad. That car is hideously crabbing down the straights. That is just, oh my word, it's not driving now, it's scuttling. It's literally sort of scuttle across a beach. It's looking like that right now. It is scurrying down the track and looks almost undrivable.
Oh, look at that. Big.
Another wheel on the grass, and another spin, and another clout on the wall, and they are barely a third of the way around. This is going to be a trying 10 minutes or so for these boys whilst they limp it back to the pit.
Bold prediction.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Concrete Climax
Yes.
may not be on the podium at the end of this race.
Well, we're hearing something. I thought Inferno Racing were a lap down on Concrete Climax, but they are muttering about how they're closing up on them. I don't know if that's just a thing
but
for practice.
they haven't been keeping with. I'll be honest, they haven't really been keeping.
To be honest, I don't blame them. It's been hard. It's been hard to do so with the various red flags.
There hasn't been a there hasn't been a situation where they've unlapped themselves, and they were a lap down like half an hour ago. So
yeah, that is.
I'm going to go with still a lap back. They're definitely not the same lap as.
Not, most certainly not. So we've still got a way to go before those boys are challenging for third. But the way things are going, literally anything is possible. Don't. In this race, this track will just rip them up in front of your face and throw them out the window. That's just how this race has been going.
Indeed, it has been a spectacular event so far, and Concrete Climax came into this with high hopes of a not championship events, but a title defence of sorts as the reigning champions at N24, choosing the same car and all. And well, unless there's a miraculous recovery at this point, this is like a red flag now. I don't see how they're going to be able to make that defence of their victory. Like Alex on the chat saying real F damage to the Reaper Racing Nissan. So another development in this story, Reaper Racing supposedly struggling with a little bit of damage themselves at this point. Nothing on the kind of level that and Concrete Climax seem to think that INF are on the same lap, but no, I disagree, because there's not a lap between you and Glenelg's Concrete. The Inferno team are certainly not on the same lap as the Reaper Racing squad, so no, I think you're just going to be unlapping yourselves, Inferno Racing. And but hopefully Inferno Racing can make it through when they do inevitably come across this diagonal Audi R8. Hopefully they can make it unscathed, but for now we have Glenelg's 81. I think yes, he is still behind the wheel of that GTR. And at this moment in time, he is just limping it back home, but not quite to the extent Concrete Climax are having to. It is very difficult to know what's going on at this moment in time with the situation with Concrete Climax, but I don't think they're going to be able to mount a challenge even for second place at this moment. Green Hell Heathens, barring some kind of massive issue. I think they have it in the bag. Obviously, I don't want the commentator's curse, but it does feel as though Green Hell Heathens and yeah, difficult. And it's just confirmed now that they are indeed on different laps, so Inferno are just unlapping themselves at the expense of Concrete Climax. Same as well. So Reaper Racing in the pit lane and probably just sorting out their little amount of damage. And the track, I think it's worth noting, isn't a million miles away from dry now. I think there's only very occasional patches, but I think for the most part this is dry weather now, so problem. Consistency though, and understandably so actually, after such a long race, the consistency is an issue, and teams are all very fatigued, and they will start to make these silly little mistakes that they perhaps wouldn't have done some 22 hours ago, but it is understandable. And Adam Johnson, welcome back. And do I want to watch it? That's not how the internet works.
It does in my mind.
Okay, cool. Luke Chillingsworth was very much keen on joining us. He's away from the mic for 5 minutes, but he will.
AFK.
And I'll point out at this moment in time that one of our other commentators got roasted for eating on air once, so be careful, you're playing with fire.
I don't know what you're talking about. I have no clue what you're talking about.
I think you're such a lovable comedian that no one's going to care, so whatever.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are we doing?
Mr. Chillingsworth. Well, I'm doing
Mr.
well.
Johnson.
How's it going? Yes, how we doing?
You're not allowed to eat on core broadcast. Someone already got roasted for that.
I'm not eating. I don't
say?
know what you're talking about.
Mate, let's go back to Cameron Jarmain in the core WEC at Spa and you can see what happens.
That's fine. I'll finish my watch. Anyway.
So anyway, I've returned from the Radio Peterborough Studios. I was actually watching the broadcast at the Radio Peterborough Studios on a little monitor. But what's going on? Team GHH, I've forgotten the name, that's not good, is it? Green Hell Heathens is on course, it seems, for a victory.
Don't be so sure. This race has been an absolute topsy-turvy affair. I thought during the night Concrete Climax had this thing sewn up, and then when I left last night it was all Inferno racing. This can turn on its head. In fact, I think the people in the team chat are discussing the fact that I don't think anyone really wants a disconnect right now, mainly because that will mean a red flag and a reset. I mean, almost don't want that at the moment because it would just turn the complexation of the race on its head yet again. But in the last hour or so, we've had an absolute nightmare for Inferno Racing. They had a disaster lap where they destroyed every panel on their BMW. They then came out and then got in an instant with the Poland 24 Mercedes. We then had a battle for second, which has been resolved for now between Reaper Racing and the poor old Concrete Climax Audi, which has been suffering badly in these conditions. I'm just looking out on the track, gents. Doesn't seem to be much spray out on the track. Do we think the track is finally dry?
No, it's dry now.
It is dry now. Well, this is...
Yeah, because when I had a look on the when I was at the station, it was 100% sort of full on rain. So it's interesting now to see it back dry for the final sort of 1.5 hours or so of this race, guys.
Yeah, I figured it probably would come back to dry conditions. What was very interesting for the longest time, it was on 0% rain, but it was still sprinkling, and the track was still pretty much full wet. So it basically meant that everyone was just waiting for the moment to bring the slicks out. But it looks like that has occurred now. What will be very fascinating to see in the final, well, we have an hour and 39 minutes to go. What will be very interesting to see is that we've seen different teams and cars showcase different levels of pace and performance in the dry and in the wet and in between. Concrete Climax had a nightmare in this sort of intermittent conditions where the track was wet but the rain was not coming down. I wonder if we'll see another reversal here, because the Green Hell Heathens weren't quite the fastest. They were one of the fastest cars in the complete dry.
That's P24. Sorry, P24 just going off into the gravel there. So small moment for them.
A bit of a moment for those guys. A lot of fatigue setting in for a lot of these drivers as well, which is why this race is not a foregone conclusion by any stretch of the imagination. These guys probably is, because he's basically
Yeah.
what the heck? Just I don't even know. How
And I was up till, well, put it this way, I hadn't actually finished work until midnight on a Friday night either. So
you trooper, you utter trooper. You're a bit like that guy they
then
highlighted.
returned to my house for the N24 because I didn't end up sleeping at my house. So
Oh my word. Well, I tell you what, you're a bit like that guy at the Daytona 24 Hours, the little cameraman they had.
isn't it Stan the cameraman or something like that?
Camera stand, yeah, something like that. And he was up there for the full 24 hours, even in the freezing cold in the
He
middle
was
of
an
the night.
IndyCar cameraman who was getting some practice.
He was. That was quite unbelievable.
There's quite a bit of practice though, isn't there? This morning, in which, even though I had 7.5 hours,
Yeah, you did 7:30 in the morning. You sound like you've been up for about 3 nights straight. But the rain is starting to fall again, lads.
Well,
They
Interesting
left
stuff.
us. But,
the odd drop lid that's been very deceptive. Have we had teams pit very recently and change onto wet tyres, or change on slicks, should I say?
Oh yeah, I think everyone on track is on slicks at this point in time. However, I will point out the deceptive droplet hasn't actually happened. On each occasion we've seen rainfall so far in the N24, there has circuit. Even if it's only
Surely.
enough for intermediates, there has been an effect on the circuit. There hasn't
Surely
been
not another
nothing
major.
rain.
Surely not another downpour. This can't be. We've had too many. This is just
Right, you
no.
know
It
in
seems
a
to happen
TV
though, doesn't it?
program,
the rain just keeps coming. It's sort of an hour and a half left to go in this race. Could the
I think it has decided a lot of fortunes for these teams in the race so far. My question would be how long it goes to full dry, and if teams can. These sort of guys like Concrete Climax was, to me, the class of the field in the dry conditions. Has he got too much to do now? Be dry enough for him to really make an impact here. We also have Reaper Racing, much stronger in the dry. Certainly the wet setup was not their strongest, and they're now up to second place. And with a potentially full dry track for the rest of the race, this could really play into their favour.
indeed. I think this is almost a program that you know is going down. Throwing every and loop and comeback and killing off of character that they possibly.
For the last 2 years.
We have no real reason to do it, but it does seem.
right heading into the last hour? Quickly have a check on the gaps because Team Green. I'm presuming that the table on the right hand side is not correct because it hasn't been for the majority of the
not
race.
entirely.
Practically 7 minutes from Reaper Racing. Reaper Racing are then of Concrete Climax. Concrete Climax are followed by Inferno Racing, who are practically.
Oh,
only
someone's
full
spinning in
lap
front.
behind.
It's having a spin. So Green Hill Heathens has now lapped Concrete Climax.
That is a
Wow.
That's a downturn.
Are you
for
sure
those
that
guys.
wasn't? That was Concrete Climax. So Concrete Climax. That's
So
a.
So if there's a disconnection now, that's pretty much written off this lap back.
Yes,
Otherwise, that
indeed.
is their
It's
chances
the
of victory
Infernos.
gone.
All over again, and ironically, Inferno are actually ahead of so I think they are back on the lead lap at this moment in time. So
Well, would have wanted them. They came here trying to defend their second, trying to defend last year to be backfiring so far.
indeed,
this
so
has been, it's been
we
that
have
sort of race. I keep the table on these cars. They keep changing around. I'm curious to see if that Inferno racing the back in the top three. That'll be some turnaround, considering an hour ago they were down fifth, about a lap down on the leaders, and hitting every wall on the Nordschleife.
It's purely speculative because they are on the lead lap, just. However, they still have some way. Well, actually, no. If they're on the lead lap, that means they would have passed, doesn't it? Oh man,
My brain hurts.
my brain hurts. I themselves from Concrete Climax. I'm not convinced. It's 15 minutes ago. They just unlapped themselves from Concrete.
Green Hill Heathens.
No, we went up
I
on a
believe it was
separate
Green Hill
tangent.
Heathens. It was the Heathens who just passed Concrete Climax, so the Heathens have just
They've
lapped.
taken a now. Yeah, plus 1 lap. Yeah, that's fine. And
We were
the gap could even start to lap Reaper Racing by the end of this race if they get on, kind of get a move on
we
here.
have this pretty much the exact same situation that we had with Concrete Climax when you were reviving yourself this morning, Luke. And then
Yes, they were 7 minutes clear, and then in fact it's just gone off again. Look, as they go through turn number 6. So perhaps there's something wrong with that Concrete Climax machine. There's no damage according to the radar on the bottom left of the screen. The tyres look in good shape, so maybe just some small mistakes creeping in now from them. However,
yeah. Hours, mate.
Mate, well, I've been anyway, in terms of this morning, Concrete Climax, this morning, 7 minutes clear when I woke up this morning, and then within the space of about 10 minutes to third overall because of a disconnection. So that could really bring Reaper Racing and indeed Inferno Racing back into play.
Yeah, this race is
Okay.
stretching the imagination. We do have a report in the Concrete Climax
And,
bunker. They're doing some maths that Concrete
yeah.
Climax are on 151 laps, Inferno 150. So
Just to be sure, because I do keep tripping over myself on this. Anyway,
Inferno's
I'm going to leave
entitled-
you two
yeah.
to it for about 15 minutes. I haven't eaten in 16 hours at this point,
Oh.
so I'm going to go grab something
Did you not
to
go
eat.
for breakfast this morning?
No, I didn't go for breakfast. I haven't gone for lunch yet. I'm going to have a bowl of cereal. I'll be with you in 15 minutes, so...
we'll take it away, shall we?
Yes, let's. Me and AJ.
We have in the 2015 Core Nurburgring 24 Hours presented by Premium Race Cars, and it's carnage. It has been carnage, literally from the drop of the green flag, and this race is by far and away not decided yet. Let's have a look at the positions going into the final 90 minutes of this one. We've essentially got half a VLN race to go. We've got the team Green Hill Heathens leading by, at the last count, 6 minutes 16 seconds. We now have in third, we believe in third by a long distance. We believe now a lap down on the leading 2 cars. We have Inferno Racing fourth, either on the same lap or a lap behind Concrete Climax, we're not quite sure. And then Poland 24 Racing in fifth. And then there's a gone back are multiple laps down on the leaders. We then have team their Silver Bullet Corvette and Ristolo team, the plucky underdogs in their Tango stroke Toffee Crisp stroke Jaffa Cake sponsored Nissan GTR. So Mr. Chillingsworth, you come back into the race at just the right time because it's getting very interesting indeed.
Well, definitely, it sounds like it could be a fantastic 1.5 hours to go of the 2015 edition of the Core Nurburgring at 24 hours. But looking at the driver tracker that we've got in front of us here, Jamie Ozzy is behind the wheel of the Concrete Climax racing machine. And Jamie Ozzy, one of the least experienced in that team, he has had a few mistakes so far today. So could that be why these mistakes are starting to creep in now for Concrete Climax?
I'm not entirely sure because by the same token, Mem289 is one of their gun drivers, and he had a bit of a nightmare in his stint in the mixed conditions. So I think it's been a general malaise for that team, but they have sort of risen and fallen in this race. It's been sort of a characteristic for them. As we say, it'll only take one disconnection at this stage to suddenly be 2, maybe 3 back into focus. So it's huge out here. It is just, I mean, the Concrete Climax bunker themselves are saying it could just be stress. It is entirely possible. We're 22
Well,
and
the
a half
pressure was
hours
on them, wasn't it? They came here thinking that they had a strong chance of winning the back-to-back championship, winning the back-to-back title. So therefore, the pressure was near enough on them. Greenhill Heathens, however, they didn't necessarily come here thinking they would be able to challenge. So that might be why we've seen more sort of mistakes from Concrete Climax, plus of course Poland 24, because both those teams came here thinking they had a strong chance to win it.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I'm still stunned at the turnaround that the BMW teams had in their VLN form. Both of those teams struggled in the VLN, seemingly with the BMW. It was how they've turned it around and made such a consistently strong setup for those cars that has kind of taken all weathers in its stride is pretty incredible.
Well, and also Concrete Climax last year, Concrete Climax, don't forget, have done most of the planning for this event as well. They're the ones who's been behind it. Mento and Johnny B 1990 have been putting most of the planning together for this one. Yeah. They also have been doing the stewarding. And, you know, quite a lot of preparation beforehand. So while teams like Green Hell Heathens can just go out there and practice a circuit, they have to be there doing all the planning kind of alongside their race strategies as well.
Yes, absolutely agree. It's one of those for them to still be in third and be challenging for the win a lot of the time. It's been one of those races really where it's so hard to blame individual factors that it's more just been almost a game of chance and how the cookie crumbles, as the well-known phrase.
I love that saying.
Yes, it is a great saying, but this has been. But for a few disconnections, we could have a completely different look on the race, and then we could have another disconnection now. It's just been that sort of race. This is why I love endurance racing. It really is such a stress test that you really do. There's absolutely no chance of a kind of lucky winner out of it. Whoever prevails at the end of this grueling 24 hours will have utterly deserved it. Because my God, everyone will have been through hell and back, green hell and back, quite literally, to just make it to the end of this one, let alone win it.
Green hell and back.
Yeah, I thought...
Your analogies, mate, where are you getting them from?
I don't know. I just, from my brain, I think. It's a strange place, you don't want to go there.
And there we go, so it's Team Green Hell Heathens, currently leading the way, the Australian team, who didn't perhaps shine as much as we thought they would during the VLN. However, they've come here, a pretty unknown entity, and so far the class act about you, but when I put down my predictions for this race, for my reckoning, then it was between Concrete Climax, Poland 24, and perhaps Reefer Racing for the victory. That didn't even cross my mind that Green Hell Heathens might actually stand a chance of taking the victory here this afternoon.
Because, as I say, the BMW teams, that would be Green Hell Heathens and Inferno, both of them looked like they were really struggling with their cars in the VLN races. The BMW looked incredibly unstable. They just couldn't get a handle on it. It was a very sensitive car. They had a lot of incidents. I remember Inferno Racing struggled in quite a few of their VLN races, but they've obviously gone away from between VLN round 3 and now and drafted away on that car and really, really worked hard on their setups and tinkered it to find the missing ingredient. So I'm still stunned at their turnaround and how quickly they got things round and got them back into a competitive squad. I mean, Inferno Racing could be out front in this one, and Green Hell Heathens are out in a confident position here, so great job. You've got to give a pat on the back to the BMW. Said more GT3 into a consistent endurance racer and competitive in this race.
Well, yeah, definitely. They, both teams have been able to show their form so far today. You know, Green Hell Heathens have put on a masterclass display, but then Concrete Climax with a class act this morning. They were 7 minutes in front as well. The same gap now that Green Hell Heathens is to Reaper Racing. One disconnection, and again, it will throw the whole race on its head. And with only 1 hour and 25 minutes, all it needs is that one disconnection, and we could have a three-way battle for the lead again.
What I find fascinating about these endurance races is that no one has the perfect endurance race. I don't think anyone does. Not even the Audi team at Le Mans do. Everyone has there's fluctuating fortunes throughout the race, I believe. People will have hours where they are on top, and then other teams will have hours where they're on top, and vice versa. You have people where, like the Inferno Racing team, they'll have been on top for a while, and then they had an absolutely disastrous hour a little while back. And it's almost a case of not just, having the perfect endurance race, because that's impossible. You just can't do it. It's about how well you ride out the times where you're not the strongest car in the field. You take the chance when you are the strongest car, and then when you're not, when things aren't going your way, it's how well you ride that out. And for my money, it appears the Green Hell Heathens guys rode out for most of the first half of this race. They were not they were sort of in the front running group, but didn't look like outright winners. And they rode that out really well, held their patience, held their nerve, and have now taken a commanding lead, whilst other teams' fortunes have fluctuated dramatically. But then, having said that, we could have another complete, as you said, all it'll take is one disconnect now, or maybe even a series of incidents. We've seen cars go from ridiculously in front to just having it spiral out of control. Concrete Climax were in a comfortable lead and then second place. And they got a lot of damage, lost a hell of a lot of time, and then Reaper Racing ended up taking second place. So these sort of leads, I mean, it's only when you really put a lap on someone that you can really say you've got a commanding lead on someone. And I'm trying to do here. They are running at such a high pace. They are the pace setters at the moment. In fact, Inferno Racing are the fast.
Adam, RCB is back in the car, and we know how good his pace is. He is wonders with that car last night. Yeah, so RCB's just taken over from Cod Demon, and that's why that car is probably going and setting the pace so far.
Well, my word, I mean, RCB has probably been one of my drivers of the race. He has been sensational in this race. Let's not forget the outrageous race, the sort of thing that just no endurance racer in their right mind would be going for. Stick, which was just incredible. So it wouldn't surprise me. We've got, well, to go. Wouldn't surprise me if they leave him in the car for the rest of the race. He is their A driver, their gun, if you will.
Concrete Climax, because I'm guessing he's the nearest rival now is Concrete Climax, because Concrete Climax are in third, Inferno's in fourth on the timing.
Yes,
so
it has to be. I mean, there's still dispute. We're still not quite sure if there is actually a lap between those two or not, but either way, Inferno Racing are going to crank the wick up to 11 and put some seriously fast time in, although I'm seeing the odd sprinkle on the screen a little bit here and there, but it's been that way for a long time. But judging by the lap times, it certainly seems like the track is full dry now, but by the fact that Inferno Racing put a 7:57.2 in the last lap, that is extraordinary. That is
that's their best lap of the race as well, by the looks of it as well. So they've done an absolutely fantastic run of things. In terms of Inferno, of course, with it being, perhaps the track drying up again, then could RCB just go for honours, just try and grab the fastest lap to show the pace is there, and then sort of come back in next year and see if they can take the race. In terms of the battle out front, Green Hell Heathens, just as you said, by putting in a lap, that's sort of the safety zone, the barrier sort of thing between survivor disconnection and then having cars behind. Of course, with Concrete Climax, how they had that 7, and they had the disconnection, and then the cars managed to then just pip them where it counted. So perhaps Concrete Climax's downfall today was not their pace, because that's going to be hard to close a 7-minute gap. It's purely because Team Octane, that's probably what's put paid to their success so far.
Perhaps so, yeah, and it's about what I said earlier about bouncing back from adversity, and kind of responding quick enough to when things don't go your way, and it's about riding out those rough moments in the race and taking advantage when you are coming on strong in the race. So it has been utterly fascinating. We don't have any more disconnections, so that would completely throw the race into disarray again. But on the other hand, wouldn't it be hellishly entertaining? We have had a lap short on the concrete. An unbelievable drive behind the wheel. One of my far behind the wheel. He is a so as long as Concrete Climax can keep it on the road, you assume they have got third locked up for now. But don't discount anything. Inferno Racing will have cranked the wick up to 11. They have got nothing to lose now.
Well, yeah, definitely. We will start seeing the sort of last sort of has just got in the wheel of the Green Hill Heathens machine, and last time he was in the car, he did an impressive stint. He actually survived. This perhaps be, you know, him now in that group.
Quite possibly. You wouldn't want... Sorry, let me get my words in order. If you've got a driver who's performing so strongly and you've got time to put him in till the end of the race, why would you want to take him out of the car? He's in the groove and he's really doing great things. Reaper Racing, I believe, still have Glenn Owls in the car. That Poland 24 are about 2. Battle there is for 4th, so those two are on the same lap, but Concrete Climax is actually a lap ahead of Inferno Racing, so the battle for 3rd on hold for now. The Green Hill Heathens are holding a consistent gap out front. It doesn't look like they're making many bold bids to really try and lap Reaper Racing. It looks like they're just waiting for it to come to them. That's been their strategy most of the race. Why should they deviate from that? It has worked very well. And speaking of patience and endurance, Mr. Weller is back from breakfast.
Yes, from my yes. So I had my bowl of Special K. I also had to take a phone call from my little cousin. So I've been busy.
For Racing's just made a pit stop actually. No driver of the YouTube stick in Nissan GTR. Could they perhaps close that gap? It's only 7 minutes. You know, one disconnection issue and they're right there again. But you know, in terms of 1 hour and 20 minutes, no, that gap is near enough impossible.
Yeah.
Some sort of mistake, hits the wall and then limps back to the pit lane for some repairs. That might be possible.
Which we
I
have
would need.
To be fair, we have seen that in the last few hours. The Inferno Racing car was about 6 minutes up on P24, and then they had that utter nightmare of a lap where they managed to smack every single wall on every single corner of the Nordschleife and had an absolute stinker. When you're facing the wrong way in the middle of Dottinger Ho, you know things have gone bad. So,
especially if you've got this rain coming back, it's still on 0% now, but then the only way is up really for that rain. It'll just keep wet conditions around an Nordschleife. That is quite possibly a driver's worst nightmare.
Rain is the ultimate leveler, especially around here, and it must be so frustrating for these teams out there. There is rain still falling, but it's not showing us any wetness on the track, so what tyres do you put on? Because if you leave the pits now and it starts to tick up 1%, 2%, you could be in a world of hurt, because you've got 10 minutes to, at the very least, get back round and make another pit stop and change tyres. So they must just be thinking, can we just please just have the sun come out, or the rain just start to come down and that ticker go up, so we know what's going on. This horrible transition in the middle must be absolutely doing their heads in, to be honest. They must be ripping their hair out down in the bunkers.
Two front running teams in the pits. Team Green Hill Heathens have just made their next pit stop. However, we're not only just got in that car, yet confirmed that he is going to be staying in that car. Jamie Ozzy has just come in and brought the Concrete Climax, and he has only just got in the car as well, so we should expect him to stay out for a bit longer on this stint.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see. Go on.
No, you don't.
No, I can't remember what I was going to say.
Okay, great. I do expect, actually, Jamie Ozzy to pretty much be in there for the rest of the race. I don't think Memto will be in there until the last stop, if he does go in there again at all.
Well, we've seen Memto in there recently. We've seen Johnny... yeah, Jamie Ozzy did a stint during the night. However, not to critique the driver, requires some skill to even stay competitive at this level. However, Jamie Ozzy could be considered one of the teams. So would it be a sort of good move now for Concrete Climax to put in one of them more kind of experienced boys to teams behind?
Memto pulled off the track 20 minutes ago, and the groans I'm hearing from the bunker there for a little while yet, and Jamie Ozzy, when he was last in the car, he's pretty much the only driver for CCR really put on a good stint. While you're away, Mento and Johnny both made various errors on track, but before that, Jamie Ozzy, in relatively similar conditions, at least kept it on the island as such. So maybe he is a safe bet. Maybe they've overused. It's time to give them a bit of a rest and just limp home to a podium.
Yep. Firing line as terms as the race win is concerned. The gap then between the two leaders around 7 minutes. Now Inferno Racing is actually in full green is out there. We are, or it is suggested that there is a lap between Concrete Climax there in third and then Inferno Racing in fourth. So as long as Concrete Climax keep it on the road to grab a podium at least.
Yeah, Inferno Racing are essentially almost a lap behind at this point. They are just, essentially, I think they're about 7 minutes ahead, or 7 minutes 40 or so ahead of, or away from Concrete Climax, sorry. So it's pretty much an entire lap to all intents and purposes. It's just that they're slightly ahead rather than slightly behind in terms of track position.
Well, Inferno Racing there, they're currently running in fourth position. We have got Adam RCB behind the wheel of that car. Do you reckon they'll try and grab a fastest lap here, or will they be looking to try and grab positions? But just as I say that, look guys, at Lorraine Dash, 1%.
Oh no.
So here we go, it's starting to get interesting. We know that
So
when that hits
AJ's
1%, even though it doesn't sound like a lot, 20 to 25% is intermediate tyres.
Yep, and well, not 1 to 2%, I don't think. I think once we get to about 12 to 15, intermediates
20 to 25.
will be considered. No, because it's been on zero for a while, it's already dampened the surface. But Adam Johnson departs for a sandwich for about 15 minutes, and somehow everything's gone crazy again. It's kind of the way. So Inferno Racing in this fourth position. They've also got to be wary of P24, who are still. As a matter of fact, it's about 2 minutes, 2 minutes and 10 perhaps. So they can't afford to make any fastest lap, you speculated, especially now with this weather issue. But they the island now and keeping that 2-minute gap going so they can get their fourth place. And that being said, off into the barriers, no damage from that. It was just quite a mild tap, but straight off wide into that at the end of that high-speed section and into what I call the carousel complex, and more woes there for Inferno Racing. When I say woes, more a hiccup than a woe, but they need to play it safe and smart here. They don't need to go for the Sebastian Vettel style last lap, fastest lap stuff that used to happen a heck of a lot in the Formula One. Elsewhere, Green Hell Heathens still very much the commanding, and they might have a lap on the rest of the field by the end of the race. Aim to see it come down to a Daytona, as I'm going to refer to it from now on. So I do hope it doesn't revert to a Daytona situation. It would be them versus Reaper Racing if such a thing did happen.
So who would you put your money on in that kind of situation? Because Reaper Racing is showing pace, but we know his car is not great in the wet.
Well, because of Hell Heathens and 7 minutes apart, they'd also be opposite ends of the field. Don't forget, when the red flag goes off, it's the leader crosses the line at the end of their lap, and then everyone else completes their lap and then stops with them. So in theory, there'd be 5 or 6 cars between the leader and Reaper Racing upon restart. So honestly, I think
work his way through that field, but he might also have the rain to contend with when it comes back, or if it came back in the when we get the restart.
Coming back, but it would always come back. It's what it was when the red flag was called is essentially what we'd have when the race resumed. However, I think in general it's going to take a mistake in either situation now for Green Hell Heathens to lose pit stop.
Yep, so in the Reaper Racing team, Glenhouse has done quite a considerable stint there actually. He got in the car on lap 26, we're now on lap 26 in terms of the new restart rules, so we're now on lap in terms of it's about a 7.5 to 8 minute lap. That's still quite a hefty stint for Glenhouse. Do you reckon he'll see out the end of the race, or will they do one last driver change before the end?
I reckon our Clark might be the last hour or so. That's just a hunch I have. So maybe there might be about to be a driver change.
Well, we'll keep you updated
No,
when that happens.
Glenhouse is-
Yeah, Glenhouse is confirmed has stayed in. There comes Inferno Racing down the pit lane. RCB has only been in that car actually for 4 or 5 laps. However, we have seen some of these teams go for these shorter stints to keep the drive alteration go round. We shouldn't expect him though to make another stop. Is this him perhaps gambling on the intermediate tyres, Adam?
Your master stroke if they do, but it does look like slicks are going onto that car. You can usually just about see on the screen. I think those might be slicks. Not sure. One thing I'll just note quickly on Reaper Racing. Next time by, as in next pit stop, I don't see... Oh, Green Hell Heathens and CCR. Big contact reported on track. If we could get the cameras on either of those, please.
Is that the end of the race leader's reign, do you reckon? If he's made contact, it's going to take him huge damage. And if they're halfway around the lap, that's going to take him a fair amount of way to get back. Now, Reaper Racing and Glenhouse on that car has got to drive the absolute lap of his life to try and close this gap. But if he's got huge damage, is that the end of it? Yeah, we can see he's flashing there, bottom left of the screen, so there was some considerable damage. But luckily, he's coming down the Dottinger, so he's quite close to the pit lane, guys.
He'll be 5.5 minutes clear at the very least by the time he's sorted that issue. It's not going to be race changing. It's probably not going to be result changing. But it does...
If he was on the Grand Prix loop still, then we could have perhaps said, oh yeah, this is now the chance to get back into it. But because he's so close to the pit lane, that's actually worked out quite handily for the Green Hell Heathens team.
And Concrete Climax are back on the lead lap as well, so...
Ooh, was that contact intentional, do you think?
I don't think they'd report themselves to us about that if that was intentional. I also know that their sporting intentions are better than that. So.
Oh, Green Hell Heathens has spun, and he's almost made contact with Poland 24. No, he did manage to get car. Currently piloting that Poland 24 car is Old Boy, but yet another spin as they makes his way up towards the pit lane for the Green Hell Heathens car. Driven by It's Racing has now taken over that car. Mint GTR just did 3 laps or so, but It's Racing will now take over that car. Look, he's all over the place back into the pit lane.
He hasn't had a stint in quite a while. Hopefully he can be trusted and relied on to keep decent weather, so it is getting gradually worse and worse. They made an early intercall last time, I believe, so I wouldn't mind tyres call from the team here for GHH.
Well, it's worth doing it. The rain hasn't gone up as fast as we're used to seeing in Gran Turismo,
I think this is what we saw, or what I saw, at about 5 a.m, where the weather spiked just enough to have intermediate tyres working at their optimum. But not much else, which did actually play into the Concrete Climax court quite well, but I think that's what we're going to see here. I don't think it'll get above 40%.
Yep, so Green Hell Heathens is currently in the lead of the 2015 Core Nurburgring 24 Hours in that car. Mint GTR has now taken over the wheel for the final 1 hour. So It's Racing came in on lap 35, did 1 lap, crashed it, and now just came back in and done a driver change by the looks of it.
Indeed, and some calls in the thread on the live stream to also go to Inters, so not sure if they have or not, but they won't tell us either. Very secretive at the game, and
Well, think about the performance advantage they'll have on the intermediate tyres, because let's presume the rest of the field have gone on the slick still, whereas Team Green Hell Heathens have gone on the intermediates. In fact, they're getting a bit crossed up coming down the hill. But yeah, let's just presume that they are on. Then they should have a performance advantage until the rest of the field come in and change for their slick tyres. Meanwhile, Team Morphine are in the pits. Beachy Mao is currently at the wheel of that machine. He's done about 6 or 7 laps himself, so we might be seeing a driver change there. Morphine have before gone with these kind of short stints. We saw Beachy X do about 6 or 7 laps before Mao for 6 or 7 laps, but it has been confirmed that Mao will actually around the Nurburgring Nordschleife circuit, so he'll then make his way back out pit lane. But yeah, Team Green Hell Heathens currently leading the way. Second position for Reaper Racing, about roughly 5.5 minutes we think behind because of the damage sustained by Green Hell Heathens, who actually managed that time with that contact. Third place and currently a podium finish for Concrete Climax Racing Audi. Doing well so far. He's done 4 or 5 laps in this stint. Took over course from Memto, but that Concrete Climax team having a few issues to creep in, and that's so far this afternoon. Inferno just behind them.
Just want to note quickly on a personal note, the fact that we're about to hit the 1 hour to go mark is a testament to just how enthralling and absorbing this race has been. I had to take about 4 looks. I'm amazed that it's just 1 hour to go here for anything more to play out, but with what's happened since daybreak here, and while you're away hosting, what's happened in the last 4 or 5 hours, the amount of stuff that has happened, I've got to wonder what's going to happen in this next hour. Stay tuned. Don't take the eyeballs away.
Yeah, you really can't guess what's going to happen in motorsport. It all seems to come together at the last moment. In fact, Mr. Weller, you actually shouldn't have done this stint, according to our comment. The testimony to how good this race is, that you've decided to stay up for nearly the whole 24 hours.
Well, I haven't slept, so I'd say I've stayed up. I only went for 2 bowls of cereal.
Full of guns.
But no, in all seriousness, I don't think we've seen the last of it. I don't think the order is as it will be at the end of the race. Something else will happen. What? I can't really tell you. Perhaps 4th place, Poland 24 and Inferno. Not a million miles away from each other, but this will not be the end. And last year there was a battle, I believe. Very, not very long beforehand. I reckon down, I think we will still see a battle on track 4 position at the end. And yeah, I'm not just saying that to keep the views, I'm literally just saying that because it's a hunch I have. So, oh, look at this, Green Hell Heathens! Big mistake there! No contact, there was not enough barrier contact there to create damage, but that was a big moment there for Green Hell Heathens. But everyone else who's contributed to the Australian team's day here at the Nurburgring just yelped, screamed, groaned, drinking, as they say they've been doing pretty much all race. Oh, what's this? Oh, I thought I was off track for a minute. That's just a graphical issue. That caught my eye a little bit there. Reaper Racing getting all types of crossed up there. The weather is definitely making its presence known. And I'm not sure what tyres Glenhouse 81 is on, but very crossed up. Is he exiting the pit lane now? No, I'm not exiting the pit lane, is he? But he's done about 2 laps already actually on those tyres. But either way, turn 2 getting very crossed up. I don't think he's still on slick tyres. That'd be suicide. He should have pitted this lap if that was the case. But he is going very wide there. Doesn't look to have much control over the car. And of course, may well be because the GTR is infamous for its lack of poise in the rain. So who knows what could happen between now and the end. And I think that this is going to be one incredible event. Even in its last moments, I reckon we're going to have a brilliant finish, a grandstand finish, if you will, nostalgia BBC grandstand. I think this would be the time when BBC grandstand would cut to the Nurburgring 24 hours for the last hour of the race, where it is still very much all to play for.
Yeah, definitely. Team Green Hell Heathens are just exactly 1 hour away from becoming the 2015 Core Nurburgring 24-hour champions. But there is no disconnection issues, because if there is, it could open up for a grandstand finish, just as you said, Adam.
I'll just tap my guitar because it's made of wood.
Yeah, okay.
No, I've got a desk that's made of wood, so I've got my hand on that right now. But yeah, 1 hour away from the end of the 2015 edition of the Core Nurburgring 24 hours. Restolo team are in the pit lane. We're looking now at the concrete climax machine. In terms of the concrete climax machine, they came here hoping the second year running. However, the pressure was well and truly on them to counteract last in much of the planning heading up to the event, so that's perhaps what limited their success, because they had done all the speccing and they had done all the practice sessions. Yes, you could say that they've had more track time than most of the teams. However, what you don't remember is the amount of pressure, the time being put on to put this event in process and to organise this event. When teams such as Green Hell Heathens have been on track practicing, they've been behind the scenes making sure the event happens in the first place. So a massive congratulations really goes out to the whole Concrete Climax team for being able to organise this event in the first place.
But to simplify things, imagine the first time you ever say organised a meeting with a group of friends, maybe in a party or something. The first time you organise that, especially a big one, something that's important to you, that you put a lot of effort into, do you truly enjoy it? Do you truly get the optimum from it when you spent so long trying to organise it and are freaking out the whole time hoping it's perfect? In the same sense, with all the intricate details that go into running it, I know about 30% of them, and I think I could probably make them a 3-digit number, and I don't think I know much more than a quarter of what's gone on. Yes, they're doing
exactly.
well. Yes,
even
it
though
is their baby.
Yeah, go on,
yes,
Adam.
it is their baby, but I'm not sure that they can do the optimal performance with everything that's happened, everything they've had to do in order to make this happen.
Yeah, fantastic. They've been racing, but you know they've always been on the team chat. They've always been on the Skype chat here in order to keep the commentators involved in what's going on, and really there been there talking to all the live streams and commentators. So it really has been get this race going in the first place. So sorted. Green Hell Heathens have made their pit stop as well. We're just double checking whether there's any driver changes in there. No, Mint GTR seems to take that car to the end of the race. He's done some long stints in the past, so perhaps he might be able to take that car to the end of the race. In terms of driver changes are concerned, there has been a change in driver at the Restolo team. Plays 55 is taking that car.
Team Octane Racing.
Oh yeah, sorry, that is Team Octane. Thing is, they've all got the same. Apologies. Laws has taken over.
R-E-S-T and T-O-R. That's a bit of a stretch.
Thought, you know what, it's Restolo, but no, it's has taken over from Romasagan at West, and taken over from Old Boy. So perhaps Lubeck taking their Poland 24 car to the end of the race. Team Morphine are in the pits now as well, just to double check whether they're changing drivers. Beachy Mao has been behind the wheel of that machine now for about 6 or 7 laps, which doesn't sound like a lot, but when it's 7.5 to 8 minutes a lap, we might be seeing a driver changes happening at Team Morphine. In terms of the rain's concerned, that's gone up considerably. Last time I checked, it's almost time for full wets, Adam.
Wet weather time. Yeah, wet weather time. Green Hill Heathens. I can't remember where they were on track last time we saw them, to be honest.
They were in the pits a few minutes ago, so I'm presuming they're heading up sort of the first out. But have they gambled for wets, do you reckon?
I don't know. I hope for their sake they did. Mint GTR, who I think really has been the foundation through to the end. In terms of, I think they are indeed actually in the early part of the lap, and I do hope they went for wet tyres.
Oh, hang on! Concrete Climax has run off the road. He's almost made contact with the Restolo car, who was.
Okay.
So the Restolo car's obviously gone off and made a mistake. The Concrete Climax obviously followed and made the same sort of mistake, and the two almost stricken back marker. Meanwhile, the Octane car is in the pit lane again. We wouldn't expect to see a driver change there because Cobra's only been in the car for about 5 or 6 laps at most. So we should expect him to stay out for a tiny bit longer than that perhaps as well. But yeah, Concrete Climax not perhaps happy with the move there. They almost got taken out of the race near enough there. Here we go. Concrete Climax have just apologised to the Restolo team, so perhaps there was some contact there which forced the rest car off the circuit. So we'll have to investigate exactly what happened with that one.
So, like I said, 1 hour left, and all still to play for. Going to get anything to eat, going to get anything to drink. Do hope that Adam Johnson returns from his sandwich break when he gets back. He needs to get back. Twists and turns aplenty, let's just say.
We're hearing there was no contact actually now between Concrete Climax and Rest, so some mistake happening there, but no contact between the two of them, so both of them are seemingly fine. 5 minutes to go in a 24-hour event. Concrete Climax calling it a squeaky bum moment on the team. Fairly satisfied with that. No contact, so no damage for these cars, and they all seem fine to continue.
Only 55 minutes. I think it's incredible that it's that
you can stay up all night without food. Or how did you go to the toilet in the night when you had no one to cover you? Please explain.
Well, 30 seconds or so. It's quite a good sprint back to my toilet from my room. It's like a 10-meter Olympic course, and Concrete Climax there just had a little moment allowing Rest back through actually. So no,
it looked like he had a bit of a moment
seconds.
around the corner. So
yeah. To be honest, if you listen back to the broadcast and you hear me say, and I hope you enjoyed the sound of those GT3 cars just for that little moment, that's usually when I went to the toilet.
So
I don't
try
think
and go to the toilet for a bit longer.
to get back to the screen as quickly as possible.
That is a
It's a
classic
laptop.
moment.
I may as well have just carried it to
Ian,
the toilet.
what did you you live with your grandmother? What did she have to say about the all-nighter?
I think she's used to me not sleeping. I mean, I do work that involves me showing up at home at about 2 a.m. in the morning if I show up at all, so...
Fantastic.
I think she's
Reaper Racing. So Inferno have jumped up to second, but that's not entirely correct because even though that's second on the road, they are a lap down. So they've unlapped themselves from Reaper Racing, but they're yet to unlap themselves from Green Hill Heathens.
Indeed. Apologies for that little cough. Many of those throughout the 24 could probably do a cough mix, the N24 with me, over the course of this race, but
Better than last year though, when you had that photo of you and a can of Relentless. So obviously this race have obviously
it's
been
like
a bit
melting,
more
yeah.
entertaining for you.
Oh no, last year was entertaining. The thing is, I just didn't have the talking. even if I didn't have a co-commentator with me, which I obviously didn't have for most of the morning, which is like the worst time, I had the ability to just sit here and spew out mostly meaningless stuff to the audience, and I also had the participation of the audience, and while keeping the jaw going as well, that really kind of stimulated me enough to keep going. And I actually don't really feel like I didn't sleep last night. Like, I'm gonna take the dogs out after we're done with this.
Go for a nice long walk and burn off the, so you can have a nice long
We'll
sleep.
sleep under a tree.
You'll be in bed at 6 o'clock tonight, no doubt.
We'll see. The concrete climax here, going along the long old Dottinger Strait for the probably, I think, approaching the 160th time at this point, maybe 156, maybe. Complete shot in the dark, that, so if I'm right, something's wrong with my mind. But I'm not sure. I don't think they'll be pitting this lap. I think they're on full wets. But Adam Johnson is back in the building. So
I'm
back with a
back.
sandwich. Yeah.
Yes. I decided not to get in trouble for eating on the mic anymore.
Okay, that's good. But I just quickly want to bring something up as Concrete Climax to make their pit stop. One thing we do have to do before the end of this race is the Spirit of the Race Award, and I thought I'd wait until AJ was back to bring this one up so you can also have a say.
Yes.
I mean, what are your two guys' thoughts on this one?
I like both. I think the Restolo team have earned a lot of respect out here this weekend. They've certainly come back and improved after last year's showing. They've stepped up. They are the sort of plucky amateurs, and we love those guys for it. They're not amateur in terms of the driving skill, but they've come back and improved, and they've given it another crack. They are the true spirit of race. They're not they know they weren't going to be in contention to win the thing. They just wanted to finish the thing and have a laugh, and it looks like that's exactly what they've done. And my other nominee would be Team Octane Racing for very similar reasons. They're an absolute nightmare first 2 hours of the race. They've had one, maybe multiple disconnections. Have they quit? Have they stopped racing? Have they? Well, no, they haven't. They just haven't. They have kept plugging away, and I love those guys for that. So they'd probably be my two sort of nominations for Spirit of the Race.
Brilliant. I start up the group discussion piece, and Luke decides to go to the toilet. That wasn't exactly what I had planned in my mind. Thank you.
No, that guy's timing is wonderful, isn't it?
It's brilliant, isn't it?
Absolutely
He scared
perfect.
me to death when he rejoined the commentary about 3 hours ago, and he fell off the blooming bed.
Hello, yeah. Out of nowhere. Yeah.
On another note, I guess that means I'll discuss mine. To be honest, mine are the same as yours. However, I feel Rest had their recognition last year. They've improved this year, and they're now on the level when they can start approaching midfield, and they don't really need the the whole you kept going no matter what, because they could still realistically, until about an hour ago, have caught up to Morphine with a little bit of luck. And the team Morphine are no slouches. I don't see any reason why not, but I think Octane Racing, I'll provide my reasons, as many of them. Firstly, they've disconnected twice. Disconnecting once is bad enough.
Yeah.
Twice is terrible. They've hosted the room for this entire race, which shows huge dedication to the M24 from the team. They've only got 2 drivers as well. They've only got Play and Cobra 75 with Lavendel actually joining us quite a lot of the race on the live stream chat. And a combination of that, as well as what we've seen on track, makes me think that to go for, but we'll wait for Luke to return from his well-timed toilet break to see what he has there. Still think I should have deciding vote. I witnessed it all.
You probably have more of a right to do so than me, but I'm glad we're on the same line with Team Octane Racing. I just saw how the get-go, because they made a mistake on the first corner. BMW. That feels like a long time ago. They hit the Green Hell Heathens BMW on the first corner, and they instantly owned up to it. Straight away, hand up, we'll take the penalty and we'll go with it. And no matter what has been thrown at them, they've taken everything with a smile. I guess I also quite like Gothic Racing Empire. I think they've shown great spirit during this race. They've been very polite, they've been very plucky. They've always been kind of kept their heads up, and very amusing in the team chat. They've always had great energy, and sort of the spirits have been high in that camp. But I think overall, probably my vote would be for Team Octane Racing. And Luke is back, so he can offer us his choices.
Hello, what have I missed?
We're discussing
We missed the
potential
group
nominees for the Spirit of
discussion
the
that I
Race
wanted to
award.
have with everyone.
Alright,
I waited
it's the Spirit of the N24 award.
Spirit of the 24, yes.
Yes.
Alright, is this for driver or team?
Team.
Team.
Team. Right, this is going to be a hard decision because all the drivers in my eyes have done fantastic to get to the 24.
yeah.
They've all done great to get. The Octane team for hosting has been absolutely fantastic, and they've shown good spirit to continue racing even though things haven't gone their way. Fantastic. They've always had a good bit of banter in the team chat, and fans of Core will know that I like my banter. Concrete Climax Racing, you know, have been great. Spirit, it's a hard decision. It really is, because I don't want to upset people, but plus I don't want to get a decision wrong and then the people in the chat go mad about an uproar and I get my name slandered on the Core.
It's not really in the spirit of the award it's in the spirit of the award. This is the award for fair play and being the most sort of spirited in the race. I'm glad you're going with Team Octane Racing, because I think me and Mr. Weller are going along the same line, so I don't think that's going to be a controversial decision.
Yeah, it's got to be Team Octane, I think, for the fact they kept going even though things haven't gone their way.
Absolutely.
We were giving you 5 minutes to come back from your unexpected break. You come back
Yeah, my
in
laptop
4
was about
minutes.
to die, so I had to grab the charger.
Also, I like the
Jeez,
fact that I went out the room for 15 minutes for a sandwich, and now it started fully raining again. And I heard the Green Hell Heathens had some wrecks, so I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, they crashed. You missed it. They hit. They made contact or did something with Concrete Climax Racing.
They did a thing.
They did something. It weren't contact, but it was something. There
Well,
was a moment. It was coming out of coming onto the dotting gear. It appears.
Yeah, I'm consulting the timing screen though. It doesn't look like it has affected their tilt for the lead too much.
Oh, contact for Gothic Racing Empire on the front right hand side.
A little bit of damage there. Yes, you are correct. I'm not sure where they would have picked that one up from. Maybe it's time to consult the team chat. They're often fairly open over there. No, it doesn't look like they've said anything about it just yet. They're probably still frantically discussing on the radios down in the bunker down there. Those guys have been a plucky lot. I gave them no chance from the start because I picked them as my dark horses for the race, so I completely ruined their race right from the beginning. So but they've been great contenders throughout the race and great spirit. I'm struck how polite they've been. They've been all. I thought they were on the grass for a second at the end of Dossinger. That's suicidal. But no, they've been very polite. They're going, look, just passes on the left, passes on the right. Yes, yes. They've always been like Team Christian driving. It's been like James May's Christian driving. It's been fantastic. Yes, they're
We
pitching.
should have a runner-up award. Gothic Racing Empire, the runner-up in the spirit of the N24.
I think so. Yes, I think you've got to be. I think the top
the
three nominees
undisputed
in spirit.
winners.
Go on. Yes, Team
Yeah, the
Octane are
undisputed
definite winners. Gothic Racing and Ristolo would be my runner-ups. And Concrete Climax, as Luke said, for organising the whole thing and then still driving it and probably still getting a podium out of it, if I'm reading the timing screen correctly.
Yeah, they will be in
Oh,
theory.
are they?
getting-
Poland 24's moved up to 4th position on the timing screen.
Yeah, but they're behind Inferno, so
Oh yes, yeah. There we go. Also, so we've done the spirit of the teams, something which I always did in the WEC last year, and which I can continue over to the N24. Who do you think is your driver of the event, the individual driver?
That one's easy for me. RCB 929.
Me too.
Really?
Got to be RCB. He's shown his
yes.
pace. He's really brought Inferno into it. Yeah, go on, Adam.
Yeah.
inclined to go for Mint GTR. It's been the foundation of the Green Hell Heathens layout. Whenever Green Hell Heathens have been at the forefront of the field or in contention, it's been because Mint GTR was either driving or... And he's really been the foundation of their... far more than any of the other drivers in that car, and I think they know why as well as we do. And that's because he's damn quick. He's also consistent, and he's also new to core. As
You could also
such.
give it to
He's
Jamie
never
Ozzy
raced.
in a way as well, because Jamie
Yeah,
Ozzy.
I think he's only done
gets
2
it on.
core races before this, and I don't know. Something tells me Mint GTR should get that one, but
you made a very convincing case. I cannot argue
Spanners in
against
the
that.
works.
Knowing that he's seen the whole race and has stayed up all night, plus whatever Mr. Weller says is usually Bible.
I'm going with
Well.
I'm going with RCB 929 because I was just so impressed with when you told me he was age 14. I was unbelievably
He's
impressed. The fact that-
14.
Yes, he's racing.
What?
Exactly. That was my reaction. When I was 14 years old, I could barely win a race against the AI on Gran Turismo 4. So
When I was 14, Gran Turismo 4 was out. Yeah, that's what I was going to.
yeah.
Oh no, I think GT5 had just come out. I think that was the year it came out. So
yeah.
Making yourself
You lot are
sound
young
like an old
whippersnappers.
man, dude. You're not even 18. Come on.
Huh?
Luke's trying to make himself like an old man, and he's not even 18.
Yeah, you've got a near 23-year-old in the room. It's not going to work. But no, I definitely. I think I was unbelievably impressed. I was expecting you to tell me he was like 25, 30 or so, a very experienced campaigner. But you were like, hang on, he's 14. He's battling up against GT Academy finalists. I mean, you got to be 18 to enter the GT Academy. Sod it. They've got to make a sort of Max Verstappen rule just for him.
well,
He-
RCB, if he's only 14 and he's doing stuff like people like Jan Mardenberg, Lucas Ordenef, could you perhaps put him alongside those sort of those likes?
Absolutely. I
That's
think
what
I
I'm
wouldn't be able to find out until lovely bit of drifting there from the concrete climax Audi through the first corner. Very Tanner Faust, very nice. But
Nice.
no, most certainly I would. And what I'm most impressed about, it's not just a case of raw speed from RCB 929. It's the fact that they've managed to turn that BMW around into a race-winning car. I mean, it won't work out for them in the end, which is unfortunate. But every time he's been in the car, they worked tirelessly on the setup. He was given a lot of credit for working on the setup and kind of curing it of a lot of its inconsistencies and instabilities in the VLN races. So turning that thing from a fast but fragile, pretty unstable platform into Go on.
The funny thing I think about the two drivers is they're both in the same car. They've both pretty much done the same thing. But one thing I will say, RCB 929 relative to Mint has been around in the core WEC fold as well since about mid-term, and he's been doing the whole beating GT Academy people, beating established guys who go and do top time trial times in the seasonal events. He's been doing that since about September. Like, it's
Wow.
nothing new.
This debate's going to keep on going, so I think that we should get the views of the people at home to vote for their driver of the day. Is it RCB or
bring it
Mint GTR?
Bring it in, come on. You know it's
Sounds
awesome.
Bring it in on the
Good
team
idea.
chat. Go on team chat on the live chat on YouTube as well. I'm sure that we'll be checking that for your endeavour. Oh, concrete climb turns 13 and turns to 14 on the Grand Prix circuit, heading back on. Jamie Ozzy is.
I'm not sure which car that is. The concrete climax car.
Inferno.
Right, it's the Inferno BMW that will move through. That's not for position, is it?
Oh no, it is Green Hell Heathens. Jesus.
Oh, it's the Heathen, so
So they've done the lap. So now if there is a red flag, back a lap down.
oh my word, this is
It's turning from bad to worse for concrete climb. Sniff of opportunity if there was some issue on circuit, but now that opportunity's gone. But I'm sure
this weather.
you are allowed to pass, and when you're a lap behind, you are allowed to pass if you prove you've got the pace. And Concrete Climax is now straight back on the Team Green Hell Heathens machine.
Yeah, and probably what you'll find is the Green Hell Heathens car will not put up a huge amount of light. Why on earth would you want a race-winning tilt potential? If they're faster than you just let them go because
But at
they're.
the same time, that's back into a major playing field. So would they perhaps try and defend it
No.
slightly? It's a hard.
No, because Concrete Climax, if they were to get past Green behind Concrete Climax,
Oh, they'll have the whole field
Climax
behind.
would be, yeah, exactly. There'll be the whole field between Concrete Climax and Green Hell Heathens. So
Oh, I
that's
see.
the last thing they've got to be worrying about.
So probably the Heathens will just, if they're really starting to come under pressure, they'll just let them through because there's no point getting in a scrap with them. And as we get closer and closer to the end here, we have 35 minutes exactly to go. That disconnection is becoming less and less likely. I'm really trying not to tempt fate here, gents. I know I failed spectacularly at that.
But yeah, the impact of disconnection is going to start to get, because even if you do disconnect track, there's limited. Yeah, there's limited time the concrete climax can make their way through the whole field, plus make an overtaking move in 20 minutes. Plus the Nordschleife is not the best place to make an overtaking move. There are probably about sort of 2 or 3 main places to overtake on this circuit. So,
Unless you're
time is really running out.
Unless you're RCB 929, in which case every corner's a chance. That was one of the reasons I was so impressed with them, incidentally. But no, it looks like the Heathens are pulling away anyway, so this for now anyway. But yeah, I mean, we're not even factoring into consideration the fact that it generally takes about 15 minutes to sort out a red flag situation. So if there's a red flag with 20 to go, you've at best got about 5 minutes left.
Yeah,
Got a lap.
strengthens my case because there's not enough time for Concrete Climax to make it through the entire field and be pulled away. There's just not enough time.
Unless he's some sort of hybrid of Michael Schumacher and Shane Van Gisbergen, and I think that is almost impossible. Yeah, but so yeah, it looks like it looks like Concrete Climax are fairly happy with their position at the moment. They are 3rd overall, am I correct, behind Reaper Racing?
Sorry, who are you asking about? Concrete Climax?
Yes.
Yeah, 3rd overall. Sorry, I was busy looking at the votes for the driver of the race thing at the moment you said that.
What have people been saying on YouTube? If we have some...
RCB, totally biased vote for the Glenelgs and our Clark, RCB. And one guy went mint with me, so that's okay.
So
by the sounds of it, RCB win then.
I can't really go against the rest of them.
I like the fact that indeed one of those votes for RCB was Inferno Racing themselves. Back in their own driver, but why shouldn't they be?
But Rono, I will say this: Rono Thomas was massively cheering for Reaper Racing at the start of this one, but he's gone with what Heathen. Oh no, sorry, Glenelgs. So it is actually about a split now between RCB and the.
We've got some votes now coming in for the. They have both their 2 drivers, Glenelgs and R. Clark, have done the race between them. Only 2 drivers. Some of the other teams have had 3, 4, and 5 drivers up there.
Yeah, that's a big shout out to make. They've done phenomenal with 2 drivers.
I think it's difficult because you could give it to nearly about 90% of the field and the drivers out there. There have been some serious talent on display.
It's really between Mint and RCB though. In all honesty.
And RCB is clearly winning the fan vote there, so you know.
Yeah, I think we can award it to him then.
Yeah, let's do it.
Concrete Climax very high there, coming through the carousel.
I think just at this point in time, it's just a matter of survival. They're trying to bring that car home now. It's not even a home clean for those Forbes, and just as I said that, they nearly get into the barrier there, so it is really enough of a challenge just to bring the car home clean anyway.
Interestingly, Mint is Quick Climax just voted for Mint in that driver battle, so we are still getting the votes in for that one.
This is very
the black during the week, isn't it? Black or blue, white or
that's been mentioned twice on this stream, now 3.
Guys, face it, it's blue and black, there's no discussion.
Hang on. So does that mean that Audi's white and pink?
Fernando Alonso meme on Facebook during the week-2 rounds. He had a white and gold helmet and everyone was saying it was blue and black. Classic moment.
Glutz will, sorry, not Glutz, what am I on about? Mento will let you know that Concrete Climax's vehicle is orange and white.
Yes,
yeah, clearly. I don't know how we didn't.
Bold shout here saying Concrete Climax, Mint heading over to Concrete Climax perhaps for next year. He's saying that perhaps he should be recruited to that side of the garage. Of course, he'd his
that side of the
go.
garage, Luke, it's that side of the world.
That side of the world, whatever. Okay, he will not want his teammate to leave him. However, you know, Concrete Climax are one of the big names in the core world. You know, so if you do get offers from teams like that, you know, it's hard to turn them down.
I'd love sim racing to get to the point where you'd be able to pay a factory team some to fly sim races over to your mate's house on the other side of the world. That'd be. Imagine if the core Nurburgring 24 hours grows to that stature where you have generally got inter-team signings. Huh?
We found you a future. You're going to be a sim racing driver courier when you're older.
You're gonna be an agent for Sin Racers. You're
That's
gonna,
not a bad idea.
you're gonna be there brokering the deal in the office and be like, so yes, Mint would like to discuss contract terms with Concrete Climax Racing. We would like first stint at the Nurburgring 24 hours and some donuts. Otherwise, I'm staying with the Green Hill Heathens because they're currently paying me very well in Jaffa cakes and Coke.
If Mint GTR was here now, he'll be worth like the $30 million round ratio, and then he'll be on about 35 million. But then you've got.
Are we
some of the
basically
other
making
guys.
this into a round of FIFA 14 or FIFA 15?
We could do. It's like the Ultimate Team, but on Core.
It's an idea, isn't it?
Core Ultimate Team.
Fantasy League. We may have stumbled on something there. And the
Buy each other's drivers. I want 15 mil or I'm out.
Yeah, the Core
I
Fantasy
think we
League.
need to draw a close to this whole Mint versus RCB thing. So come on, guys, slide.
Well, Mint GTR apparently he actually travelled 1,500 miles one way to be able to compete in
Yeah.
that one. So he's used to travelling to get to race events. Oh, as Concrete Climax spins down at turn number 1, lights up the rear tyres again, and off they go.
Lovely little pirouette there from the Concrete. They have been entertaining us. They have been pulling full Gymkhana moves for the last few hours of the race, probably believing that their chance of victory has gone. But they're enjoying their time here. They're enjoying their time in the Nurburgring 24 hours. And why shouldn't they? And I just love the comments. We've now triggered a conversation about favourite mid-race snacks. Flux the Ducks shouted donuts, and then Rono_Thomas just went, prefer eclairs myself. For the sophisticated sim racer right there. I like that.
Well,
Maybe
Flux the Duck always enjoyed a good donut in his core days. You know, I can remember him actually hitting me down at the rear of my car in the Core Fun Cup last round, which actually destroyed my chances of winning that in the middle
So
of
it wasn't
June.
a very fun cup for you in the end.
Fun Cup, the true test of skill and something to brag about in about 6 months after it happened.
I actually practiced for that race as well.
What? It had boosts, mate.
So I
I
actually spent 2 weeks practicing on that track. I knew every corner. Okay, and then Flux just rams me.
Let me just
okay,
clarify,
for the last
right?
lap.
Wait, well, because of the amount of boost that we had for the Core Fun Cup, someone got lapped and was then back on the train like to win a Fun Cup race.
Yeah, 'cause I got.
The Fun Cup is the Fun Cup for a reason, to be honest. It is.
No one else practiced.
You know, it's like one of those things. You know, when you go for like a games night around your mate's house. As Concrete Climax goes for yet another spin. This is very stylish right now. They are winning Gymkhana points all over the track right now. I'm enjoying this. But yeah, you know when you go for like a gaming night around a mate's house and you're all gone there, and there's that one friend who is sort of that guy who you know has played this game for hours and hours and practiced it and got all the achievements. And then he must beat everyone he plays at that game. And when he does win, he gloats. And you just sitting there going, "You're no fun. I just want to play." So literally, that was the Fun Cup. Literally, Luke, I'm sorry, you were that guy.
Well, I did do a Tuesday night league. Came second at Japan on Formula One 2014.
4 cars on
so-
track.
with 4 cars on track. Yes, I will admit that. But we had my homeland or my territory normally, Sochi. It's my zone.
What, Peterborough, just outside Russia? That just reminded me, that F1 comment just reminded me of something. At my primary school, there was an inter-house state tournament, and there were 3 houses, so and my house was terrible at sport, mainly because I was in it probably. I kind of set the tone. And when I got back home, my mum was like, "Oh, did you have a good day at the sports day?" I went, "Yeah, I finished 3rd. And I went out of 3. And it just kind of
Fox
reminded
has
me.
just put a quote. I am a git to you, Luke. Cheers for that.
I'm a kid. Well, the first step towards
Endurance race, we usually meant to get quite sentimental about what's just happened. Instead, we're talking about Luke being rubber human being on the planet.
Well, I thought we already established the latter thing earlier, to be fair.
We did.
Well, it's been an amazing race, hasn't it? Yeah. Anyway, did I tell you about that time in cross country?
Yeah, go on.
No, he's already said it once on the broadcast.
Yeah, no. I'll keep it short for Luke. You weren't here earlier when I was discussing my my cross country strategy, which was in I was rubbish at cross country running, and basically, the teacher would be like, "Oh, how can you say that, sir? I lead every race." Because essentially I'd sprint away from the start, be in the lead by miles at the first corner, and then immediately collapse and have a heart attack. And then the rest of the field overtook me, and then I'd finish like last or something. So that was my genius cross-country strategy for nerds. If you want to avoid grief for the PE teachers, just sprint to the first corner, and then you can say you did well.
Anyway,
We've only got 25 minutes to go, lads, in the 2015
Yes, we
edition
have.
of the
Yeah, there is a
Nurburgring
race still
24
going.
hours. In a way, we expect the gap is about 5.5 to 6 minutes between themselves and who is it in second? Reaper Racing in second position,
Yeah.
followed by Concrete Climax there in third, fourth for Inferno, fifth for Polar 24 that we're looking at now. So the pole sitters, the champions of the VLN, haven't. Well, they dropped down to fifth position, but still a top 5 position. Willow Races, grueling as rain 1 minute, none the next, and then rain back again, plus the 24-hour event around one of the world's most dangerous circuits. That's quite an achievement to finish within the top 5 still.
Absolutely.
RCB driver of the race, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
But
I
it's a
still
hard
think
one,
Mint.
because you gave me a good argument for Mint GTR, and you know that I can't make
Okay,
decisions
right.
there either.
Make the decision now, so we can get on with the rest of the race. Just don't let the public choose this one. It's between us now. They've done their feedback.
I love how our varying levels of democracy. Let's throw it out to people. Let's see. Let's have a referendum on this one. Let's
But
see
we
how
need
they.
to get
and
this
let's
over
completely ignore
with,
them.
so we can focus on the last 24 minutes of the race. So
Yes.
Mint or RCB.
Offline endurance race because they believe 24 hours is not an endurance race, but 24 minutes is. So we're into an offline endurance race now, effectively. 24 minutes to go. So let's reset the field for you. Let's check how we're going. Team Green Hell Heathens in a commanding lead right now. I don't see that. It's even getting to the stage now where there won't be enough time to sort out a red flag. So they are in a very comfortable position here. They can literally go off and have a detour, a sightseeing tour around the nearby forest and come back and probably still have a comfortable lead over Reaper Racing in second place. My God, those two have deserved it. Those two have really grafted their way through this one. Reaper Racing up in second place, healthily ahead now. Concrete Climax in third. We're hearing that Poland 24 Racing might be able to unlap themselves in Concrete Climax. However, they are in fifth, behind Inferno Racing in fourth position. And then behind them we have, help me out here, Mr. Weller. Gothic Racing Empire 6th, Team Morphin 7th, Octane Racing 8th, and Restolo Team 9th, but certainly nowhere near as many laps behind as they were last year.
No.
So
Pretty much
most improved they are certainly winners of.
Yes.
That was a bit Yoda, that sentence. Most improved you are winners of.
Okay, let's not go into movie references with 22 minutes to go. We need to stick to the racing.
You stick to the point, which
Yes.
you haven't been very good at doing for most of the race.
You
But
see,
my
it was
work has
okay
been-
at 4 a.m. You should have done the night shift with me.
No, I wish I could have done. But to be fair, I'd have been distracted by the V8 supercars. But no, if we are to get sentimental near the end of this race, then we have plenty to get sentimental about. This has been a absolutely epic race from start to finish. And I've made the comment throughout that it stuns me how this race, with 9 cars in it, has been full of action and twists and turns and intrigue, almost as much, if not more, than some real-life N24 races, which have up to 160 cars on the track. It's been an absolutely extraordinary race with storylines abounding all over the place, and literally, you've got to tip your hats to everyone involved because they've had their moments of glory in this race and making it to the finish. Will we have? It looks like we're going to have a full complement making the finish as well, which is to be incredibly applauded. I said it earlier. It'd be so easy for some of those teams, especially near the back, to be like, "Sod this! I'm not going to get anything out of this," and just quit. But they haven't. They're finishing this race, damn it, and we love you all for that.
Well, and also they don't reset for disconnections within the. I'm correct in saying so. The fact that they have survived that sort of without the disconnections or without the issues is also a testimony to how well the internet has provided us for this race as well. Also going on to to point to make is that normally in racing you've always got someone near you to battle, and that sometimes might be able to sort of keep you awake because you've always got to pass back markers and cars around you. However, because some of these cars, they're quite sort of relatively compared in terms of performance is around them, plus as well the large nature of the circuit, it means that for some of the time these drivers might just be driving around by themselves. So the fact that they've been driving around sometimes with no one around them and not made too many mistakes is also sort of testimony to the skill levels we have involved, not only within Core but also in the online racing community.
Most definitely. I mean, the concentration levels have been ridiculously high for long stints in super racing, only having 2 drivers in for this one. Their eyes must be out on stalks by now, the amount of time they've been staring at screens for the past 24 hours. And another drift from Concrete Climax. This is becoming a tradition now. They're just full on 45 degrees sideways through the first few corners. Really enjoying watching that, to be honest. But no, I absolutely agree. The concentration level has been phenomenal in this one, and I believe this is the sort of, we're only going to see races like this increase in stature and competitiveness now that we know that the GT Academy is that golden carrot on the end of the stick. Knowing that these guys can legitimately make the transition. I honestly believe RCB929 is on to be one of those guys in a few years' time. He will end up being the Max Verstappen of sim racing. You just watch. But most certainly, these guys, we've got GT Academy finalists in the field here. We've got guys who will be GT Academy finalists. We've got people who can win GT Academy in this field. This is the cream of the crop, and we're only going to get more and more entries as time goes on, as people go, you know what? If I do well in these series, I do well in these things, I've got a chance of doing this for real. And isn't that the dream of every sim racer in the world?
It is indeed. And one thing I will say now to anyone who wants to do GT Academy, something I've actually noticed, the difference between a good driver and a great driver is being able to drive on any setup. So it's all very well being able to set with an amazing setup, but in the GT Academy trials, when they come around later this year, you won't be able to set up your car. So drive as many cars as fast as you can in stock form whenever you can for practice.
Absolutely. Absolutely agree. This is, I think that's what's been most impressive about these cars. It's very easy to say, oh, they're just fast drivers, and they're much more than that. Well, yeah, they are. These guys have religiously perfected and worked on setups, and in some cases made cars that had no right to be up front. I mean, it says a lot that what looks like we're going to see the race-winning BMW and the other BMW that led huge segments of this race. LN races looked borderline out of control, and the fact that they turned them around is a huge show of dedication and setup skill.
Oh, he's gone.
That's an identical moment. They had that about an hour ago. I just want to divert attention quickly to the live stream comments. Fill in the blank. If Luke ruled the world, Inferno Racing have wrote English would be wooed.
Right. They just put that. Where are we seeing that, guys? Is that on the YouTube?
Yes, it's on the YouTube stream comments.
I'm not being funny, guys. I will actually clap that because that is a good comment.
That's very good.
Credit's due.
I think my comment would just be, dear God, if Luke ruled the world. If Core rules the sim racing world, though, then I'm totally cool with that.
Vladimir Chillingsworth. Am I seeing that correctly as well?
And what now?
That was after your Russian comments earlier, Luke.
Oh yes, that was it. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Tangents. We're not going off on tangents again, boys. We're not. We can keep.
What Russian comments about the intro I did in WEC, or are we talking about something else?
It doesn't matter, Luke. The thing is,
yeah,
it doesn't matter anymore.
I don't even know. The fact of the matter is, we have just over 15 minutes to go in the Nurburgring 24 Hours 2015, presented by Core Online Racing and Akuya Racing Cars. And this race has stripped all words from me. There's no more words that can be used to describe this race, to be honest. Try and sum it up in one word, gents. I dare you. I don't think you'll be able to.
Fun. Oh, Concrete Climax run wide again before you say that, Adam. There we go.
I should just have a little buzzer, like a sample, to be like, beep, Concrete Climax to run wide. It's happening most corners now in the final, in the final few laps. Or Concrete Climax is sideways. There we go. It's a little buzzer. Anyway, Mr. Weller,
I guess the main word would just be dramatic.
Dramatic, very good one.
And in terms of the way people's form has gone throughout the race, it's got to be eclectic as well, because 1 minute they were down in sixth, then suddenly they're leading, and then off in the barriers, it's raining, oh no, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, it's been... Go on.
I think the main thing we can say, it's almost like it's perfectly pulled off 4-hour race cliches all at once.
Yep.
With only 9 cars.
It's you could actually ever want from a great 24-hour race. I mean, I think the only thing missing was lead battle, but I'm not being funny. The race lead was pretty much in the balance through a good 20 hours of this race. After that, it was an extraordinary battle. I think fluctuating.
Yeah.
Because that's exactly what the fortunes of all the drivers in this race. This basically has been the world's longest game of musical chairs. And essentially what's going to happen now is Team Green Hell Heathens look like they are going to be the ones. And the music is going to stop in about 14 minutes time. But basically that's the best way I can describe this race. It has been
too easy.
Exactly. It's sort of vibe.
I do.
It's been a sort of rotating sphere of stories and the sort of what do you call it? You know, sometimes in Formula One, I know in Autosport they showing driver positions moving up and down. Sort of that kind of
crazy.
My word,
that looked like a cardiac arrest, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. It'd be like clear, whee, and the lines would be all over the place. It'd be on a scribble on the page for all the drivers. Just bringing back to the action on the screen, but at the moment, right now, we have Concrete Climax on screen. We also have the P24 Racing Mercedes not far behind. I assume the P24 Mercedes will only be passing Concrete Climax now to get a lap back on him. Am I correct?
Pardon? Yes, it would, sorry.
Yeah,
yes.
this wouldn't be any battle for position, no matter what the timing screens tell us. You know. Oh, we have the Green Hell Heathens car is in a bit of trouble there. But seriously, no, I can't.
Oh, hang on, he's going slow. Is that just, you reckon, slowing it down and easing it off? No, damage! Front left and engine in the middle. No, but he's got... Hang on, he's halfway around the lap as well. He's got to go down the Dottinger and... This is where the time might be lost. In Reaper Racing, what's the gap between them? That's got to be still a...
Over 7 minutes, almost
over 8.
It's
going to take nothing less than a nuclear missile. Probably just watch Green Hell Heathens here. I'm still tempting fate on them. I'm sorry.
Green Hell Heathens should be fine, surely, with a gap that big.
Imagine so. You would imagine so. It would take a world-shattering, monumentally proportioned drama now to suddenly... I mean, to be honest, Inferno Racing lost 6 minutes earlier when their entire car was broken. Wheels were literally falling off, and they had to do pretty much a whole lap with that car just beaten and bruised and in pieces. Literally pieces were flying off down the Dottinger. I think a door fell off Top Gear style midway down the Dottinger. So this is drama that the Green minutes to go and a 7-minute plus lead in the bank. It would take tactical carpet bombing to dislodge them from the lead now, I'm fairly sure. Hang on, is that Nate?
Well, Reaper Racing is going to take it's going to take Reaper Racing, yeah. So it's going to take Team Green Hell Heathens to come into the pit lane, come back out, and have another crash, and then Reaper Racing might be close. Well within sort of 3 or 4 minutes, then that might have had that chance to some kind of move there. But with 14 minutes to go, would they really take the victory away from Green Hell Heathens? Well, of course they'd take the victory away from them, but at the same time, you know, would they put themselves in that position to be able to challenge? Because of the worst thing that Reaper wants to do is go out and challenge for a win, have a crash, and else.
Yeah, we're just getting a confirmation, by the way. The race will end as soon as the leader crosses the finish line after 3 o'clock comes round. We are from that goal, not far now, so Green Hell Heathens have no reason to panic at this point in time. They can time in the bank, I believe they might already be there, seeing on the timing screens. Yeah, the Poland 24 racing cars coming through now, and the Green Hell Heathens will have fallen a bit behind those. So they have got time in the bank. They have no reason to panic here. If they do panic, that'll be when more issues settle in. So just a little bit of squeaky bum time at the end of this race, as Sir Alex Ferguson used to like to say. But I don't think this will be quite enough to take the victory away from the Green Hell Heathens. Although, please don't tell me that's yet another commentary jinx. I've been pretty good at them in this race.
Well, if the Green Hell Heathens have just come out the pit lane, it's roughly 8 minutes a lap because of the wet weather conditions, and we are at 10 to 3.
No, it's not 8 minutes a lap, Luke. It's over 9.
So it means that actually, if they take it slow, this could be the last lap.
This could be, yeah. There was no reason to. Green Hell Heathens, they have control of the pace. Looking on the timing screens, it doesn't look like there's been much of an adverse effect on the Green Hell Heathens gap. The Green Hell Heathens are in the pit now. They will probably lose about a minute all told with that drama. So with Reaper Racing still over 7, still in control of this one. And I assume, as Mr. Weller just said, with the wet conditions out there, meaning lap time, assume as soon as the Green Hell Heathens leave the pits, they will be on their last lap, because 3 o'clock will have ticked over by the time they get back around. And we're going to finish under absolutely miserable conditions here. It's been that sort of race, really. The weather has been unrelenting for the second, or really the final quarter of this race. And it's probably fitting that it should end in the rain, because the rain has helped settle this one pretty much in Green Hell's favour.
In terms of the standings are concerned, Mint GTR, it appears, is going to take that Green Hell Heathens car to the checkered flag, as we just see Poland 24 have a brief escape through the gravel trap there at 10, 13 and 14 on the Grand Prix layout. In terms of finishing drivers then, Jamie Ozzy, it appears, will finish the Concrete Climax Racing Audi. Lubeck, it appears, is going to finish the Poland 24 Mercedes SLS. Reaper Racing, it's going to be Glenn Audi. X has just taken over in the Morphine car to do the last lap or so. So Beachy Mao is out and Beachy X is in that machine. The Green Hell Heathens, Mint GTR appears is going to take the flag. RCB is in the Inferno car. It appears to take that checkered flag. West, it's Lord, and then for Team over from play. So he's there to go and do the last lap also around an Nordschleifer.
Nice job. It would explain why the timing screens are still lighting up with the Inferno racing car. Pride now in raw speed is still, it's not dimmed, even though that they've got no chance of the race now. That pace is just not dimmed. That's what I've been so impressed about. But yeah, we are. This will likely be the final lap now. The Green Hell Heathens are just out onto the Nordschleifer now, and they will probably. We are 7 minutes to go now, and these laps have been around the 9.5 minute mark. So they might get round and do another lap. They might
You'll
not.
be
Knowing
stupid
them,
to want to, wouldn't you? Really, because you know the issue. You would want to slow it down and make sure this is the last one. Because the worst thing that they want to do is milk it for one more lap, because they want to come round again, spin it, hit the wall, and then they manages to close the gap.
They've won N24 before in a different guise before it was run by Court. I'm fairly sure they're not stupid enough to do an extra lap.
No, not at all. They are in control of the race at this one. It must be a beautiful feeling to be sort of that in control of the pace. And on our timing screens, Reaper Racing is still showing about behind. So it really does look like the Green Hell Heathens are just not planning on. Why would they want to? As Luke said, they have no reason at all to try and go for a victory lap on this one. They have no reason to, especially with the conditions being this miserable. It's not like they're going to get any lap records out of it. I have a feeling this will be low and slow. Maybe. I don't know where the Inferno Racing BMW is. They're not going to try and do an Audi formation finish, are they?
No.
I wonder. That'd be quite amusing if they do that. I'd be quite interested to see that.
It would be, but I don't think it will happen. I don't think any of that will be running through the mind at the moment. I think at this moment in time it's okay, we've got a podium, but what could have been.
Yeah, they have just confirmed they are hoping that this is the last lap, so they're not pushing apparently, they're not slowing down, they're just taking their time, keeping it easy and hoping this is the last lap.
Yeah, most certainly there's no... Go on.
No, but Concrete Climax, I think it's more kind of, I think, lamenting their last few minutes as the champions of N24.
One last
Yeah.
play
Not
off
really
the other
thinking about
champions by
formation
Quickly there in the
finishes.
bunker. Yeah, no,
That
no,
is
I was
going-
talking about the BMWs having a formation finish.
Oh, I thought you said Audis. Sorry.
No, well, I was just saying that's what Audi do at Le Mans sometimes. Even if the other
Oh.
Audi, the sister cars are laps down, they'll line them up on the final lap and bring them across the line in formation. I was just wondering if that would be quite an entertaining sight though, because for my money they have been in this contest. Although I say that slightly facetiously because all the teams in this race have impressed us at one point or another. That's why it was so hard to pick our best driver of the race award. You can put a thin bit of paper between all of them. They've
Well,
been
Team Green Hell Heathens, you can't really take it away from them, really, can you? It's been an absolutely phenomenal performance to come out, not show their hand, of course, in the CSS, come out and have a fairly decent run, of course, in the VLM. It'll be interesting to see what happens with those. Their drivers as well, TDG Day, Mint GTR, and It's Racing, who we've seen throughout, of course, and Heathen Pride. They haven't taken part in core kind of mainstreamly throughout the year. We haven't seen them in the World Endurance Championship this year, so could they perhaps be seeing a bit more of them in 2015?
Yeah, I mean, their results, they were 4th, 3rd and 4th in 3 rounds of the VLN. They did not start the car selection series. Real world issues were getting in the way there. And I keep saying it before, the VM those races, so they didn't have the best performances in the VLN, but they just came out swinging in this race. Both the BMWs came out swinging in this one. And what I've just really been impressed with the Heathens is that they've let this race come to them. They have watched other teams. You know, they must have watched the likes of Concrete Climax want a big lead, Inferno Racing get big leads. There must have been thoughts in the mind going, we've lost it. There's no way we're coming back. But they've just this has come round to them, and when it did, when their chance came, they seized this race by the scruff of the neck and made it theirs. And that's the great thing about endurance racing. There is absolutely there's not a lot of fluke luck involved. You can't fluke a 24-hour race win, and the Green Hell Heathens have pulled this off. They've pulled a masterstroke in winning this one. They've been thoroughly deserving and very, very impressive.
Yeah, fantastic. So yeah, well, what I've been seeing is teams like Concrete Climax, you know, have made their mistakes. So have the teams around them. But Team Green Hell, kind of apart from the odd mistake here and there, just what we saw kind of a few laps ago getting damaged, hasn't made that many mistakes so far during the course of this race. And then the mistakes they have made, they've been so far ahead that the issues kind of arisen because of that haven't actually counted too much. So it's been a well-deserved, oh, they're slowing down. You're just trying to grab a photo, or is this just to make sure that the race ends this time around?
I assume that must a little bit. What have we got here? We have got, so we have 2 minutes to go in this one, and they have, well, I think they've still got 2 minutes to go on the lap, so they're definitely, this will be the final lap. I'm fairly certain of that. Maybe they're just making doubly sure, or maybe they heard me. Maybe they are waiting for the Inferno BMW, the sister car, to come around and they'll fly by.
Yeah, you can tell by the revs that they're not even giving it full revs, sort of, then they're just easing it back, making sure this is definitely the last lap and making sure they get it round in one piece.
Weather driving, actually, Luke.
Well, yeah, let's not forget the conditions out there are utterly filthy. This has been a battle for survival the whole way. That's another reason why this victory is so impressive. They've really come to their fore, been at their worst. So there's the old saying that pressure builds diamonds, and as the pressure cranked up, we've produced a diamond right here in Team Green Hell Heathens.
Yes, Team Green Hell Heathens. Of course, this will be absolutely fantastic to see what they do in next year's Nurburgring 24, where they will finish, and in further core events throughout the year. We've got all sorts happening at core in 2015, the World Endurance Championship, Super GTs, a return of the Global Rallycross Championship, my favourite championship as well. So we don't just do this event, we have also got a wide range of core events and championships taking place throughout the year. So make sure you stay tuned to us on Facebook, Core Online Racing, where further detailed how to compete, how to get involved on the steward in the commentary side and more, and you can find it all on there. So make sure that you head over to the Facebook page for some more information.
Yeah, we're also over on Twitter as well, at Core Online Racing. We also have the official website. Mr. Weller, remind me of the link. My memory is mush at this point in time.
www.coreonlineracing.com.
www.coreonlineracing.com. Thank you very much. We got there in amongst the sneezes. come the Green Hell Heathens. Someone might want to stick on "We Are the Champions" by Queen at this point, because this may as well be blaring out on the tannoys around the track.
Copyright infringement. If anyone
This
thinks
is-
that's a good idea, Luke.
Sure.
Don't.
It's metaphorical. Hum it to yourselves. That's the impression I'm getting. You might well be actually see him stick his hand out the window and wave to the crowd, whichever crowd is still there under all their umbrellas, as they coast down Dottinger Hoe for the final time, cantering home, and they absolutely deserve it. Why would they not? This has been a fascinating race. It has been scarcely believable at times. Just when you think a race is following a certain pattern, the rule book, the form book gets ripped up and thrown out the window. We have 3 o'clock is up on the timing screens. This will be the final lap. They are cantering home. This is the victory run right now. This is the open top bus parade. This is the gleeful celebration. This is the street.
In the core chat that he is definitely on the last lap. The worst thing he wants to do is slow down and find out. But there we go. Confirmation just come through that the race has indeed finished. So as the Green Hell Evans car comes around the final corner. Go on, do the honours, Mr. Weller.
So after 24 hours, we were here at the start, or I think me and Adam Johnson were here at the start, but I don't think many of us would have predicted this. Taking the checkered flag, it is Green Hell Heathens after 24 hours of hard racing at the Nurburgring, all the way from Australia with a handbrake turn.
There's a donut on the exit as well.
Fantastic.
Nurburgring 24 hours.
They are the champions of 2015, and so well deserved. My goodness me, I was here at the start. We're here at the finish. Gents, we have witnessed something truly spectacular there. That was a performance for the ages from those boys. Take a bow, guys. You all deserve it.
First joined the core series, and when I was doing the VLN and commentating this event and doing the build-up, it didn't even cross my mind once that Green Hell Heathens might actually stand a chance of taking a victory here today.
Yeah.
Guys,
Well, you have something to say?
No, I'm reading the timing wrong.
For you?
I just saw plus 114 and plus 125 for Reaper Racing and Concrete Climax, and my mind almost exploded. And then I realised it's 1 minute 25 back on Reaper Racing.
Yes, no.
For Concrete Climax.
No. And Team Octane Racing having a little trip through the gravel at the first corner. They're having a play around. It's an end of term feel, and by God, everyone in this race, take a pat on the back and take a bow, guys. You've made it to the end of the 2015 Nurburgring 24 hours, and by goodness do you deserve it. Here come Team Morphine down the Dottinger Hoe for their final time. Congratulations being bandied around in the team chat. There's been a great spirit between the teams. The whole race has been a great camaraderie and great attitude. This has been a truly a race in the greatest spirit. And guys, I don't know about you, this has been my first... Excuse you. This has been my first N24. I don't want this to be my last. Same again next year?
Of course.
I'll say from my end, I was there last year. There was no commentary. I was sitting there desperately trying to keep building it all up on that live stream comment section. The teams, the drivers, of course, the viewers, and my fellow co-commentators through verbal exchange has been absolutely brilliant. Of course, it was absolutely awesome. Me and Adam Johnson got the brilliant honour of talking to GT Planet founder for about 2 hours. That's Jordan, the GT Planet founder. And we didn't want to let him go, but I knew that we had to. So great to have him with us. So we thank him for that. And as the drivers keep coming across the line, I mean, we've got to thank everyone. And very difficult to know where to start.
Inferno saying he's got damage for the photo, so it's still not over for Inferno.
It's just been sort of that sort of race for them, to be honest. It's wow.
I reckon
I am officially out of words, gents, and I'm almost out of voice. I'm going to love you and leave you guys. I'll let you take you through the podium ceremonies and presentations. It's been a magnificent race, gents. I'll see you next year for the same again. Hopefully as dramatic as ever. Goodbye, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've really enjoyed this race.
Yes, well, I was just about to say then, before Johnston left, that I want to say my sentimental moment now and say, since I joined Core in March 2014, I know that you, Adam, first got me involved in the project. I've absolutely loved every minute of, being part of Core, not with the World Endurance Championship, not just the World Endurance Championship, but also with the absolutely fantastic Core GOX that I loved, the support action, the CSS, the experience has been absolutely fantastic. I can't thank you, Adam, enough for getting me on call, and also to thank Matt, who's been the most incredible team boss. Thank John Bowes for all the work he's put in, the commentary team as well. Magnus for putting in the fantastic streams throughout the World Endurance Championship. Gore today for doing their bit. The teams, the drivers, everything has been fantastic since I joined Core in March 2014, and hopefully 2015 will be even.
I think we have had the perfect start. I'd just like to apologise sincerely to everyone in Core for recommending Luke.
It was.
We had to end on a note like that. I apologise.
I think so. I seem to be the joke of Core for some reason. I don't quite understand what I've done, but there we go.
The king of banter has to.
Right.
But Inferno Racing, almost, well, first 8 hours or so of the race, they looked like they were, you know, surefire winners, surefire podium
he's sideways
finishers.
coming out of the last few corners there, so is he
no,
going to dive into the pit lane?
Yeah, everyone expected them to be on the podium. I think they're going to go straight through. Yeah, they are. It's only 4th place, 1 lap back for Inferno Racing. However, average age of 14 years old in that team, and first ever Core Nurburgring 24-hour experience for them. I think next year, if the teams stay together, 2016 very likely to be their year. That's my bold prediction.
Well, it could indeed happen. Inferno have been a great sport as well throughout the course of the race. In fact, we had Future F1 on the broadcast last night. Most of their team new to the Core package, so we hope as well that we'll be seeing most of those as well throughout the course of 2015. Yeah, Adam?
And yep, 2nd place finisher now coming across the line. Reaper Racing, of course, the 2-man effort, the GT Academy RJN YouTube car with the 2 GT Academy finalists, R. Clark 83 and Glenel's 81. That is the Reaper Racing squad flashing their lights across the line. A well-deserved, well-earned 2nd place within 1 lap of the winners, and I think that is one of the team performances of the race at the very least. Great driving from all of those guys, mega stints, and yeah, just generally a mega performance from Reaper Racing.
Reaper Racing there, heading up this car just in their 2nd place spot at the end of turn number 1, just to show you there that he is 2nd place on the timeline. Just a bit of personal satisfaction perhaps for that one. As you can see there, Gothic Racing Empire coming out the last corner. They've had a fairly quiet race in all respects. They haven't really been headline grabbing, but they've been a good sport, still moving away from faster cars to allow them to go past, and quite a well driven race by them in all respects. Indeed.
So Restolo team coming across the line, massive improvement from the 2014 edition of the race, so brilliant to see them do so well. I don't think we've had 3rd place across the line yet, have we? Concrete Climax just coming across the line now.
Yeah.
Typical, they're on the red light on the fuel. That's kind of the story of their race.
They've been fantastic, haven't they, with the fuel, really managing that to come in just dead on. So Jamie Ozzy takes that across the line, 4th, 3rd position, and the last car to cross the line was the pole sitter for this race, Poland 24, who get a well-deserved 5th position.
And there you go then. So everyone
that is the end to the Core N24.
Yep, I think it's around 20 past. There is some form of ceremony, so I do not think we'll be quite finished yet. I think there is a bit more live stream to come, but definitely weird to think it's over. It's consumed my life for the last 24 plus hours. So after this is done, I'm going to talk to my friends and ask if I missed anything important over the weekend, whether I need to be preparing for war or anything else for that matter, because I'm usually more in touch than this. But the Core Nurburgring 24-hour race has really consumed my soul for the last 24 hours, but I don't regret that at all, because it's been a great experience with the community as always, which has been so strong. It always will be one of the strongest communities I'm involved in. The spirit between the teams and the fans and the drivers, and being a part of that is just an incredible thing to also see the everyone, working together in this cohesive unit to make this weekend happen. It's always a bit scary on the week approaching N24, but thank God it all went off without a hitch. And of course, a few more thank yous. Team Octane Racing, of course, which of course is invaluable. I know they disconnected twice throughout, but they do have the strongest connection in core, and that means, well, they are essentially the reason why we didn't have any incidents with lag spikes or anything like that visible during the 24-hour race. Gore, of course, were in charge of the fantastic live stream this weekend, and they've been invaluable. They've put up with me, sending them all caps letters, messages saying that we need certain people on screen throughout the day and night, so that's invaluable. Jordan, of course, and GT Planet. Without GT Planet, Core wouldn't exist, and without Jordan, GT Planet wouldn't exist. And it's brilliant to have the crossover of GT Planet and Jordan with all the GTP members, interviewing him, and it's brilliant to have Jordan on the stream for almost 2 hours on last night, which feels like about 3 weeks ago at this point, but it was absolutely brilliant to have him, and all the viewers and supporters, of course, staying loyal to the event, liking it, sharing it, all the new subscribers on YouTube. We've got a nice big subscriber number at this point on our YouTube channel. All the teams, of course, because if we didn't have teams, we wouldn't have a race. And without their driving talent, without the dedication they've shown by showing up, in some cases driving thousands of miles, relocating, obviously sacrificing a weekend of their lives, and beyond that, they've been sacrificing hours and hours of their lives since September, if not beyond, for the N24 this weekend. And by next month we'll probably have already started doing it all again, which is absolutely incredible. And big thank you has to go to John Bowes for the Spotter's Guide. Even though I think most of the people within the core journalism camp did contribute something, I will openly admit I really didn't. But John Bowes is the reason that Spotter's Guide is either in front of you on your laptop in PDF form, or indeed in front of you in a book. He's pretty much the only mesh that kept that together. There would not be a Spotter's Guide without him, and of course the Spotter's Guide is a very important, sentimental thing to look back on.
It's something that I will cherish for years. It's fantastically put. It's something that I will always keep with me as a real souvenir, not just my time at this weekend, but also a souvenir from my time at Core, as the teams now take part in a donut party, as we can see at the back of turn number 1, suggested by Inferno.
So synchronized donuts to close up, just to say, John is the reason for that, and of course Mento89 is the reason Core was founded. Alongside John, those two are really the reason Core exists. It started the WEC, and it's grown more and more into this brand that's taking over various nations, of course, international fields, fans from all over the world, people on Twitter, people on Facebook, taking interest from all sorts of foreign, far-flung places that we never thought or they never thought that they would be able to have this contact with. And it's incredible that they've managed to do that. It's awesome that they've managed to let us be a part of that. And, well, anything you want to say, Luke?
Well, no, I just want to say it's been an absolutely fantastic race. Normally with in core races, there are sort of blank spots in places where the racing dies off, but in this one, it hasn't been this endurance race that we thought. This has been a 24-hour sprint race to the line. And thank you very much to all of the drivers. Thank you very much to all the teams that have taken part and travelled across to do it. Thank you very much to the viewers who have put up with my dulcet tones for about I think it was about 9 hours throughout the course of the weekend, if you take into account the Super GT race on Saturday morning as well. It's been absolutely fantastic in that one. Also, a big shout out going out to TNR Rebellion yesterday, who clinched the Super GT Championship. A big shout out going out to Team Green Hell Heathens for their N24 success. A big thank you to Matt for not firing me from Core after many mistakes in the commentary. Thank you to yourself for getting me involved in the institution. Thank you to John and stuff is concerned, he's done an absolutely fantastic job over the past year, and let's all hope that 2015 promises bigger and better things for Core.
Yep, and on that note, from Luke, from John Bowes, who was on commentary for a little while, Adam Johnson, Tom Hughes, I don't think I'm missing anyone else, well, Jordan and Future F1, as well as I think PP123 was on, and myself as well, Adam Weller. Thank you so much for of the Core Nurburgring 24-hour race. We will see you next year.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for putting up with me all race long.